Oh wait, I forgot to like put back my my go get my mail. Okay, we go do this. Oh man, new season pass too, right with the series? What's the rewards actually? Oh, nice. Okay, oh, cool. Oh, the conductor emo. Little Blue Viking. Oh, that's cute. Rule Breaker, that's the name of the coffer? Oh, okay. Maelstrom? Oh, the new arena for the Christian conflict. Okay. Yo. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Wait, I have an important question actually out of curiosity. I have to organize so much. Okay, wait, there's two things that I gotta... Hi, Ranger. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Okay, I had to make sure I wasn't already. I already forgot what day it was because of my flight and traveling back and blah 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 blah. So, but don't mind me. I'm currently in the process of just kind of putting away the new glamour. That being said, though, I sort of want to try it. Let me grab my song. I love the Rings of Pride so much. It's just one of the best songs ever. Okay. So what I saw, the outfit is a one piece. Okay. How's it going? It's going really well, honestly. All things considered, look, we're back. Still haven't unpacked. My house is exactly as I left it, which is good. Because like, you know, sometimes like when you're away from home for too long, like me, it's like an introvert. I kind of sort of never like being away from home for like too long because like, you know, sometimes you like never know. But no, everything's good. So we're like big chilling. And then yeah, you know. Also, I said that I was gonna go live like a lot earlier than I usually do because I might try to like change my schedule up like a smidge. I'd like to try to go to bed earlier. We'll see if that actually ends up happening, but it's okay. So yeah, I think it. I think so actually. We're good. 2 p.m. for you? Yeah, it's 3 o'clock for me personally. So I'm in the West Coast time. So West Coast. Oh my gosh, I was West Coast. I'm East Coast. I forgot where I was for a minute. Yeah, no, I'm on the East Coast. Yeah. I said West Coast. Something is wrong with me. No, it's okay though. But yeah, so it's only 3 o'clock. Normally I start at like 7:30 my time. Oh. Oh, nice. Wait, I gotta do this now. Okay. You know, I didn't think that they were gonna actually take like 24 hours or like less than 24 hours. That was way faster than I expected actually. Okay, wait. Mog station. I'm doing this now. Will I have the chance? Okay, 1 second. Can't see my. I can never see the Lordy. What's up, chicken? How's it going? You want to go to FanFest next time around? I mean, honestly, I like heavily recommend it. FanFest was absolutely like incredible. I was like, I still couldn't believe that it was even like a, you know, for me in my mind, it was kind of sort of like a dream come true, you know? So I was very happy about it, honestly. See, you said months ago that. Wait. Wait, the code is account wide? Shut up. No. It's No, it made me pick a character. Sorry, I just did the Jollibee thing. Oh yeah. Okay. I was about to say there's no way that it was account wide. That scared me for a minute. We're good actually. What Jollibee thing? We'll find out in a minute. But basically, there's a collaboration with 14 happening right now with Jollibee, where if you submit your code, then follow the instructions, they basically send you an emote, and the emote is a one character emote, and it is the same emote that they had gotten in Japan for KFC, but they just collaborated with Jollibee in the US. So it's like a eating chicken emote out of like a bucket basically. So yeah, which is pretty fire. Now in my mind though, the code is, yeah, you can order from Jollibee multiple times. You specifically have to order like the 14 box, and then it comes with like a chicken thing, like a chicken leg, some fries, a sandwich, mango peach pie, and like a drink. So there's that. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. And so and then the receipt will have the code that you have to input into their website, and like your email, and like you put like details in, and then if it gets approved, then they'll, how much is it? Well, you have to like spend a certain amount. So I think when I ordered it, I bought it from Uber Eats specifically, so the box itself was like $22, and then you know, taxes, fees, delivery, shipping, that whole spiel came closer to like 30-ish, which is like fine. So Jollibee is arguably the best fried chicken in my opinion. Oh, okay. I could say that it's probably an active top 5, but again, oh yeah, there's also, yeah, there is also gravy. I forgot about that too. True. I did, but the gravy's really good. I didn't really eat it with the chicken until like later on in the meal. I would have used the fries for it though, but I didn't really think about that far ahead. So, but like it's okay though. I'm like chilling though. It was really good though still. So yeah. I ended up just like enjoying it the way that it was. So it was really tasty. So I actually enjoyed it. I had to also like reheat it too to kind of like compensate, because like I forgot entirely that like it was, you know. Wait, is this oh, it's cherry pink. Oh, that's cool. It tells you the actual like which dice you select for the duel. That's sick. Okay, so it's cherry pink. It's not neon. Oh, it's not neon. Okay. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, so there isn't a Jollibee's anywhere near my house, but it was okay though. Like I wasn't really trying to like go crazy after it though, but I was just thankful that they were able to like deliver to my house, because that was mostly what I was like hoping for. So when I got exactly that, I was like, hell yeah. So I was able to secure the package, and then yeah, blue raspberry pineapple. I didn't have a choice, so I only got the blue. I got the blue raspberry one. It was really good too, so I don't know. I didn't even think that there was a pineapple option, because usually when you like Uber Eats whatever, they kind of give you like the option to like pick and choose your whatevers. So I didn't get a choice of the drink. They just kind of gave me the box was as it was. I didn't get to customize it in any kind of way. So they just delivered me the box, and I was like, cool, and then that was it. Okay. Going for the box? Yeah. I mean, for the collaboration sake, like yeah. If you think about the pricing of the emote and the delivery and all the food that comes inclusive, it's like a pretty good price. Because how are you feeling, EVERCOLD? I'm feeling very cold. I've had you. So 21, like here's the thing, the actual physical box itself is worth money already. Currently, I don't know how much it's going for right now, but like I'm gonna put the minimum of it at like $5. So you can deduct that, okay? So put it at 16. The emo is probably gonna be like $8 right there. That's cool. That's right. Right? So that already puts you down 5 plus 8 at 13, so the meal is $8. Then you can individually like every single item. You know what I mean? So like I wouldn't even like think about the fact that you're paying $21 for the emote. I would, in my mind, I separated it and I'm like, nah, the whole entire package is like a massive steal because you actually get, because the thing is like, I don't know, I didn't check and see if there's like an expiration date for the when the code like expires. So the crazy part is like if the code doesn't expire, because the collaboration ends like I think in a week maybe. If the code has like a really long expiration date, the price of the emote is going to skyrocket to the point that $21 is like whatever. If it does expire, then the price is going to be very surgically upped until the collab goes away, and then like that's all that there was to it though. So yeah, throw away the cheese. Obviously, we survived. Are we survived? What's that, Funk? I forgot the Ganja collab. I forgot to input the code. Oh, rip. Yeah. The Ganja collab was actually really nice and easy too. I didn't really have too much of a problem with it. I just like the amount of boba that I bought for the was like so much, because that was the other thing too with the Ganja collab. You had to go back and buy things multiple times, because they had like I think it was the keychain, they had like the code, they had like a third thing, and you literally had to place different orders to potentially get like one of the three. You couldn't get everything in a package. So what they did with Jollibee was like really smart. Yeah. But again, like you had to order like multiple times in order to even like acquire everything that was like available. So which was like relatively fine, until you realize that like it's so much, you know. I don't even remember how much I spent to get the mount, but I mean it's already like a thing in the past. But yeah, either way though, no, like the collab was fire, so I enjoyed it. The only one that I was kind of like, oh, I forgot, I gotta like do this at some point. Okay, I wanted to do this on stream out of curiosity to see like how many do I end up with at the end of all of this. So like, yeah, let's do this right now. But yeah, because like the Mountain Dew collab was rough for the same price, because like again, like inputting the code in the Mountain Dew thing was like fine, but then there does come a point in time where you're kind of like, okay, like at least like with Jollibee you can eat and feel good about what you're eating, you know what I mean? Like wait, I feel like I need to wait here, sell that, don't care about that, and sell that, and sell that, put those two away. I will eventually withdraw all of this, so like we shall see. What the hell is the inventory? Yeah, be quiet. All right, this is all from freaking what the hell is it called? Submersibles. So your inventory is literally just as bad as mine. I don't want to hear it. I got lucky for that because the Mountain Dew collab included soda stream syrups. Oh, true. I didn't actually consider that was an option. Ah, there it is. But yeah, okay. We have to go through such an extensive. Because I forgot that I couldn't even use the dye to get the pink. I already like completely forgot about that actually. So yeah. Bunches on sale. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like the majority of the maybe I'm right. I know I'm right. Your inventory is like awful. I don't want to hear no freaking sass. Well, I try not to carbonate everything because sometimes like I know that my body like would love the flavor of soda, but like not the you know what I mean? God, yeah, you're fucking kidding me, right? Like you're kidding me? You're not really gonna give me no sass over situation when your inventory, first of all, your inventory is way more disorganized than mine. Okay. Second of all, you have multiple clusters. I'm about to torture you right now. You have food from expansions ago that you don't even use anymore. You have gear that is useless. You have totems for older trials that like no one cares about anymore. You still have those eggs. You have random ass fish. Look at how many baits you have. You can literally delete all of these. You have 700 chocolates that have already expired. You have a cake that's useless. You have stuff from Pilgrim's Traverse. You're not doing it at all. Don't ever tell me, brother, what's his inventory when you have less space than I do. This Tetris piece don't even fit in the game because it doesn't even exist. Cool. Moving on. I feel bullied. What's wrong with eggs? Nothing's wrong with eggs. Eggs are fine. But I'm not about to get hit with no freaking sassafras over like an inventory thing when like literally my inventory is like far from like the worst in comparison to some of the people out there. You know? Anyways. Yeah, no, I would not suggest carbonating everything either. That seems like a little bit too much though. But like I said before, I'm not too keen on like inventory in terms of I'm not too keen on carbonating like everything. So even like sparkling water sometimes I'm like, you know, sparkling water is cool and all, but there is like a point in time where I'm like, no, like I'm big chillin'. So yeah. 110 dies? Is that really everything? Whoops. Damn, 110 dies. Okay. You carbonate alga fresca. Isn't it already kind of sort of carbonated though? What the f? 5% Helica demoed? I do remember that, yeah. But like, true that though, you know what I mean? It's powder? Oh, okay. That makes more sense then actually. I see. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay, gotcha. I haven't even like, I like also like for the record, I will not be we're not doing any MSQ today. No, I'm not doing any new content. I'm probably just gonna chill today. No problem. After ulti, that's fine. You know, you do what you gotta do. Either way, I love that the outfit glows just like Sfiend's outfit does. That's actually so sick, dude. Out of curiosity, is it like a? Oh no, it's not. It's not like a. It's not on a loopy mode. I see. Oh, it's like steaming. Oh, that's cool. I love that. Well, there you go. That's the emote. Okay. You carbonate apple juice to make your own apple soda? That sounds horrible, by the way. There are certain things that carbonating is like illegal, basically. Apple juice is one of those options. Also, carbonating orange juice does not make orange soda. They're not the same. So that is crazy. Okay. Dang. Okay. Yo, not bad. Let me see. I know that a lot of my general purpose stuff doesn't get used, which is like fine. I'm just curious to see what does 110 break down into. Like apple soda? No, that sounds. There's never. Hell no. Apple soda sounds so terrible. So, I don't know about that, honestly. But I mean, look. I mean, I'm not gonna like yuck your yums. If you like it, you like it. So, do what you gotta do. What up, Nez? 110 to 26. Damn. And technically, it went to, you know, F5. Okay. It's crazy how I turned 3 pages of dies into almost a full page of 1. That's actually so nuts. Mazink the Soul? No, I've had that, but that's not the same thing, though. Yes, I've had Mazink the Soul, but it's not the same thing. So, because even though it's like an apple soda, that's the same thing with the freaking what's the Italian places usually have it. It's like that apple juice in the glass jar. or like a glass bottle, but it's like kind of like a fat little bottle. I forget what it's called though. It's like Martinelli. I think it's Martinelli's. Even Martinelli is like not like a soda. And then also there is like a sparkling cider, but if you carbonate apple juice, it does not turn into sparkling cider. They're not the same. So we made some time and looked like a lot of fun. Oh dude, listen, I can't even explain to you like the mental insanity that I felt in the process of going through that keynote and the dev panel. You know what I will say though, even though the keynote was a 10 out of 10 like godlike situation, the freaking the dev panel, like the dev panel sold me super crazy. I was like mind blown by it. So because I'll explain why. Because thankfully the reason why is it's very, very easy. Because a lot of players were coming into the concept of EVERCOLD in complete copium. Everyone was like, nah, you know, the content for the situation, it's gonna be bad, blah 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 blah, right? Everyone was super like, you know, crybaby about like how not good Doncho, or sorry, how not good Doncho was gonna be, to the point that the success of like EVERCOLD was gonna also be like really bad. And how like, you know, oh, we're gonna get either no jobs, I'd rather get 0 jobs and then have them rework everything. I'd rather have 1 job and have them rework everything, blah 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 blah. Yo, and then they gave us both. And not only did they give us both, they also undid the 2-minute. And like literally every single job is getting completely redone from scratch, and I think that's godlike. Because Dragoon is the #1 job, and it's the only 2.0 job since release that has been basically untouched in its entirety. Only job. So the fact that Dragoon in EVERCOLD plays literally nothing like how it does now is like insane. So like I don't care how any job plays. All I can tell you is that like whatever they did is they absolutely cooked the hell out of the jobs. So it's gonna be lit. I can't wait. So yeah. So the Evolve stuff is really, really cool. I know for sure I heard so many people being so like anti, you know, excited about the idea for the Ever. Now don't get me wrong though, I do think that there are still certain things that people are probably going to be like mindful. I mean, I have my own like potential like, this could potentially pose an issue depending on like the whatever. So I get that too. But even still, I'm like, I'm looking much more forward to the thing that I saw versus the thing that I see that I have like right now. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any doubts in my mind that like EVERCOLD is already on the verge of becoming like the new best expansion of all time. But it is definitely way too soon to say that out loud. So we'll see. I demand DX12 better multiplayer performance. Well, I'll tell you this much. You're not gonna really have to wait that long for that, because they've already confirmed that with the inevitable expansion like processing of EVERCOLD, like they're deprecating PS4. Like PS4 is literally not going to survive the entirety of EVERCOLD. You literally have 2 years starting now to quite literally get a PS5. So and like they made it very clear, like, yo, you have been warned. You've been warned. So you literally have 2 years to figure it out. And if by some magical means you cannot figure it out, that is going to be wild. But that being said though, what's up, Cross? That being said though, I don't really think that there needs to be any like worry or concern about anything in regards to the you know, the PS4 deprecation, because like the actual deprecation of the PS4 is actually a good thing, because like we don't necessarily need to keep on supporting older consoles, you know. It's going really good, thank you. Oh, they use the engine? They're not going to. If if this engine is still persisting going into 8.0, they are 100% not touching the engine. I do think that the engine could eventually pose to be a good thing, hi friends, down the road, but like the engine is not going to get touched, not anytime soon, because of two reasons. Well, three, but the first reason is that oh wait, I put it in the wrong inventory space. Oh mate. The first reason is because it's very simple, right? Like the game has been primarily built upon heavily on this engine. Like they have put in a lot of time, manpower, efforts, etc. into making everything functional. Oh, I have more dies. Okay. Right. Oh no. I don't. The same ones. Okay, cool. So like there's that. This game's been built heavily solely on the on this engine. I don't expect them to do anything else to it that we haven't already kind of experienced. But what I will also say is that because the graphics update has actually further expanded upon their ability, because the graphics update is basically doing an engine update thing that goes beyond the scope of just like a graphics thing, you know. So that's good, because that means that like if you ever thought that we weren't going to get like newer or cooler things like ever due to the nature of the graphics engine update, like the graphics engine update has been showcasing itself very well, because it's been proven that they're actually able to do other cooler things by updating it, right? Now that doesn't necessarily mean that the servers are not getting updated, right? Because that's not happening. And it also means that like there's still going to be certain limitations without like redoing the engine like entirely, but they have at least confirmed like 100% that the graphics update actually allows them to become more extensive on their ability to design content for the game, which is very, very good. So like again, we shall see. I turn mine on, it takes 3 minutes to start up into like a jet engine when I start. Oh yeah, I mean, again, you know, I think that anybody who's taking the opportunity now to update to PS5 is doing a fantastic job trying to do so, which is a good thing. You know, so like you can't go wrong. But like, I don't know if I have 100% M10 reclear, because it's like week 19 and like no one is doing that right now. That being said, though, people are still going to be trying to program reclear because of the announcement of the Kefka Ultimate, which is fire. But obviously, like, if you're still in the process of like going through the Savage raids, like I would still just continue to kind of like push through them. I wouldn't necessarily like hit the automatic, like, you know, I would just keep on like, you're just gonna keep on trying to keep on like keeping on basically. So like, yeah. Current problem is 14 clients, blast like 2 CPU cores, not all cores. I don't know. So 19 weeks of gear, yes, because your 19 weeks of gear has nothing to do with the boss being killed of whatever that it is. You're not dealing with the gear problem, you're dealing with the player problem. The players you're playing with are the people that are currently posing like an issue to your ability to actually clear fights. So it has nothing to do with the actual gear, it has everything more to do with the player base that you're with. Like a lot of people that are probably doing the content right now like are just not doing the content well. But that's kind of expected, because most of the time people just kind of stop caring after a certain point in time. So yeah. Your PS4 now? Oh, I kind of figured as much when you started talking about how bad it was, you know what I mean? So no, I'm joking, but like yeah. Well, no, you can actually, I'll tell you this much, Prince, you can actually go back in and like update like your stuff. You can actually import all of your settings, and your portrait should carry over into the console or into PS5 if you save it all. So log into your character, import your settings. It'll register everything from like your character config to your portraits, to your hotbars, and your gear sets. And then when you download it all in PS5, it'll bring all that over. I've already tested it before, so it works. It's actually like a great feature. So like yeah, because when I transfer data between my computer to my laptop, like I do the exact same thing. I will download or import my settings on PC, and then when I go download it in the thing, it. Well, they're gonna break, but like if you have the same exact character, then they should actually completely like transfer over. Kind of sort of. It's like yeah. I mean, sure. Oh, okay. So yeah, you're just playing with people that are still in the same mindset as you are, where they're trying to prog the fight and they're not going to be able to do it easily because you know. So yeah, like yeah, the people that like a lot of raiders, a lot of casual players are always afraid of going into the content at the same release time as like a lot of other players do, and so what ends up happening is a lot of those people just end up not raiding until like much later on. But yeah, you don't realize that basically by doing so, you're going to run into the error or trouble, if you will, that a lot of other players that you want to play with that are good at the game, they're just not playing the game anymore. Or I mean, you know, they're just taking a break until the release of, you know, 7.51. So I mean, some people came back for the MSQ and for the Alliance raid, but like an extreme trial, but they're not going to be going back into the, you know, they're not going back into the like the Savage raids basically. I thought that I had to go back for like a minute, so because I officially am going to be trialed at some point. I don't exactly know when, but some point. And if the trial goes well, as I have been requested, I'm playing Bard in Kefka Ultimate in the static that I may be potentially joining. So we'll see how that plays out. However, I will still what's up, Kuchi? How's it going, brother? How's it going? Welcome in. I'll probably still be playing tank on my own time, but yeah, there's a pretty good likelihood that I'll be playing me some Bard, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, miss you too, brother. Hope you're doing well. I know it's crazy how like we've Kuchi was one of the people that was actually like at FanFest with us as well, so you know we had the pleasure of meeting them in person. Absolutely incredible. You know, so I didn't realize how many outfit glimmer things that they actually unlocked. I didn't really pay them actually. That you get the leftover people who are still struggling. Yeah, that too. So it's gonna be it'll be a process to kind of go through all the content, but I think that like again, you realistically, I will say this much, right? Like the countdown has officially begun for how much time you have to complete, not only complete the Savage raids here, but to also get like your best in slot. Because as soon as the ultimate comes out, the amount of people that are going to be cracking at that ultimate is incrementally way higher than anybody else doing any of the content. So I would just keep that in mind. So, and I can tell you that as somebody who's actively not going to be doing Savage tier at all. I thought I had to go get Bard gear for Savage, but I actually don't. Somehow everything kind of came perfect full circle. The only thing I have to do is going to be like the hunt train, and then down the road like the Alliance raid. But I will most likely just do the hunt train because but yeah, we'll see. But there's still like a decent amount of time. I'll probably dabble at the hunts once in a while. That if I see like a train starting up in Ether, that way I can kind of like just mentally go crack at that, because yeah, I need to start working on just augmenting my stuff, and then if I do successfully manage to do this, then I need the weapon. I have my pages, but I'm trying to sort of like low-key save those just in case. But we'll see. They hard lock you logging in if you're just now you can't travel beforehand. They hard lock you out of logging in if servers are congested. I don't know what that means, but I guess I'm sorry. I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, right now, like the thing is, like the population for people doing Dawntra right now is spiked dramatically because like it's a new patch. So I would probably, if you can't like travel between servers because like it's too congested, then like that just makes like total sense to me. I probably wouldn't try so much to try to do. I mean, I would say like certain content. Oh, is it pure whited? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna touch this for now then. Some issues last night about Sessiion getting trying to travel. Something about visiting characters. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any intentions on traveling or moving anywhere, so oh, actually, I feel like these have always been there, actually. I think you've always been able to glamour set up your PvP stuff, actually. How much did you save in the gesture to patch? I'm still working on it right now, so I think I might even done, but if I had to, so my other character was like at 780, I think, and this character was probably at like, I mean, it's not like it's not like a lot. Probably like close to like 50 slots so far, I think is what I'll say. Probably say close to like 50 slots, but I'm still cracking at it right now, so like we'll see. Because I still have to, I haven't even, oh, I should do the weapons actually real quick. Let me see. Because one thing I'm really happy about that you can put away is like the dungeon weapons. That makes such a game changer. The only thing I wish you could put away is like trial weapons and ultimate weapons. But to my immediate understanding when I tested it, because I pulled out like my bard bow for ooh and I couldn't put it anywhere, so I was like, oh, like, you know, I can't do it anymore. Replicas, can you do replicas? I didn't test it actually. I don't think you can though. I'll test it. Because if you can put away replicas, that would be stellar. But to my immediate knowledge, so you can't. So, augmented crafted. I mean, like augmented crafted is like fine if you still need to like. I would say like if you don't have if you have 770 gear and you don't have to spend your mathematics at all, then yes. Augmenting your stuff to 780 is like helpful, but like it's still not going to be. It's not going to be that much more important than just like keeping like you might as well just keep 770 gear. Like it's kind of like whatever though. So, you know, like I'm not really too particular about the whole augmenting thing. But like yeah, you know, it's an option. Only thing I wish we got now is a button to instantly take glamour adjusted items to the armor in one click. I mean, that would be like fine. I don't need that function that badly. What I really would like is just an easy way to just switching between the glamour dresser and the armoire is cool. But what I don't like is that the menus are technically different. Like the glamour dresser is good because like you can see everything here visually, which is helpful, and then armoire, everything is separated, right? Which like I don't mind that too much, but there's still a part of me that's kind of like, okay, this is a little bit like, it took a bit much. I don't know if I can put that weapon away actually. So, but yeah, I mean, it's all, this is all stuff that they're working on slowly and surely because, you know, I am just glad that we got this change. Oh, I think I could put that away as well, actually. Yeah, them at least adding this change is stellar, so I'm not being like picky or annoyed about it. Like, yeah, it's just helpful that we can actually like, you know, remove a lot of these things. But like the next thing that they should look into is anything that's like labeled as a replica, and certain ultimate level weapons. If there's a certain weapon that's an ultimate up to a certain like, I mean, obviously do all of them like down the road, but I don't think this one would be going through, but I can put this one away. Because yeah, dude, if I can put away my replicas as like in an armoire, that's gonna be the chunkiest amount of gear that I get to save up. I have so many replicas, so like I have more replicas than I have ultimate stuff. And that's not even because like of my ultimate weapon clear, whatever that it is. I literally just, I take every variation of the replicas and I put them like away. So, oops. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the way that they works now though, but I would like to down the road be able to put the I want to be able to like change the menu up between what they can look like. If I can get the menu for the Glimmer Dresser to look at the armoire, that'd be cool. Just because I'm so familiar with how the dresser looks in general. Not that it's better or worse. I just like have been using this menu way more often than I have been using the what's up, Alice? Thank you. The armoire. Armoire's cool though, but you know, again, all this stuff is just like in all of this stuff is in the process of being updated. So, yeah. Hold on before I think about this though. I kind of want to go to my stream and see if I can find. I didn't take like a mental note of how many item slots I had prior to starting this process, but yeah, I know that the number is like quite a lot. I'm at 606 right now. Oh, okay. I was at 654 before I started touching stuff. So you can kind of sort of use that as like a little segue. So we had 654 slots filled with this character in particular. I do not know how many I had. I think I had like 780 though in my other character. I will be going over there though, like later on, just to kind of double check. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just really glad that they continue to increase quality of life stuff. So the dye thing is like so insane. Actually, the dye thing is actually going to be one of those like underrated changes. I didn't exactly need the dye change. I also don't know immediately how I feel about it. I mean, I think it's great, but I feel like I'm also there's still like one thing in my mind I'm kind of like, well, so having so much fun with the class puzzles. Yeah, you know, I mean, yeah, I'm fully committed to doing them every single day. Most likely I'll try to do a double upload video like every day basically, and like one of those videos will always be the clock spot puzzles thing. So yeah, that is really, really cool. So I'm also a really big fan of it as well. I mean, honestly, it's one of the smartest like daily challenges things I've ever seen, like ever implemented. Yes, actually should be. So, but yeah, so I'm a big fan of it. It's actually like so much fun. It doesn't take up like more than like 20 minutes. It tickles that one part of my brain that like I really like, because I'll like blind prog it and then just kind of crack at it like low key. You know, and then just like time flies by, so it's great. I think that's actually it as far as the oh no, I need that one, and then I need that one. Is it the 99? Yeah, that's okay. Shields, any shield down here? No shields. Oh wait, it's part of a glamour set. Oh wait. Actually, I haven't decided on that yet. Okay, I'll look into it actually. Because what I want to do is, like, if there's even a singular piece of glam that I like wearing on occasion, then I want to put the whole set in the Glamour Dresser. If I could put the whole set in the Glamour Dresser. I don't have the healing coat. Okay, so I'll keep that as it is. But if I know that there's anything that I absolutely am like, nah, I'm good on, but I still want to have it in like the background as like a reference, then like it's going in the armor. But yeah, there's actually so much to undo. Plus I have duplicates as well. That's the real thing. I have multiple sets of things in my glamour dresser. and I refuse to put them away. Oh, and then this is my point too. One major change that they incorporated as well that I'm very much obsessed with is the biggest W is the glamour update that's happening at EVERCOLD, where you can toggle on certain pieces. That is the wildest change I never ever expected them to incorporate in this game. That change alone is much better than the change that they incorporated in 7.4, where any job can wear any glam and the double die system combined. Being able to change certain pieces of gear is like insane. Did I put Sessiion just in the dresser? Yeah. Yeah, that's whatever. I don't. The dyeing process of the dress is like too. Well, not in the armoire. So as I just said, if there's something in the armoire that I know for a fact that I'm never ever gonna wear, that's when it goes in the armoire. If I know that I'm gonna wear even one piece of glam at any point in time, then it goes in the dresser. And the only reason why too is because like I don't personally like to toggle between the armoire or the glamour dresser. I will strictly just try and keep everything as much as possible in the glamour dresser. So, but a lot of more items can be put in the armoire if like the accessibility of it was there in the armoire. Like a lot of Alliance raid gear, and like just general like Savage raid gear would go in the armoire if like it can go in the armoire, but like it can't. But there are certain pieces that I'm like, no, absolutely not. Like this dress, if I could put this in the armoire, like I totally would, because like, you know. But also it's not even like a I can't do like a glamour set with it either. So there's a lot of pieces of gear that I have here that I would prefer to put in the armoire if I could put the entire set in there. But if even there's like a remote chance in my mind that I'm like, oh, I could probably wear this, then like no. That's why like these two, I wear these two sweaters like all the time. So most likely these are gonna stay out here. So at least until there's like a moment in time in my mind where I'm like, okay, like I'm done wearing this, but that's probably not gonna happen. So yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of things like I would be okay with putting away. No, if I know for sure I can like put it away. Like this robe, like I may not frequently wear this robe now. That's the other thing too. You got to remember, like, so as I was just saying too, the being able to toggle on and off certain pieces of gear is going to force me to go back into the armoire and bring some of that stuff out and put it inside of the dresser, and like vice versa. 100%. That singular change alone is insane. So I cannot wait for the opportunity to be able to like actually sift through my stuff and like, because there's just too many pieces of gear that you can't that you can modify probably, and like it's gonna go insane. So, and like right now, like Sessiion's outfit is like the new hotness right now. So like it's in the glamour dresser, and honestly, it'll probably stay there when I think about it out loud. So, yeah, like if also like there's a moderate chance too, just depending on like how my brain may act and think or feel. Like if I ever decide to get a second set, because like I totally would, then that set can go into the armoire and like that's fine. Wait, jet black is not jet black. Did I put away the ninja chest piece? I think I did take it out actually. I did. That piece was jet black as well actually. This is metallic blue. No, I can stay. So, but yeah, I don't put all the cash shop stuff away, because like a good majority of cash shop stuff that I know that I'm not gonna wear goes in the armor. So, but for me, like I'm a chest guy. So like any like the majority of my pieces of gear are just like solely chest pieces. That being said though, if this set wasn't all one piece, if it was separated, I probably would have put the hand piece away, and probably the shoes. I would have kept the dress chest piece and the pants piece in the dresser if they were separated, but they're not separated, so like, yeah, I put them all in the as one. So that's my thought process, at least. Wait, why are these separated? Where are these shoes? In the dresser, but they are. Okay. I don't have that, but I have these. Okay. That and like feet probably. I really like the shoes. The shoes is gonna go crazy. So, but same thing though. My current challenge though is being able to figure out and fit a lot of the shoes. The thing is that I had to like actively go through every single piece of gear that I have just to figure out if I can even like, because none of these can be put in the armoire, but they can be put in as like a set. That's the challenge as well. Because the patch note says that only Dawntrail gear and onward can be put in the armoire for dungeon stuff. Which is also part of like the update like down the road, right? Like they're gonna eventually continue to work on it. Here, I'm actually okay with taking out scouting. But I have to test it though. I still haven't like figured it out entirely. Honestly, they should just like do away with the armor entirely and then just like, I would like for the armoire to be part of the glamour dresser in like the tab, because switching, I never check the armoire whenever I do glamour stuff unless I know for sure that there's like a thing that's inside the armoire that I absolutely have to grab out of there. Otherwise, like I hardly ever open it. Like all of these I can't wait to put away eventually. Okay. Oh, wait, that changes things actually. Hold on. I need this. I love this window. This window is so fire. Actually, give me all this. I'm cool with that too. The virtue stuff can go into the armoire. That's huge. Wait, I'm gonna test something actually. Okay. Cause you know, if the headpiece for that ninja piece that I have from the PvP thing, if the trophy crystal, oh wait, here. If the late Allegan gear was able to go back into the armoire along with the wait, let me grab this helmet real quick. Along with like the gear from the PvP set stuff too, that would be fire. But it doesn't look like it. No. Okay. The dresser system will be a lot easier to also go through once I know for sure like stuff that I can like put away. But also like I like that a lot of the idea sets too only take up like one space. That saves me like such a headache as well. So Okay. We have to be careful. So one thing I've learned is that the armoire does not register your gear set stuff. So I have to make sure that whatever I have equipped doesn't have materia in it, because it can be part of like an ultimate set. So we just have to be careful about that. But also, I have to go through eventually and go grab all the crap from the other stuff. That's gonna be oh, the antiquated gear can go in here too, which is tough though, because I actually don't. That's gonna also require some theory crafting. You say that I can't. I gotta keep that. Keep that. Put those away. Put all these away. This is the thing that I know for sure that would take me forever. I have to be careful with this stuff. Yes, that's fine. I would like eventually put this stuff away, but like not until fruit is like completely. I already have that in my thingies. That's fine. I think I have those two also inside of my thing, but I don't remember. This can't go in. Yep. Shoes, shirt, that. Okay. Now I will say though, if there is one thing that I would like for them to eventually incorporate, which down the road, it's okay. And also by the time that I ask for the feature, it'll already be gone. But if I was able to have like an automatic function where it can just kind of auto put stuff in, that would also be wonderful. But it's okay though, because it's already going to be like long overdue pretty much. What's up, Nobu? One of these rings I need to keep. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. Dang, is that actually it though? I'm doing pretty good right now. We're chilling. We're chilling. Okay, so Clash of Gears here. Oh man, now I have a much more longer grind than I expected to have, because I do plan on filling all of this up, because that's going to be the Shadowbringers gear. Oh, I want to test 20 action on mobile. Yeah, I'm going to try to see if I can update the live mobile reaction, because the keynote and death panel reactions are on my phone. I did not realize that the stream was cutting out so often. It didn't look like it was on my side, so I had no idea. But I had the full videos on my phone, and I couldn't figure out how to like immediately like import it. It was giving me like I can do like a file transfer, but like when I tried doing it last time, it was like the videos are like 4 or 5 gigs each, so I'm a lot. But yeah. Well, yeah, I'm glad that I had like a backup plan for it too, because I was really afraid that like the stream would have like cut out, because the internet apparently like the internet. Okay, I'm trying to think about this actually. How I do it. If I was able, so the internet that I had established in, so for registration day was on Thursday, right? That's when all the homies like pulled up to the thing. We were all in that line, which by the way, the con thing is still real, where a lot of people do not shower prior, nor do they bathe during. Just saying. But it's okay. Like I had a matcha and like I cologned, so I was chilling, but like I, you know, in passing, like I'll walk past a person and then you can smell like the I've been playing this ultimate for like 3 hours, haven't cleared it yet, you know, smell, which is fine. But anyways, the hall that we registered in was different than the hall where the convention took place. So the Wi-Fi that I connected to, granted it's all one centralized Wi-Fi, the point I guess that it picked up on was different than where I was supposed to go to. So I had to reconnect to the Wi-Fi. By the time that I realized it, I was like, oh no. And then I had to like try to like restart it. But by the time I tried doing that, literally the keynote was counting down. So I was like, let's just forget about it. I'll deal with it later. So that's why my backup plan was to record it though. So yeah, there was a meme of a concert girl was holding up deodorant instead of a place of light sticks. Lordy. I mean, it is crazy. You know what though? I will tell you this much as well. Okay, I'm not trying to be like that guy, but I got complimented by Sherb. Okay, she said that my fashion was on point in comparison to other people that were there. I'm just saying, my fashion game was really like you couldn't actually tell that I was even like attending FanFest as like a nerd because my outfit game was just so like it was typically me, you know what I mean? Like even like right now I'm wearing like a button down shirt. I'm not wearing like a big printed shirt or get like 14 on it, whatever that it is, right? So like I'll actually try to explain to you my outfits because it shouldn't be that hard. So outfit number one, I wore what I'm gonna call like the jazzy outfit. I wonder if I can find like a photo of it somewhere. Actually, I should be able to see them. Cause nope, that's the wrong Discord. I think my people got sick. I don't know about that though. I didn't hear anybody really get sick per se. I just heard that like people were. You know what's crazy? Actually, I didn't hear a single negative thing about the con until like way after the fact. The only thing that I noticed that I was kind of like, huh, that's kind of like quick, was the cosplay walk was like, I think they had a segment for it for like 2 hours. They were done in like an hour and like 20 minutes. So I think they had like an idea of how many people were going to be attending the con, and then shockingly enough, or the cosplay walk, and then like they were done. So, I mean, like, I don't have a clue, but in my mind, though, it was kind of like, Paradox got hit with the post-con crud. I don't even know who that is or what that is. But RIP, I guess. I have no idea. Well, you mean Perry, like the Kindred person? Like the Raider player? Or should smooth up the walk a bit by sending out personal photos? Oh, I don't, yeah, I mean, I can just tell you that, like, at least for me personally, like, man, this shit is crazy, actually. Okay. Yo, look at my boy being so styled. Yo, he's so fucking hot, dude. So this is the jazzy outfit. I had on pink button down. I had the FanFest sweater wrapped around my waist, and then I wore like light blue shorts, and I had watermelons on my shorts, you know, and my little shoes. It was cool. So that's my boy Boston, man. And then there's my queen. Yo, I'm not gonna try this. I'm not gonna like dox him, but I'm gonna let you know, this guy right here, F this guy. I know who he is. Anyways, so that was a jazzy outfit. Or, you know, because our favorite color is pink, so you know we go pink. Thursday outfit. I wonder if I can find that actually. It's gonna be kind of tough though, because we didn't really have like a I didn't really have like a full blown like standing up photo taken. So let me see. Mako? Imagine actually. If it was Mako, yo, Mako's fucking ugly. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's my guy though. There's definitely a karaoke video of me singing somewhere, and I am actively like something. Damn, I can't find it. Okay. Maybe I can try to find a video. Oh my god, it's crazy actually. Alright. They were singing Evanescence. It's crazy, bro. Oh, Lord have mercy. I freaking love my people, bro. They're also hilarious, actually. Everyone took more time like video recording better than me. I'm actually so bad at video recording. It's kind of nuts actually. Oh, that was supposed to be with the fan because it was cold. Hopefully I turned. Do I turn this video? All I see is Jazzy. Once I find like an appropriate photo, actually, I'm not okay. So like, the other thing too is I'm trying not to necessarily like, I want to respect anybody who's particularly interested in like keeping their privacy. You know, like for an easy example, like I had the pleasure of meeting Sherb, and I noticed from Sherb's posting while she was at FanFest that she covered her face basically, which makes a lot of sense. So, you know, I don't want to necessarily like take a picture of a person and be like, oh my god, look at them, you know what I mean? Because like it's kind of like a lot. However, I think that's my. Let me think. Missing. I don't even like remember what songs I sung, let alone to like. So also like for a record too, we went to karaoke. Yo, that was a time. So. Wait, maybe. I'm trying to think, is this work? Oh, okay. I look like I'm like meme mugging, but I'm like over here singing like crazy actually. Okay, cool. So here's me. So I had on sunglasses. I had a purple button down, and I had like a dark blue hoodie, purple shorts, and then I had my necklace on, and this was the Farah outfit. So I wore that. And that was on Friday. So I wore that also during the keynote at FanFest, etc. Blah 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 blah. Then Sunday, this is the outfit where I got the compliment and I was kind of like, oh my. Okay. This is me in front of the panel thingy. So this was me here. This was Saturday. So we wore this for the Primals concert and the Saturday eventing. So I had a blue button down, open with a t-shirt. There's my little sword again. You know what I'm saying? And then khaki shorts and then my shoes. So, and then Sherb was like, yo, it's actually kind of a little bit of fashion, you know. So yeah, I did want to. So that's what I considered. Yeah. So all of my outfits were themed to some small degree. That kept me like a personal thing. So yeah, Thursday was themed for Jazzy. Friday was themed for Farah, and then Thursday was Jazzy. Friday was Farah. Saturday was like Dawn Trail, basically. So it was really cool. I had a fun time playing around with the outfit basically. So. Plus, not to mention, like, yo, the amount. Okay, so like, let me just kind of like give you the process of like my thing. Nerd, Kayla, goodbye. Okay, so like first and foremost, as I said beforehand, before I even like was getting ready for my trip and like flying out, right? Like, my company did like a bunch of like layoffs, which is like really sad. We're chilling though for now. We'll figure it out down the road. Right, go on the trip. Me in the process to the airport. Firstly, I took the bus to the airport, and I'm not gonna lie to you, not a good idea. Not that it was a bad trip or anything, but because like for me, the bus was just packed. But thankfully, the process of getting there was really easy and really quick. So I was kind of like, you know, easy, you know, we're out of there. Boom. So I go to the you know, I take the can't English, oh my gosh. Take the bus, got to my terminal, go through the security, one fell swoop. I got through security so unbelievably quick that I was like, wow, I have like 4 hours to kill in the airport, which is good though, because like I never like being at the airport like on the last minute. Just because like for me that way I don't got to deal with any of the insanity that's like a possibility while I'm over there. So we get some food, we get some coffee, sit there, and then we tested the stream on the phone, which was a success. Go on our flight, boom, we out. Flying across, my first flight was from New York to Denver, and it was nice because basically I had the aisle, the middle seat was empty, so me and then the person was at the window. Really easy for the both of us to just have extra leg room, and like we were just big chilling. I was watching Harry Potter Sorcerer's Stone, and I was very surprised how well, firstly, that I remember that movie. Like I remember the movie like word for word. That was like kind of wild to me. So then I entered like that mental kick where it's like, man, I gotta just rewatch all Harry Potter moving forward. I tried to, okay, so also I will say this much too, I brought like my gaming laptop to the trip. That was a mistake. Until literally until Monday. But then again, when I think about it too, though, it actually wasn't because like I was able to do clock spots and you know dabble in 14 like while I was in the hotel, but I could have easily gone through the whole entire trip without ever opening that thing, so it was like not a big deal. So like to some small degree, bringing my laptop kind of a mistake. But anyway, we fly over. I try and open my laptop in the airplane and try to play a game. Then I tried to plug in my laptop into the like plug thingy that's in the airplane, and like it wasn't charging my laptop. So I played Tetris for like a half hour with Harry Potter in the background, and then I was like, dang, this isn't my laptop like isn't charging. So I kind of like gave up on that. So I put it back away, and then you just watch Harry Potter. Then I got an hour layover in Denver. And thankfully that process was really easy. The difference though was at a middle seat, and then I was next to this bodybuilder. This guy must have been like 500 pounds of just pure protein. That boy was big, okay? Like I mean like broad shoulders, like Broly Super Saiyan like style of a top. Like yo, he was big boy, okay? I was literally like this, just kind of like hands together on my phone, just trying to like, you know, I downloaded during my layover in Denver. I downloaded Harry Potter, Chamber of Secrets, Fast 9, and then like old school cartoons. And I made sure that when I saw how big this dude was, and I was next to him in the middle seat, I took out my phone and my headphones just to like sit like this. I sat like this for 3 hours on the plane on the way over there. And thankfully to my left was like this sweet old granny. She was so cute. She was like, oh, like, do you want like a candy? And I'm like, no, like, you're so kind. And then she was like, do you have space? Do you need like a, you know, let me know if I have to ever like ask the flight attendant for anything that you might need. Like, you know, I'm here for you. And I was just like, oh my God. And she was playing Mahjong. Yeah, she was so cute, dude. So then, like, she and I were conversing very minorly. You know, I was like, hey, like, you know, like, what are your, you know, why are you on the trip? Whatever that it was. And she was like, oh, you know, like I have family over here. I'm also gonna go do some gambling in Vegas. And then I freaking gave her like a mental dab. I was like, you know what, hell yeah. And then I explained to her that I was going to a gaming festival, and she was like, is it like Anime Con? And I was like, yes. so it was really cool. And then like both of us put on headphones, and then we just kind of like headed on through the flight. It was really great. I helped her bring her bag down, and then she let me go through because she was like, oh, your suitcase isn't checking, so you can go first. And then I was gone. But yo, the bodybuilder guy, I don't know what happened to him, but he must have been going through something personal, because first of all, that man was like sleepy, okay? Bro kept on like squirming to try to find like a safe like a place to like lay his head like in sleep. Couldn't figure it out for like 2 hours. I went through all of the of like Harry Potter, just like feeling him go like this the whole time, and I'm over here just like, don't kill me, please. It was crazy actually, but it was, you know, but again, thankfully, you know, it was not that big, because he got that one spot, and then like you can just tell that he knocked out because bro was just like, you know what I mean? So it was really helpful. Then pick up my suitcase, met Brian Ricardo prior to the flight. Also had no idea. We were getting ready to get called up for our group members on the plane. Met Brian Ricardo, took a selfie, lit. Then we land, and then he and I are both waiting next to each other to pretty much like go get like our suitcases, whatever. And then I was like, yo, like I'll see you when I see you at the FanFest. Have fun, and I'll catch you later, whatever. And then like it turns out that we're all going to the same place, because the way how like it works is if you're gonna get like an Uber, for example, to go to your hotels, then you all conglomerate like in this one area, and the cars like slowly kind of come through around. So like Brian's ahead of me already because he got there before me. I got like a little lost, even though I left before him. And then there was me. Then there was like, I don't even remember who it was exactly, but if I remember, it was either like Xenosis's mod or like his editor or like his marketing guy, one of them. He's there like smoking a cigarette with a suitcase, and then he's like, hey, like how do I get a cab? And I was like, well, it's Uber, so you just call it like an Uber. He's like, oh, I can't like hand hail a cab. And I'm like, well, no, it's not like it's New York. You just gotta go on your phone and grab like an Uber. And he was like, oh, okay. He's like, and then he starts hitting me with the interview, like, you know, like, oh, like how long have you been playing 14? Are you going to FanFest? And I was like, you know, kind of like an you know, 10 years, whatever. And then he basically confirmed that he's like Xenos' guy, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then I get in the car and I'm gone. Also, like they upgraded my car, because when I first like called my Uber, it was like a silver Honda or something, and then they changed drivers, and then it was like a dude in like a black Jeep, and like the Jeep looked really nice, so I was kind of like, oh snap. And then you know how sometimes like it'll tell you that, oh hey, like this person's picking you up with this license plate number, and like it's like a 2026 like whatever. So the person was in like a 2026 like Jeep SUV, which I was like, that's really cool. But like the app definitely lied, because the guy's car was not like brand new, like year wise. It was definitely like several years older, which was like fine. It just kind of like, you know, whatever. Because I thought that I got in the wrong car. He comes out and he's like, yo, Sessiion, and I was like, oh yeah, that is me. I was like, okay, cool, this is the car you have. And then he got in the, you know, and then he had on a podcast of two people talking about the new Michael Jackson movie, which apparently was like terrible. Which was like, I was not paying attention that much. I just simply like dropped off my stuff after I got out the hotel, checked in real easy. They gave me all the amenities I needed, and then I pulled up. So then I'm like, you know, I walk into my hotel room, massive hotel room, like a premium looking one for the price that I paid, which is incredible. Then I basically like, I take out like my suitcase. I start like laying out some of my clothes, you know, set my laptop up, you know, all that stuff, and then, you know, make sure I have like everything that I need for tomorrow, like my outfit, you know, shoes, stickers, etc. Not even like 5 minutes, I in the Discord, I'm like, hey, I just made it to my hotel and I landed, I'm safe, boom, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I got like a Discord message, yo, get ready, what hotel are you at? I'm like, oh, I'm at the Marriott over here. Okay, we'll see you in 5 minutes. And I'm like, what? People were already on the way to come scoop my entire, you know, unmental prepared brain to go out and go drinking, which is fine. But after flying and like, you know, eating, I was like, okay, I kind of want to like just like watch some Blacklist TV, chill, Netflix, and just kind of put some 14 on the side, kind of craft like a little bit. Nope, we going out. So then they pull up, I'm outside, like I'm kind of leaning against the wall. I got like my phone out, looking at Twitter like a little bit here and there, posting my stuff here and there. Literally I hear two bros window out the car, like the pig from that one like Geico commercial with the ribbons, Sessiion, and I'm already like, oh my god, yo, like it was such a surreal moment. I'm like, yo, like it's crazy actually that there's people that are like actively about to meet me in person for the first time ever. And the thing is that like, okay, so like obviously everyone knows what my face looks like because I'm always here. I knew no one else's faces. So like, I'm like, do these people actually like know me or like not at all, you know? But then like they all start like introducing themselves, and I'm like, oh my god, like it's you, like oh my god, you know. I started like high-fiving, hand shaking, hugging everyone, and then we kind of just just drive away and then go to a bar. So Blacklist FPS show, yeah, I'm watching the hacker show. So right, then we all like pull up to the bar. The bouncer is not a 14 player, but he is like an RPG nerd. because he goes on full detail to explain to me how like, oh, these parts didn't count. About how like he plays a lot of like shooting games and like role playing games, and I was kind of like, oh, like that's really cool, you know, like you have fun, whatever, you know. Slowly King Fest, low-key famous. Listen, I'm not even done with the story, so just it's far from over for this entire trip. It was ridiculous actually. Anyways, we go to the bar, playing darts, drinking, theorizing about EVERCOLD, lots of ideas, absolutely incredible, wonderful time. Head home. I knocked the hell out because like obviously it's 3 hours like earlier, so when we get home or when I get back to my hotel, it's probably like midnight, like PST, so it's 3 a.m. EST. So my brain is like dead shot. Like I need to bed like hella super crazy fast. But then I get up and I wake up at like 6 a.m. and I'm like, oh my, or no, yeah, like 6 a.m. and I'm like, man, this L, because I had to be on site at the registration at like 7 a.m. just so I can like go through the whole process. Yo, we got there. I got there so early. I took a cab, grabbed me like a matcha, because like that's my wave right now. Head through security, nothing in sight. Brought Timmy with me to the venue. He and I were in line for like a good hour, just watching people kind of like come on by. And then of course like everyone was slowly kind of like making their way through. It was mad chill. This is where the first wave of like fame hits me, where I'm like, this is crazy actually. So people, not just in my little circle of people that I know, right, in the Discord that I was in, people, I mean like random people that I've never seen before or met before ever, either find me on Discord or they message me on Twitter and they're like, oh my god, is that you, Sessiion? I see you from here. They take a picture of me and then they just send it from like all different angles of like whatever. So in my mind, I'm like, I don't know who you are, what you look like, where you're from, if you watch me, I know nothing. So then I start getting these random pictures, and like there's one, and like this, okay, I literally like get the message, open it up, look at it, and it's a picture taken on like my left side of my face. I immediately turn and I don't see anybody looking at me being like, oh my god, like hi, giggling at, like nothing. All I see is people still just looking straight, walking, because you know we're kind of like snaking to get in line for registration. And I'm like who the fuck did that? Then Kuji and Kaya come in, and then they are also like online together, and then even he starts brushing by me. I wonder if I can like find the pictures. This bro took probably like 8 different photos of me in the process of like me like anything. Like yo, it was insane actually. Let me see. I can't immediately find it. It's okay. All you have to know is that like, yo, he took a picture of like, he touched my hand and he's like, oh my god, like it's Sessiion, and then that was the picture, and then that's the caption, and I'm like, yo, chill, chill, right? So then, and then every time I pass by Kuchi and Kai, we kind of like converse in the process. But even then too, though, I'm still getting messages of like people being like, oh hey Sessiion, it's so nice to meet you, I hope that we can get like a photo. And then it's like, it's somebody and like it's the back of my neck, and I'm like, and like they're like, oh look, you brought Timmy also, and I'm like, I literally 180 turn, and I'm like looking, I'm like, yo, who took this picture? And I have no idea. So then at that point I'm like, all right, this is bizarre. I'm gonna just stay focused on my phone and then just keep on. But the thing is that like more and more pictures kept on coming through. Eventually it's like, so there was 2 lines for getting your registration completed. So first you have the snaking line. At the end of that line, they start to divide you into groups so that you can kind of get in line to give them like your badge, get your bracelet, and then your poster and like the goodie bag, and then you leave. I literally was at the back of one of those groups, and I could literally see everybody that's like snaking, and I still had a photo taken of me, And mind you, I'm standing like this, looking at everyone. There's a person that's like probably like either one line behind, so it's like a row of people, and then a person behind that. Someone there took a picture of me directly, a full body photo, and they were like, "Session spotted," and I'm like. And then of course, like I try and figure out like who it is, and they definitely went to the other line. So like that person just kind of caught like a full photo of me, and like that was it. So I'm already over here like, all right, I guess I guess like it's happening, you know. So and it doesn't stop there because it got even. It was the same thing over when we get into the actual like fan festival during like Friday and Saturday too. Like same thing. So after finally getting registration, we all like link up, you know, take like photos, we start hanging out, figuring out what like the plan is, etc. What, you know, we're just big chilling. Then we all start to kind of like leave the venue, go get food, that sort of thing. But and this is where I was like, thank goodness this plan worked out, because so like I was gonna buy flowers in the airport. But shockingly enough, airports don't have flowers, which was stupid. I needed to buy flowers to give to Jazzy and Farah, because if you don't know, anytime I see them in game, I will literally like walk up to them and then I will emote them like the bouquet. So I literally would do this to them in game anytime I saw them, right? So of course in my mind I was like, you know, I had it planned out in my head for the longest time already that I was going to do exactly that, which is like fire. So essentially, I needed to find a place where I can get flowers, because like, duh. Jazzy's glasses apparently got damaged, that we had to go get them repaired, and we needed like a glasses kit so that they can like get the screws and whatever that it was. So we were going to Target. And Target was perfect because like Target definitely has flowers. So I saw the little booth section where all the flowers were at, and I was like, oh my god, this is a dream come true. So I literally grabbed like pink flowers for Jazzy, purple for Farah, and then I got them in my backpack, and we just over here chilling, waiting until we all meet up. We were gonna go do like an escape room, and also get like matcha in the process, because like matcha is of course like the wave. So we were gonna go to a board game place where you can kind of sit and play all. They have like walls and hundreds of thousands of games that you can play pretty much. But then we like time kind of flew by because everyone's getting ready, you know, going to go do stuff. Like it was fine. But then we go to this escape room, and then that's when I pull up, and then I see Jazzy in the process of like, you know, getting like really excited because all of her friends are here, and we're all gonna start taking like photos and like whatever the hell that it was. But then of course, like me being me, literally like dropped my bag and then recreated the emote to give to her, and she was definitely like, oh my god. And then everyone was like, it's just like in game. and it cracked me up too. So here is literally the video of me replicating it entirely, outfit and all, you know. So I literally got flowers, they hold my matcha, I pull up on one knee, and then dying. So it was super cute. I was really happy that we had the opportunity to do that. You know, so, and then we go into the escape room, and the theme, basically we called it Endwalker theme, because the Endwalker theme, it was called the End of Days, was like the actual name of the theme. So I was very much like, bro, that's just Endwalker, like, you know. So we just go do Endwalker. And then of course you have like an hour. So if you don't know like escape room is, they have like it's like a big room puzzle thing, whatever that it was. I'm so mad that they took this photo of me in the bar. This is me in the bar, by the way. Yeah, it's so blurry. It is what it is. Anywho, so we managed to escape. Now it's funny though, because like Jazzy took photos of us all kind of like thinking like really in depth about like the process actually. So we're over here thinking about like everything that's going on. Again, got me that good old fashioned you know. But then we managed to escape, which is cool. Clearly was facts. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Big? How's it going? Right. So then we finished the escape room, and then then we go to round one. Round one is a bowling alley that also has like pachinko, like JP games. and like arcade games, and like it was super lit. So so then like obviously, so Farrah wasn't with us at the escape room because she was playing round one, because she was like, I need to start partying now, which I thought was super lit. I wonder if I can find the video. I don't know yet though, but we'll see. Oh, there it is. Okay, so then so again, I've been heavily anticipating the inevitability of like seeing both the queens. Like, of course I was, because like, why the hell wouldn't I? So like, all I hear is Sessiion, and I'm like, oh, and so this is what happens. You know, flowers in hand, bag dropped, not a care, big hug, super hype, bowling alley, and then of course, and then then she starts dying, and then for context too, yeah. So so this person, if you pay attention to this person, they thought that I was proposing to Farrah, which was so hilarious. Because then because this person's recording a video of them, and then they're like, oh my god, like look, and then look at the people in the background. yo, it was so hilarious. And then the person over here is like, the person over here is like, holy crap, yo, it was so funny. So, yeah, they thought that I was proposing to Farrah, which, I mean, like, please, I would be honored if I was the husband in that case scenario, but like, it is what it is, right? Yeah, so then we start getting food over there. We started having like a drink or two, and I got me like a lemonade. But everyone started freaking out that we were like getting a proposal in process, which like I never heard of somebody like proposing with flowers. But I was gonna sacrifice my introversion, you know, fear of I was like, you know, regardless of what happens and who's watching, I'm doing the emote. You know what I mean? So we secured the flowers to the homies. It was wonderful. Then we start, you know, we start going on like this rampage. When I tell you rampage, okay, so if you guys don't know, Jazzy is a massive fan of Hatsune Miku, which I think is like super lit. They had a concert that they were going to go to on Sunday. So this game we go to, they got those claw machines where you can like try to whatever, and they had like these big Hatsune Miku dolls inside those machines. So of course, like Jazzy and like her husband were like fully committed on getting one of those for her. So like a bunch of us were like, you know how people kind of like watch like a guide in 14? It's like 8 people in one room looking at a whole strat and trying to like interpret how to do everything. Yo, I kid you not, it was the 8 of us, okay? At the minimum, all of us were sitting there freaking cracking at this machine to win this Hatsune Miku, and it was insane. So we actually figured out the gimmick behind it as well. So if you go play these games, I feel like these work everywhere. So take this with you to count. When you press the button, right, you move the handle and then you get it above the thing. You press the handle, it'll go down and then try to grab it. But there's a trick. Apparently, you can press the button again so that it grabs the claw earlier. So once I realized you can do that, I was like, oh, just literally as it's coming down, before it actually gets to touch the doll, just grab it and it'll scoop it and then drag it over. And we were like, okay, we'll try that out. And then literally, I mean, I didn't succeed in it. Oh, Queen. But we got the dolls. So it was actually godlike, actually. So I forget who won the doll, actually. I think it was, was it Kuchi, did you get the doll, the first one for Jazzy? I know that, he won his own doll. But I forget if she won the doll. Oh no, she did win it actually, because we told her how to acquire the doll basically. So she got like super. Oh, was it Aoi? Oh, it was Aoi. Okay, that's what it was. So once we figured out like how you can acquire the doll, Aoi went in and grabbed the doll, and like we got so effing crazy hype, and so did Jazzy, because obviously like she won said doll, was like super lit. So yeah, and then of course and then he tried it again, took the same strategy, and he got a doll like not even like 3 minutes later. It was hilarious, right? And this is all still on like the Thursday, so we're like just super big chilling, right? Was this the same day? Oh yeah. So then we go to like this arcade bar that has like like a bunch of fighting games. They had like Street Fighter to Marvel to Capcom to Smash Bros, Mario Kart, the whole 9 yards. And then we have the immaculate pleasure of meeting like the one and only Alinea. She literally pulls up. Also, like everyone was making fun about how, because she's, you know, she a little short. We saw Alinea at the thing, and it was godlike. So we pull up, and everyone's getting super excited about the idea. We take this big ass photo. It was super chill. Then we find out. Well, I find out after Cinnamon actually confirms it. If y'all don't know, there's a very famous, legendary Street Fighter player. His name is Alex Valle. He's like a master of Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 4 and like 5. I don't know if he played Street Fighter 3 though, but whatever. So the owner of the bar is another fighting game player, and Alex Valle kind of helps like manage the bar, which was crazy. So I didn't realize it at all because I was just too busy being like an idiot, which was fine. But turns out that this guy was actively at the bar. So then Cinnamon was like, "You do know who that is, right?" And I'm like, I feel dumb not knowing. So like, no, who was it? And then they confirmed that it was him. And then I was like, yo, oh my god. And then I'm like, it makes so much sense because literally it's a freaking bar arcade that's got like just a metric ton of fighting games. And so, and Alex was like, he was so chill. Okay, so let me also give you some context to the situation too. So I'm obviously egoed out of my mind because they're over there playing Smash Bros. I saw people playing 1v1s and whatever, so I'm like, you know what, I could beat everybody in this bar, it's whatever. And in confirmation though, I was the best in the bar because I was watching everyone else play, and I'm like, nope. Like I would beat all of them, right? So then like the homies kind of gather up. We all start playing together. You know, like it's me, it's Space, it's Coochie, it's freaking it's Cinnamon. Like we're all just super chilling, playing us some Smash Bros. And then you know, sometimes you put the 1/4 in, and it's like, here comes a new challenger. So 2 people had quarters that they basically entered in to come pull up and play some freaking Smash Bros. All right, one of them was Jazzy's husband Boston, who, like, I love that man to death, but he is a very chill axe player. Like he's very chill, reserved, laid back. He's like, you know what, I'm here to have fun. It is what it is. Me, I'm on my simp shit. I'm like, listen, I love the queen to death. I can't hit her. I can't beat her in Smash Bros. I refuse. I can't touch her. I think Coochie hits her with the like an attack, and then I whoop his ass in Smash Bros. And then eventually, I feel like, and also like, and the other person that was in the match with us was Jazzy. Jazzy plays Ness, and she had 3 lives, and I was playing Violet, and I had 2. So then, at some point, I like Jazzy had high HP, so I knock her out the arena, and like it was whatever. Yo, come to find out that, and I'm not even like exaggerating, yo, Jazzy is actually so good at Smash Bros. I was not mentally ready because like she basically did a back throw, and if you don't know Ness, so Ness from like Earthbound, his back throw is like mad powerful. He'll grab you and like just toss you that way, and you go, I mean like you go flying, okay? So I'm high up, I'm trying to recover, and then Ness has another move. If you press up B, you use PK Cutter, which is like a little like blue thingy like chasing you around. If it hits you, you fly directly up. And let me just preface too that like that is high tech. If you know how to PK Cutter tech to the ceiling, like that's a big brain like high level player move. Yo, Jazzy literally, she sniped me with it and it almost killed me, and I was like, that was the first moment immediately that I was like, uh-oh, like I'm not actually about to like lose to this. There's no way actually, right? So then I make it back on the platform. She uses a PK cutter and misses me. Also, for context, if like hi Smokey, thank you for the resub, I appreciate it, welcome on in. If you use Ness's PK cutter, right, and then like let's say that you like use it and it's following you, whatever, if it touches Ness, he flies in that direction, and the attack that he does is like stupid powerful. So me being such an idiot, I was like, oh, like you missed, Jazzy, and then like she circles it around and she hits me, and she killed me, and I was like jaw dropped so badly. I was like, no, I'm not about to win. I'm actually about to lose this. And she cooks my shit, and I was like, it's like, oh my god, and then I walk away. I was like, you know what? No, I can't beat the queen. She's actually much better than me. Like, GG scenario. As a result of Jazzy beating me, Alex Valle, who was watching the match from a distance, was like, oh, who won the Smash Bros match against Sessiion? And then she was like, oh, that was me, but like, I didn't deserve it. And then like he gave her a free drink for whooping my ass in Smash. And I was just kind of like, all right, all right, you got it. So that was why it was like really incredible to have the opportunity to like to game with them, because like, so he was very kind. And then yes, Alex Valle was there. Yeah. So he actually was at the venue, at the bar that we went to, and it was super chill. So he gave her like a free drink, and it was really sick, and then we just kind of like chilled out, and it was like wonderful, Then he gave us like this incredible speech about like, and it honestly served as like such a friendly reminder to me that I really have to just learn how to, like, you become a legend by being like a humble and like chill, laid back person, basically. So I'm taking that with me to the bank forever. So essentially he was like, you're a content creator, and you know what it takes to become like one of the greats, right? It's about being good, and also about and like being honest. And I was like, yo, that's facts. He's like, he's like, okay, I can already tell by like your aura. And he said that I was aura farming, bro. He was like, I can tell by your aura that like people respect you, but they also fear you because you're so good at the game that you play. And he doesn't know about 14. He knows about fighting games, but he understood that we all play 14. So, but he like saw that he's like, and then of course like everyone that was there also was like, yo, like Sessiion is so good at the game, like he's actually so whatever, blah blah blah. And I'm like, stop. And then he was like, you see, they're proving my point. He's like, you're so good at the game, you have to learn how to like admit to yourself that you're good, but you can't like rub it in people's faces. Don't be useless, be useful. And I was just kind of like, holy shit, I guess like turning like a new leaf over, you know what I mean? So he's like, if you maintain this pathway down the road, you will become one of the great legends of 14. And I immediately was trying to like fight back, like I'm not gonna cry that Alex Valle just told me that I could be legendary in a game that he doesn't play. So like, I'm gonna just sit there and whatever, right? And then he goes back to work, and then he covers like a bunch of the tab, gives like a bunch of us like a bunch of free drinks, which is really sick. And then like we just like chill. It was so godlike. So, with that case in point, I just learned that for my own personal sake. We chilling. No, he doesn't play 14. He was he just understood, because like so essentially his friend owns the bar, and he like runs the bar. Essentially, so a lot of the local areas were pre-informed about 14 and the FanFest, that a lot of people were like, oh hey, like you can basically reward people by showing up to your venue if they have like the bracelets on. So we did that, and so like I didn't realize it, but like I think that my tab had like a discount, like 10% or something like that. It was really chill. Like I was really happy about it. So it was like really nice. And then like one of the guys that was with us was basically like, he was drunk out of his mind, which is like fine, that's my boy, but Alex basically cut out like 5 of the drinks that he had while we were at the bar. So yeah, like it was so sick actually, you know. So wait 1 second, I have to okay. But yeah, so he's super chill, super sweet. It was super nice actually, and like we were really like, you know, it was a wonderful time. Then we go home after like lots and lots of drinks. In the car ride out of there, they start playing Everything Burnt at like 1 in the morning in the middle. Yo, let me just tell you too. Okay, so like New York City in general is usually really like loud and rowdy because like, you know, everyone's always up and about. Like you hear traffic, cars, you hear people like outside, whatever. This area was like pin drop quiet. Okay, like very quiet. Yo, so when the speakers in this one car starts blasting Everything Burnt, yeah, I was already like, yo, this is crazy. So I was very like embarrassed in the moment. I mean, it was fine though, but I was still kind of like, yo, chill. Then I got my Uber, headed out to the hotel. We out of there, you know. So yeah, it was crazy actually. So, I mean, and then, you know, and then we get ready to go for FanFest, and then of course like we get all of the juicy, crazy everything. We show up to the venue. Then I actually meet the Kings of Iron. I meet those people. They found me in the and again, then we get back to the process. We get back to the process of where people start just knowing the back of my neck and the side of my face, and they're like, I spot a Sessiion, and then they take a fucking picture of me, and or they're like, I see Timmy, like all this crazy shit, right? So I'm over here thinking to myself like, yo, like, and here's the problem, because during the registration, everyone was like line syncing, so it was much more organized. Here it was worse because the crowd, it was just like a bunch of people. There was no lines. Everyone was just kind of like condensed, packed in like this huge, just like amalgamation of people, like just chilling, standing up, waiting for the doors to open to go get into FanFest and like security, whatever. So I just kind of pull up in the random, like there's like this circular, like it might as well as be like AFK Limsa. I'm just sitting there, like waiting for something, trying to figure out where people are at, you know, whoever's around. My people are basically like on the way. It is whatever that it is. And then Saf was like, oh, I see a Sessiion, and I'm like, what? And then I catch the whole FC of Spokies in that one area, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, like it's cool. We start taking pictures, start trading some stickers, and then we start chilling and sitting. And then Fish is over there yapping to me the entire time about God knows what. I'm over here talking to other people. Freaking Trey's over here freaking giving me like a whole bag of cheese curds and taking like a photo, and then like goes back to wherever it freaking was at. Then somebody who is like generally like a lurker, I guess. What's up, Sazu? They basically took a photo and they were like, can I like grab a photo with you at some point in time when I get the chance to? And I'm like, oh yeah, sure. So then like I stand next to that person, take a photo. Then I'm taking more photos, and I'm like, and I'm over here getting like a bunch of random stickers and trading stickers out, and then we're like, you know, chilling and sitting down. And then we kind of start to like meander over, and then essentially there's like a stepping, like a bench, like a stone bench where you can just kind of like sit on. Me, of course, I'm like, I wonder how big this crowd is. So I stand up on that bench, and I just see that the the Hilton line, it probably takes like 8 to 10 minutes to walk from the corner of one of the Hilton like hotels to the other corner. It's a 10-minute walk to go from A to B. The fucking crowd of people went past the hotel to the point that they were like in the streets just waiting to get into the FanFest. It was crazy actually, right? So I couldn't even take like a picture to like confirm how many people that there were because it was just too far back, right? But somehow, even still, regardless of the fact, someone took a picture of me from so far away. It must have been with like a Nixon camera or something, zoomed in, and was like, and like, I mean, like the photo was like this close, and they were like, "I see it's hit me. Is that Sessiion?" in my DMs, and I'm like, and like, yo, I can't look that far back because I don't even see like people's faces. But someone somehow snagged a photo of me and then was like, "I'll see you there." And I'm like, and you got to remember too, I don't even know who any of these people are, because like mostly people are online people that like eventually pull up to the scene and then they'll, you know, so I don't know who anybody is. Anyways, then I catch up to, you know, we're kind of like, you know, meandering slowly into the venue. I spot like Linnea again, we go in together, and then we finally spot Afro Panda's head ass friggin' sitting in a random ass chair, and he Discord messaged me. He's like, "Yo, Sessiion, I'm right behind you." And I'm like, I don't know where that is, but okay. You know what I mean? So then he meets up with us. Then we go get into the seats for the keynote by the far right side, and then we give it for the keynote, and it was godlike. And then freaking all the news for that was actually like super stellar. So that is pretty much the news, at least for me leaving the freaking thing, my trip, until we actually gets to the release of the keynote. So it was crazy, but absolutely incredible. So yeah. Hi Dodo, how's it going? Can I see you as a tank? How do you feel about 14 officially being splitting tanks apart and calling 3 of them off tanks as official titles? Okay, so how do I feel about the tanks officially being split and having 3 off tanks? So as an immediate news, I will say this much. Immediate news, it sounds concerning because currently, I would say that the roles that you think are off tanks and the roles that you think are main tanks are not exactly what's being fulfilled by the player base right now. Okay, so what I mean by that is, within a certain degree, because I feel like you can kind of like fluctuate it like a lot. I think that historically, and even like still to this day, main tank players primarily consist of like warrior and or paladin, but more warrior than paladin. Most of the time that there's a warrior player, they're not playing off tank. That's like a general foundation. Even though I have said it for so many years that warrior is a much better, my God, off tank than it is like a main tank. So I wasn't too sure about that being like a thing at first, but then I was kind of like, well, this makes sense at least, right? So at least at that point in time, like I was okay with it, right? Also, thank you for turning me into an apple. I appreciate it. Right, so now that it's established that warrior, dark knight, and gunbreaker are all how do you wait, oh, I'm dumb, I gotta see. Now that it's confirmed that warrior, dark knight, and gunbreaker are all off tanks and main tank is paladin and the other tank, I was like, okay, this is not what I expected, because in my mind personally, when they made the announcement of them splitting main tank to off tank, I was like, oh, I didn't look at the job icons that they had like categorized it in. So in my mind, I was like, oh, main tanks are going to be gunbreaker, like warrior or dark knight, and then stop, right, and then paladin and warrior would be off tanks and like another thing. Okay, but then it becomes like a major shock to me when I kind of like looked and I was like, oh, because I was like, the icons are actually like established. I'm in the middle of trying to explain like a job thing. Hold on, I'll put them back for you, but hold on, let me just kind of get my thought across before I start like losing everything. Because once you turn that shit back on, I'm gonna be freaking lost in the sauce with it though. Whatever. So yeah. Sessiion had a video in his hotel room where one of the concerns in regards to the MT-OT thing was that if an OT can survive tank busters, why would you bring a main tank? Wait. Xenos had a video in his hotel room where one of the main concepts in regards to the MT-OT thing was that if an OT can survive tank busters, why would you bring them to MT, especially if an OT does more damage? My question is like, if they can't, what if going forward OTs are legit and just for party and the only reason you'd ever restrict the OTs so they take all of the minting since the take pushes. Okay. No. So let me kind of explain that to you, because I think right now, at face value, the explanation at least that there is about main tank versus off tank is that main tanks have the ability to either do more damage either with like a parry, or they just have some kind of button that lets them take damage a lot better for themselves personally. So like, and this is true, and it makes sense because Paladin right now has probably the best mitigation in the game in terms of overall utility, right? You have wings, you have Celtron, you have Rampart, Guardian, Bulwark, Intervention, etc. Right? So when you actually count and think about the mitigations that certain jobs have and their functional utility on like surviving, basically, main tank, at least for right now with Paladin has exceptionally powerful defensive cooldowns for itself personally. Paladin right now has the ability to buff itself up to take hits. It doesn't, I mean, I didn't see reprisal, so assuming that there's still reprisal in game, if roll abilities are changed under any capacity, that if a Paladin no longer has reprisal, then that's part of the reason why they're differentiating main tank from off tank. The only immediate thought process that I have. The parry thing, I don't think that the parry thing has like an immediate answer. Even though main tank currently has a parry, that makes total sense to me. But the thing is that like, because you have to also think about how it could work out for like an off tank thing as well. Okay, so but let me kind of first like finish my thought process. Okay, so the concern that people would have that Paladin and the new tank are main tanks and then the other 3 tanks are off tanks, I think is being taken a little too quickly into like the literalness of like what it could potentially be. And that makes sense because again, but like you don't really know, because out of the 5 tanks you only saw 1, and we only know that only Paladin for now has a parry. But the thing is that like Paladin also has abilities that would be great to cover other people. Like you have Clemency, which like again, would you ever use Clemency actually in battle? Like no, but like again, it's whatever. But you have access to intervention still. You can use intervention on another person. Your intervene turns into a cover. So like Paladin, even though it's being classified as a main tank, it still has just enough opportunity to be able to function to some degree as an off tank. So even though the categorization of the tanks being split the way that they are, firstly, it's still under development. It's not set in stone. But I'm not going to quickly and immediately say that automatically, because I'm a Gunbreaker main tank player right now, that I'm automatically shifting over to play off tank Gunbreaker, and the other 2 main tanks I have to play main tank with. I don't think that's a case scenario at all. It would be very bad if they decided, because like you're gonna have players that are gonna play the new tank and Paladin as like a composition, and you're gonna have players that are gonna play like Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, or like Warrior Dark Knight, right? The most powerful invuln usage comp right now in the game is Warrior and Dark Knight. So if both of those jobs change into off tanks and they're completely like lose their synergy as a result of it all, then like that's going to be a huge fumble for the dev team to have done that, and they're going to probably end up undoing it. But that's only if it's impossible to play with 2 off tanks or 2 main tanks. To what I personally understood is that main tanks have cooldowns that will buff themselves up to take hits better, whereas off tanks have buttons that will do that'll debuff the enemy so that they do less damage. I think that's the only immediate difference of what it is. I still think that it's possible for Gunbreaker or a Dark Knight to have a parry even though they're an off tank, because Paladin as a main tank has that access if they were to play off tank. The difference though is that how you actually do that will be completely dependent on like your knowledge of the job and how you can apply it in certain scenarios. And so as an example, that is you can basically, if you're playing off tank paladin, you can cover the main tank and then holy Sheltron at the last second and then still get the counter attack, and you can still use it even if you're playing as an off tank, right? Like you can still do that. But like, is that going to be effective in comparison to like a main tank? Well, no, because like it'll at least be trickier because you like have to play with cover. You can't just use Holy Sheltron as you want to, right? So I'm not under the impression that like only Paladin has a parry or the other main tank. I do think that it's possible for Gunbreaker or Dark Knight to also get a parry, but how they use the parry will be different than how a Paladin would basically, right? So like we shall see. Them being classified to main tank versus off tank though was definitely not what I expected, but it's also because from like a social construct though, historically the off tanks in this game right now are, not including ultimates, because in ultimates it's a completely different situation, but generally the main tanks are warrior, Dark Knight. The off tanks are Gunbreaker and Paladin, but you occasionally have like a main tank Paladin and a main tank Gunbreaker and an off tank Dark Knight. The most infrequent one that you'll find is an off tank warrior. Most warriors don't play off tank, they mostly play main tank. So now here's what I'll say, because again, there's not enough information to know for sure. I'm not under the impression that they'll do this, and if they do this, it'll be a huge weird thing to adjust to, but it'll depend, because again, there's somebody out there who is a main tank warrior one trick. They don't play anything else except for main tank and warrior. So if they're forced to play warrior off tank, that's just going to be weird for them to like make an adjustment if they're required to play warrior off tank. I don't think that they would do that to the tanks, even if we're getting a fifth tank, because to specifically limit how you can play certain roles like that would be very, very bizarre. And also it would change a lot of the composition that we have as well with the situation. Now, even if the new tank is fire, really fun, whatever, it doesn't matter. There's somebody out there that's going to play the new Savage Raids or the Ultimate, and they're going to play that new tank, and they're going to play off tank. It's going to be a given. So I don't think that you'll ever run into a scenario that the main tank off tank thing is so rigid that like the content's unclearable without it. I still think that from what I gathered from the dev panel, that there's still a healer problem. But again, it'll solely depend on how much they further like explain what they do to that situation with the healers in mind. What I'm trying to talk about is like in the party finder, right? They made this really incredible change where you're going to be able to like select a high-end duty, right? And then you can like just kind of automatically click this, and then it'll distribute the proper jobs, right? You get your caster, your P range, your 2 melees, your shield healer, your pure healer, and then your 2 tanks. Now, even though right now it splits the pure healer from the shield healer, this is still not good, because if the tanks are split between off and main tank, the healers need to be split between pure and shield. And right now, or at least from the dev panel explanation and even the keynote, they don't do that. So even if they've been categorizing tanks to be individualized in their own category, that process will be at least more logical because there is a category for those jobs. But they also had to specifically, like, from like a party finder composition, if the party buff is involved, they have to split tank into main tank and off tank, and split healer into pure healer and shield. But again, I still think that it's entirely possible to go in with a Dark Knight and a Gunbreaker and go do new content in EVERCOLD, and it will be fine. The only difference is that like there may be overlap if for example Paladin doesn't have Reprisal and Gunbreaker and Dark Knight do, because they're off tanks, right? If their job is to lower the offensive capabilities of the target that they fight, and if their buttons overlap, then that's why they're off tanks, and that's why it could be a problem. But I don't really think that's going to be like an entire like issue, right? But you can still play Gunbreaker and Dark Knight, or play Paladin and the new tank, regardless of the composition. It's just going to be bigger brain power for you to figure out exactly how to work around the kit that you are sharing with your role, if there is an off-tank scenario in that category. But healers, in my mind, it is still impossible in game right now to play White Mage and Astro and do content. But it is possible to play Sage and Scholar, right? You can do that in right now, and it looks like you can also in EVERCOLD. But if you try to play content, like, it's going to be impossible to do Dancing Mad Ultimate with an Astro and White Mage. It's impossible. And then any other raid you get into down the road as well, if there's like a EVERCOLD trial and you have an Astro and a White Mage, the content will still be unclearable. It's just going to be weird, because like, so what I'm trying to say is, like, the color icon for the tanks, they do need to be split up. You need like a dark blue to indicate main tank and a light blue to indicate off tank. Same way how for pure healer, you need like a dark green to indicate pure healer and a light green to indicate shield healer. That way, at least the categorization for that gets split up, and you just have it like a proper setup, right? Can you modify it so you can have 2 pures and 2 shields? Like, sure, but the problem is that, like, it's impossible to do any ultimate right now in game and have 2 pures. It's impossible. You need a shield healer at the minimum, right? So all in all, what I'm trying to say is, like, in terms of doing content with the main tank versus the off tank thing, even though it has a lot of people kind of surprised that from like a decision standpoint, they decided to make main tank Paladin and the new tank, and then the other 3 are off tanks, I still think that you're going to be able to easily play any tank you want in any role that you want regardless. But the only difference is that how you press certain buttons will change than what you're used to if like you have a different tank with you that like you're not supposed to be paired up with, basically, right? Because like if I play Gunbreaker main tank and my Paladin's an off tank, well then like what we do basically has to be backwards, right? Because like the roles are technically reversed. But I would not expect them at all to switch these 2 up and then put like a forced restriction on it, because like if I can't play Paladin off tank, or if I can't play Gunbreaker main tank, that would be very upsetting. And I would not make a change like that to piss off almost 35 million people. You know what I mean? So anyways, yeah, we'll see. It's too soon to tell. Everything is still under development. What we saw in the dev panel is still completely in the unknown, so I don't have any like immediate idea. So at least in my mind, I'm kind of like, oh, look, we'll find out, you know? So I'm not gonna, again, I don't have my hopes up or down. I don't have any copium. I don't have any like, my expectations right now are at like a full-on 0 until we know otherwise. So that's my thought. Cinnamon, what's up, homie? Sorry, I know that the alerts got turned off. Also, I'll give you back your freaking Oreo. Oreo is crazy, actually. Is it bad that I do wish that they had called in something different from main tank and off tank, since a lot of people are in the MMO types seen as demotion? No, I wouldn't see it as a demotion. No, because the thing is, like in 14, at least, like the I think that if you came from World of Warcraft and you come to 14 and like you have that kind of perception, then like it makes sense. Also, Nez, thank you for the Prime sub, brother. I appreciate it. Also, here's your.
Stop! Go!
Oh yeah. Also, I'm an Oreo, so what's poppin'? Yeah, no, I don't think that in this game, main tank versus off tank is not a demotion or a promotion at all. Like, you only play one or the other based on what the mechanics allocate for the job itself. Like, you know what I mean? So, I don't think that I would ever perceive the thing is, like in 14, having like 2 tanks, like the primary differentiation between those 2 jobs is just like which mechanics do they particularly deal with and how, if they have to. I wouldn't, because like, I mean, if I was doing top as a Dark Knight off tank and I felt like it was a demotion, I would have been upset about it. But I don't have it's not a demotion in my mind. It's just that like my what I'm doing is just different than what is being done like elsewhere. So yeah. So I would say to like avoid thinking of it as like a demotion by killing. I would just say that like, because certain jobs have like, if you're playing like certain fights, the off tank does way more work than the main tank, and vice versa. So it depends entirely on like what fight you're talking about. So like in M12, dude, the off tank has like so much work to do than the main tank. The main tank doesn't really do all that much in like in M12 phase 2, like, you know. So yeah, I don't think that the distinction is going to be like that drastic though. I feel like it's just going to be like a, hey, like, you know, main tank jobs, they have their own mitigation that's not reprisal, whereas off tanks have reprisal. So like the off tanks are going to be able to debuff the boss, but like main tanks can't, you know. And you don't need both of them either. Like you can probably just like, because again, like you're gonna want like a main tank to, I mean, again, I know a lot of paladin players who are going to be playing off tank still going into 8.0. So anybody who's like being pissy about it is like no offense to them, but like they're kind of dumb. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Yeah. Well, also though, I feel like if people come from World of Warcraft into 14 for the first time ever, and if the game specifically explains that there is a difference between main tank and off tank, and here are those changes, then they have to thoroughly explain that. But the thing is, like, okay, the only way you'll get a better idea of what those jobs can do differently is in the Berlin dev panel. If they're like, hey, we're going to show you more information about more of these jobs, you know what I mean? And they're like, hey, instead of showing you Paladin, White Mage, Dragoon, and Bard, we're going to show you, you know, Dark Knight, Scholar, Monk, and like Summoner, you know, that sort of thing. So yeah, everyone's being. Here's the other thing too, I'll tell you. Here's one of the most like #1 things that I picked up on after being at FanFest. Brother, the population of people that bitch and moan on Twitter is not even 10% of the population of all of 14. Like, not even remotely close. Most of the posts that get put out there on the internet don't ever break more than like, I don't know, the highest average I think is like 150,000 imprints. That's like not even like 5% of the entire 14 population. So I would not look at anything you see on Twitter of people bitching and moaning at all. Even if you take the entire raid scenario of all the players that raid in this game, even those people still don't make up 10% of people who raid across the board. Like you just don't. So what were you seeing in era for real? No, I mean, like, not really though. I mean, like, people play Paladin more often as a main tank than they did as a warrior, but even still, like, no, because the only reason why that was the case scenario is because the buttons that they had back then were just different. Like, warrior had a lot of buttons back then that like let it like serve as an OT, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't have been played as like an MT. Like, I mean, like, but also back then you only had 2 tanks, right? So that's also like the thing, because like warrior's damage was you know, it was there, but main like paladin just was always like a higher DPS like smacker basically. Like, I mean, it really did not matter back then also. So it didn't really get fleshed out until like Stormblood. Even in Heaven's Ward, like warrior was like the least played job in Heaven's Ward out of the 3 tanks. Most people played Dark Knight and Paladin. Like, people didn't really play warrior that much during Heaven's Ward either. So, but like back then you only had one choice in AR. You had to play Paladin and warrior. So, like, you know, and even then too, like warrior didn't even have like that much sustainability in comparison to where it is at now. Like, the job is way different than it was back then. So I'm a healer, White Mage, Scholar main, and I was like not the biggest fan of what I saw of all White Mage. And guess what they're thinking? I just see what White Mages are missing. Oh, I mean, I'll tell you this much too. Like, here's okay. the some of the changes that you saw for White Mage, they already confirmed they're doing that to every healer. The whole like instant casting thing for the healers is being applied to all the healers. They confirmed that. But like, because everyone's wondering, oh, like, what does this mean for Astra? Like, what is Astra gonna do as a job that has more OGCDs than GCDs, right? But again, like, yo, you have no idea. So White Mage is not any less busy than it is right now. Like, people are already like, oh, like White Mage is already very easy, and White Mage is gonna get even easier, and that's not true. So I can tell you that for a fact after just simply watching the dev panel. The dev panel doesn't fully like give you information, but stop changing my content. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. I would not take anything that they showcased directly to heart and sit there with like a blah blah blah. You genuinely have no idea. So I see the button says Bloodlily on the hotbar. Well, I mean, okay, so I can explain that too, and the reason for it is very easy because they did this with every single job. All of the job gauges for all of the jobs were not visually present during the dev panel. Now, is there going to be a Lily? Like yo, you have no idea. Maybe not. But people didn't see Lily and immediately thought that there was no Lily. But the thing is, like, how do you get Lily right now, right? You either have it on at the opener, or you have to use 3 like Afflatuses before you can get like 1 Blood Lily. The Mr. Prime didn't even use 3 lilies in the dev panel to actually give them the opportunity to throw out the Blood Lily. So I wouldn't even take that to the bank either. And I wouldn't think at all that like they like enabled that as like a possibility. So is there still Blood Lily though? I don't know, but like I can tell you from like just being like a Dragoon player, do you know how many Dragoon buttons that they just like they completely changed entirely? Brother, like it's insane actually. Yeah, you probably didn't see the button because it's just them working with like a rough sketch of what changes they want to incorporate with certain buttons. So like I would not think at all that because there's no Blood Lily that they're not going to have any lilies at all. Like I would not take that account at all with you. So because Dragoon doesn't have there's a lot of buttons that Dragoon doesn't have at all. You know what I mean? So hold on a second, I have to like Focus Needle was cracking me up. Listen, man, I'm over here in the middle of. Sorry, that was my doctor that was calling me before. So. Holy frick. The PvP changes for this as well, by the way, are insane, if you didn't know. The PvP changes that they incorporated in this is insane, actually. I'm cautious but hopeful, but I enjoyed with the brew. I will tell you this much. I can tell you in full confidence that everyone's gonna hate the changes, and the only reason why they hate the changes is because they're all new changes. That's all I can tell you. They use icon mutation Paladin. Do I think Paladin mutation? No, but do they use it to? Oh yeah, same. I mean, my immediate thought process was like, wow, Gunbreaker and Paladin and Dragoon both have continuation on their hotbars. Why the hell is that? Like, I had that same exact impression. So, like whatever the dev kit is being used is just, it's completely in the unknown. So, I can tell you with full confidence though, I'm very okay. The reason why I'm confident about this is because the expectations that I thought that I had for the thing with the jobs in mind, not only are they completely being like changed out from what I thought, but also like I don't think that anybody anticipated any of the changes that we were going to be seeing for the thing. So that means that like basically because the changes were so hype and so different. Because remember, before the FanFest keynote news and the dev panel, everyone was like, "Oh, the game is really bad right now. 2 minute is stupid. We have to like, you know, go back to, you know, I would be more happy if they just reworked all the jobs instead of adding new jobs because like whatever, right?" That's exactly what everyone was like talking about. And then like lo and behold, not only did they like literally do exactly that though, they gave us the full rework, but they also literally they also completely like added 2 new jobs. Like we're still getting 2 new jobs and they're reworking everything. So I would literally not take anything that you saw, not only from the internet to face value, but what you saw even during the dev panel. Like I said, you literally have no idea. So so yeah, like I would literally not think that much about it. I mean, I would say the hopefulness thing is like whatever. The jobs are going to be way harder to play, but way easier to play at the base level, like at the skill floor. The skill floor for all the jobs is down much more. The skill ceiling, however, for the jobs is much higher. Like absolutely, that's what it is. So, and the reason why is because like first and foremost, like there's less buttons for you to press that does more things for you, so you can kind of just play it how you want to, and like it's whatever, right? But at the same time, like people were complaining like, oh, like they're gonna get rid of positionals because like those are stupid, and I'm like, that they're never doing that. So I had to like talk to so many people, explain to them that they're never ever gonna get rid of positionals. That doesn't make any sense, right? Because like, why the hell would they do that? And then it turns out that not only are they still keeping positionals, but they made positionals even harder to acquire, because not only do you have flank positionals, you have left and right flank positionals. Like there's certain buttons you have to press from the left side only or the right side only. Like flank is no longer left or right, it's left or it's only right. Like that's insane, right? And they showcase that with Dragoon. Okay, so additionally, and I'm also setting up a podcast for this later on too, because I think it's gonna be really interesting. And Key kind of like talked about this as well. But essentially, the GCD time of the attacks for all the jobs is faster. Every single job plays faster right now. Oh, I mean in EVERCOLD, but every single job is gonna be able to play much faster than current Samurai, current Viper, and current Ninja. The only job that doesn't maintain the faster factor is Monk. Monk is still the fastest job in the game right now. It will probably stay that way in EVERCOLD, but every single job is going to attack faster then Samurai, Ninja, and Viper. And Ninja is already like a 2.12 or 1.1 job, and so is Samurai. So couldn't work. Hell yeah, enjoy work, homie. Thank you for stopping on by. I appreciate you, and enjoy. You know, you jump to the next professional. Yeah, but like that's also like a strat thing, though. You know, like you're gonna still have like your burst window, how you like do that process, but there's gonna be moments in time where like there will be like boss downtime, like mechanic wise, where you can't just like always save the jump for the thing. That's my point though. Like certain jobs are going to be able to maintain like the positional, right, from like a distance, whatever. And then, but like if a player is not going to be able to like maintain the positional, like because they got to be in a certain spot, then the skill expression for that is gonna like retain. Like, but if I know for sure I can sneak in this one positional before I gotta like get ready to fly over to the other side and make my positional thing, then I can do that. You know what I mean? But like, because everyone was like, "Yo, positionals are stupid," and I'm like, "No, they're not. They're just not. They're not punishing." The at least to my hope and thought process is that with EVERCOLD, positionals are going to be more critically important than ever before because you can actually like mess it up. If it breaks your combo or destroys like your potency affectation, then like that's going to be huge. But the problem though is that we haven't tried yet. So again, it's too soon. You've never been able to go into any dev panel ever and then just immediately understand how all the jobs work. Not at all. So you gotta just wait. So but yeah, the one thing I will say, like I said, is that like because the GCD speed of every single job is going to be just naturally faster, like that's going to change a lot. Because we have so many jobs right now that play at 2.5 that like it actually opens up the window for other jobs to play at 2.5 or have buttons suppressed that can run that speed without necessarily being like a requirement. So like the most immediate example is like Viper. You know how like with Viper you can wait a second. You know how like with Viper right now you can damn, 99% is crazy. Oh shit, wrong button. Oh, I didn't get to I didn't move myself up here. Also, you don't lose battle high when you die. That's kind of busted. Healing. Okay, the point I was trying to say was that healing. I think that healing has also been changed entirely in how it can operate, and I think that's gonna be like huge because certain jobs, like if you think like White Mage right now, like yes, if there's no Lily, there's gonna probably be a button that replaces Lily. Like it just makes sense to me personally. Because also with Dragoon, they didn't replace, or they may have added like Sky High, but that button is an old button, even if it's part of like the future kit for the job thing. So like I'm not gonna be immediately quick to think that like the new button we're getting is the Sky High attack, because that button is not new. That button is old. So whatever the new job button is, like we still haven't seen it for Dragoon, let alone for the rest of the other jobs. So I still don't think that you can assume that like, you know, whatever the kit that you saw for all the jobs showcased at the dev panel, they're not complete. They're very far from it actually. See. Because people were like, "Oh, I've never seen that 5-second jump before from the Dragoon. Holy crap!" But like, it's like, no, that button is a PvP button. It's just you use it now in PvE, which is insane for like a change. So, and part of it makes sense because like the Tamaki-san was responsible for reworking the PvP mode and giving us Crystalline Conflict, so like his mentality approach to the PvP stuff is being applied in the PvE stuff, so like that just makes a lot of sense. That the jobs are going to play a little PvP-esque. and all the more reason why you have to like be like really excited for that, because like the PvP mode is godlike. PvP play is so good. So the thought of being able to play like PvP jobs but in PvE mode is going to be insane. Now I think that there's going to be a small problem to this though, and that is the fact that all of the jobs will naturally play faster, and that also probably means, hi Celeste, that the jobs are also going to naturally hit harder, especially because of the potency changes that they're going to be incorporating going into the thing. They were using level 99 gear, I think, or maybe it was 170. I don't know. Whatever gear that they were using, during the dev panel, the buttons that you press hit crazy hard. Why is it keep for new alliance rates 27 minutes? I don't know. I mean, it also depends on what you're playing. So if you're playing like a tank or a healer, then like that could make some sense. But if you're playing DPS, then it's kind of crazy actually. I don't entirely know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any intentions on doing the oh, what I really want to work on is my I talked about working on my I had to work on my Frubis and my Kefkabis, cuz I'm not under the immediate impression. How much tone do I have right now? Oh, not enough actually. Okay. I'll get it in time, but I do have to like go to work like a little bit, so oh, I can't do expert because I need a new dungeon. Oh, pain. Okay. That is a pain. I need tones, but I can't do the new dungeon. I'm not doing MSQ today. I'm doing MSQ offline. I'll probably do it tomorrow during the daytime. But yeah, I guess then what I gotta keep an eye out for is the what time is it right now? 5:30. Oh. I need train stuff. So yeah, I mean, I'll look forward to the I will look forward to the alliance raid and all that fun stuff too. But I know that I can't like. I'm not gonna work on it right now, so. But we shall see. I need the coin, then I have the tank heal and catch abyss. Yeah. What I need to do is go to Thule and just triple check that. That's where I can go to. I'm gonna first work on BIS for the role that I need to have BIS for before I try and work on BIS for other roles, because I kind of sort of need to, but yeah, potentially. I'm playing Bard in Kefka Ultimate, so I'm going to need to get the tome stuff. So yeah. Oh yeah, I can at least. Yeah, so I need to work on the tome stuff for this job. I need 3 of those, and then I need 3 of those. Yeah. The coin for me is like whatever. I'm probably gonna spend more time doing like S ranks and hunt trains than I would for the other thing, because yeah, I don't really. I mean, I had to also do the line trade. I gotta figure out when am I doing that blind with the homies, unless it already happened. Yeah. Okay. Coin for twines. I mean, that makes sense though. I mean, I would too. Like, I would do the same thing. I'm just like dumb for trying to come back. So like, we did the blind alliance was done yesterday with the static whatever that it was. So I couldn't join it because I was on the plane. So I didn't realize that was like a thing, and unfortunately I completely forgot about that. So I wasn't thinking about it actually. So all my homies did how I was thinking. All my homies did the alliance raid last night. So I mean I'm not happy that I missed it, but I know that I missed it, so I'll have to just try and do it again at some point this week. And then I will do the alliance raid every single week, so I can just kind of get those coins and get the guarantee. Also for the land farming, so that's kind of cool. So yeah. Who am I staticking with? It's not called that. It's called DMR or DMU. So to kind of explain it like a little bit, while I was at FanFest, people were asking me like, "Oh, hey, Sess, like, you know, the it's called DMU. I don't care right now. People were asking me if I was in a static, and then they were like, "Yo, like, isn't Sessiion like, is it not UMAD?" Not until I know for sure. I'm not calling it UMAD. That sounds stupid. So, I mean, but again, like, we'll see. I mean, I don't really care, but until I get over encumbered by the entire community that says it's UMAD, I'm not calling it UMAD. In my mind, it's called DMU. So, I don't mind calling it DMU. I'll even call it DMU if I have to, but I like calling it DMU right now, so I think UMAD is, like, stupid. But again, that's me being like a blah blah blah. So, anyways. Because I didn't like calling it Fru. I called it FR for like a while. People called it Fruit, and that was funny for like a minute, and then people were like, "No, that's whack," and then they called it Fru. I like calling it FR though, but FR didn't last at all. People just called it Fru, and then I was kind of like, "Okay, sure, whatever." So, like, I'll probably just commit to calling it DMU. So, anyways, while I was at FanFest, people were asking me what are my static plans for DMU, and I said, well, I technically don't have any, but assuming the process that I'll be going into, I'll probably be in like many groups because everyone's gonna need me to play a role, and then because I have bits for a bunch of jobs, I'll have to figure it out in the moment, and like we'll go from there. And then they said, oh, Sessiion's like super good at the game, you should absolutely recruit him because we need X job. And I said, what? And they were like, yeah, can we ask you to join us for like a fizz range in like the process of doing DMU? And I was like, I mean, sure, but I can't guarantee it because obviously, like, we'll find out. It's too far away to figure it out. And then they were like, you know, asking the obvious question of like, why aren't I in a static? And I was like, kinda, sort of a PF Andy, you know. So, anyways. As a result, I said that if I'm not in any group, because the group that they're asking me to join means that I'm the 8th. They're gonna trial me, I think, next week, so like we shall see. But any other group that I'm in is not in any full group. There's no like 8 of 8 group with me included, right? So I will join whatever groups that have 8 of 8 that include me in it, basically. So like we shall see. But I already know in my mind that if I'm going to be joining as a fizz range for the static that I'm joining in to do DMU, then there's going to be that one tiny part of my brain that's like, this is whack, because I still want to know how to tank it. So most likely, during the days that I'm with the static, I'll probably be... I'm going Bard, by the way. I'm going to just Bard it. I'm not going to play Dancer or Machinist. Like, I don't really care that much. I mean, maybe we'll see if it's, like, good. Whichever... That's why, like, I want to save my pages. Because, like, if I go in as Bard, but Dancer's better, then I'll play Dancer. And then if I go in as Bard, but then, like, Machinist is better, I'm playing whichever job just feels most powerful for the content and situation. So we'll see. But, for however many games that it is, like, I'll PF with the homies, and then we'll just go in there, but I'll play whatever job is like available. Because even though I want to play tank, and I'm going to be playing fizz range potentially with this group, I'm still heavily under the impression that I'm going to need to eventually learn how to play healer as well as melee. So anyways, that being said though, I have my 4 roles cut out for me, right? I got my tank, I got my melee, I got my healer, and I have my fizz range. I'm not expecting to mentally go through the content first and foremost and play melee or healer. My primary focus will be bard and tank. If I don't even join this group on a fizz range, then like I don't care. Like I'm gonna just full tank it. Like it's whatever. But yeah, I'll be a PF Andy for the ulti. Yeah. I mean, like, we can run the content together. Like, it's not gonna be anything crazy. But my thing is like, because so many people will be actively playing the ultimate, I don't think it'll be hard at all to fill parties. It's just gonna be there's gonna be 3 major challenges. The first major challenge is simply the fact that like you need people to do content with that are not going to like overlap the content, because like that's going to be a problem, right? Finding people to effectively do the content without overlapping roles is the first challenge. Second challenge is that if anybody is consistent or inconsistent to like actually go through the content, because obviously people are going to probably get like a phase 1 prog, and then phase 1 prog will have a mechanic that people can't get through because it's a wall, and if I can get through it, then I would rather join and play with people that also can get through it so I can like continue to prog. But if I know that I'm joining that party and then it's just like a practice thing, then I'll go into it with the mentality that like we're just practicing, right? Because realistically, because of the amount of resourcing that was allocated for Fru, I do not expect people to just simply go through the new ultimate without like having a metric ton of sources to go with the process, right? So I still think that there's going to be a lot of opportunities to like study before you even like go into the fight, which I think is good. But the only difference is the hope that people will actually study and content and mechanic and whatever and actually go through the fight and like blah 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 blah. So we'll see. Yeah. Give me so many sims for the new ulti? Yeah, of course. I mean, like that's fine. The resourcing for it is definitely going to make the party finder experience a little bit more tolerable, but I think that people though are taking Fru for granted way too much, that like we're not about to sit there and go through Fru and pretend like it's not be like an insane situation. You know what I mean? Because people are still taking Fru for granted, unfortunately. Right? Like Fru is it's not like a super hard ultimate, but like you still have to respect the fact that it's an ultimate. You know what I mean? So I would still tell you like, yo, like Fru is an ultimate, so treat it like one. You know what I mean? Also apparently it's not like Uwu Maker, it's the T and Top Maker. Yeah. So which is also very challenging because the source that I had about the situation was wrong, and so because it's the T and Top Maker, like you have no idea mechanically speaking what we're going to be anticipating boss fight wise. But T and Top on content was hard. So whatever that they end up doing with that situation, like I said, you're gonna have to just like wait and see for yourself. So like I have not a clue. I do expect it to go like nuts, but for what reasons I have no idea. But there are a lot of things that we can keep in mind about the process, right? Yeah, so like they play tested the fight with people who have had experience in the ultimate. Not clearing, by the way, so I would just keep that in mind. Clearing the ultimate is very different than actually just like doing the ultimate. They have play testers who have done ultimates, okay? That's it. That doesn't mean that who you're going to be dealing with is going to be able to actually like confirm and deny whether the balance could be very, very good or very, very not good. Like we have absolutely no idea. I would. The reason why too though is because like I wouldn't even immediately take it into account that you know that the people that play tested it are going to be like super like knowledgeable about what they're doing. Like again, you might have had like the worst players doing the freaking ulti, or the best. So like, yeah, we'll see. I don't have a clue. Nina! Oh my god, y'all, we have a celebrity in the mist. Everyone act natural. Y'all don't know this, but like Nina is literally the coolest person in the entire world. I'm just saying. Hi Nina, how was your stream? I hope you had a fantastic time doing some content. UPS Church, what's going on? Hi Morgan. UPS Church is a great name. Morgan's a great, like, actually now think about it though, there are guys and girls in Morgan. I didn't know which, it's funny because I was trying to think, like, is Morgan like a girl's name or like a guy's name? I actually don't know the answer, but welcome on in and thank you for the follow. Nina, my lovely, I hope you had a fantastic, wait. I'm gonna die. I had a fantastic stream. And for those who don't know me, hi, my name is, as Nina calls me, Sessiion. You see spoilers? No, you're okay. We're not doing spoilers. We're doing the Zeromus trial. This is from like Endwalker, so I'm not doing any new content today, so you don't have to worry. I'm not doing any MSQ. We're not doing any Alliance raids. I'm doing the Alliance raid tomorrow. And I will report MSQ tomorrow again, so you are free from spoilers. Yeah. I think I got the iron. Oh, I didn't get hit by the bomb? I'm so insane. Whatever. Yeah. Have you played the Juggler yet? No, but you're so right. Actually, I can do that. Oh, I forgot that you could do that little animation thing. That's cool. I mean, I haven't really had a chance to actually check out like a lot of the stuff that I want to check out because like we've literally been just like yapping so much about FanFest and the keynote, EVERCOLD, and like the list goes on. So I had the pleasure of meeting the one and only Nina at FanFest. Your solo cosplay was crazy, actually. I have a dual name by as a woman. Okay. That's cool. All right, noted. You know, it's funny because I feel like every single time I think about the idea that like people may, I don't ever like like pre-assume what anybody's gender or like thing is because, well, one, I feel like 9 times out of 10 like I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Unless, and like even if it's like super obvious, I'm still kind of like, well, I don't actually know. So I'm not quick to judge or assume anything. Like I have the worst radar when it comes to that, and so I don't have any idea. However, though, it's still cool to know that there's people out there that are of like you know, like if you're LGBT or if like you're like if you're trans or like all that kind of stuff. Like I have no idea, you know. So, like, I don't. What's the word called? Discriminate? What's it called? I think so. I don't know. I don't pay attention. If I see girl, I'm like, okay, cool, girl. But if you're like, nope, actually guy, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm a simple creature, so just to check and mind it. There's a lot of other organs. Yeah, exactly. So that's why sometimes I want to just make sure that I'm like, oh, like, do I know right offhand what it is? So yeah, because what's really nice is that some people will put it in like their profiles what they are, and that helps the process like a little bit. But even still, I'm like, I don't want to take any guesses in case I'm wrong, because I would be so terrified to offend somebody because like I don't have a clue. You know what I mean? Like I know, I think what's the word is. I'm trying to like also like not dox anybody that I know so I can like respect their privacy. I know somebody, their pronouns are she, they, and then I look at that and I'm like, what exactly does that mean? You know. But again, like I don't have any assumptions, so I just kind of acknowledge. I'm like, oh yeah, their pronouns are she, they. You know. So. And I think, I mean, again, I don't want to necessarily like over-assume, but there's several people that have learned that have those like selected. And I'm like, oh my god, I think we're dead. Are we dead? Oh yeah, we're dead. Okay. I assumed that we were gonna die because there was nobody alive during that process. Okay, we're dead. But either way, though, you know, everyone in the world is beautiful. So I've had the pleasure of meeting people that I was like, was like, oh wow, like you're so nice. And then that's the only thing that like I really care about, you know. It's like, are you a nice person or like not at all? Because then I take that information with me to guess or determine like blah, 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 blah. But that's as far as it goes. So if it helps, if anything, my pronouns are if they're not obvious, I'm a he him because I have a beard. It's my only like hint of the process, I guess, if I could say or anything. But there's somebody out there probably, you know, who probably, you know, they're like, oh yeah, like nope, like even though facial hair, not a he, you know. I'm like, oh, okay, you know. Because also like if I ever go into the Discord call is where like the fear factor like really kicks in. Oh my gosh, I remember one time I met someone and then found out that they were like trans, and then I just assumed that they were like a guy and they were a girl, and I was like, wait. My only reaction was like, really? And they were like, yep. And I was like, oh, that's cool. All right, I will try and remember. And then kind of like a flip of a point of the day, you know. But then, of course, it would practice like condition. Anyways, Nina, lovely. If you have to go and take care of yourself post-stream care, I know that after like a long stream of like 7+ hours, you probably must be like exhausted. So, I thank you so much for giving us the raid. Also, how does everyone feel so far about the I guess the keynote FanFest and also like the patch? I haven't done anything new with the patch. All we've done is like clean out like the closet, you know. Couldn't even anything. Oh my gosh! Like, please go get food. Absolutely, like nom is important. Let me get a massive W for my lovely Nina for being so incredibly nice to us and giving us like a raid. Was the Alliance raid? Oh, okay. I hope you enjoyed it. I definitely have to like go through it at some point. Doing MSQ after I'm done with my semester. Oh, okay, that sounds good. When is that over? I don't know if you told me or not. If you did, I'm sorry, I forgot. But definitely, like, gotta focus on studies. 2 more weeks. Oh, okay. Well then, we have to make sure that we do everything in our power to not spoil you the story. Although I will admit, though, I will humble brag that I'm very good at that. So, you definitely don't have to worry about me ever spoiling anything for you. So we'll be good saints about that. I literally like yell at people for spoiling story. Like it's crazy actually. But yeah. I mean not like actual things. Keeping away things from myself to the oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean I've already like a tiny little bit of like the trial was revealed to me, but that's only because of what they showcased during like the trailer, you know what I mean? So I still don't have a clue what the information can actually like entail. So yeah, I will most likely do the I'll do MSQ tomorrow offline and then I'll upload it. What I really have to do is like sit down and edit like my I have all my playthrough of Dawn Trail like recorded, but because I had such a headache with the like the editing process or the recording process, because like a lot of my audio got clipped out actually. It's kind of crazy actually. So. Hi Queen! Hi Farah! We made a baby. Okay, if we had the power through the biological blah 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 blah, what's the gender and what's the name? I give you full control. Because I'm biased, so I'm not gonna, you know, I'll let you know what I want, but let me know first what you want, and then we'll kind of like meet in the middle. You know what I mean? What the? Is it weird that like it's like a little shocking still that like what year is it? 2026, and we still can't like genetically make a baby? You know what I mean? Like you have to wait till the baby comes out the womb and it's like it's a boy or a girl, and then you're like yay, and then like you know. Yeah, I hope that like when I'm ready to have a kid, that they're like, the name is Sessiion. Wait, that's kind of fire actually. Hold on, that's actually so sick. Sessiion sounds like a fire name actually. So that's hilarious. Okay, I approve. Good name. Such as a dad. Yo, imagine if I was an actual dad. I ain't gonna hold you though. Like being a dad is like my dream of like life. You know what I mean? Love you, Nina. Have a fantastic food night and enjoy dinner. And thank you so much for being a stellar friend. We love you so much. Massive Nina W. Absolutely. I think it's just like a seahorse and so she carries it. Wait. My baby's a seahorse? What the? Undream session? They're crazy and they'll make you crazy. Undream it. What, to be a dad? No. Literally, like ever since I was like a young boy, like at the age of like 7 or something, I was like, I can't wait to have kids. And then my mom was like, you're literally 7, and I was like, and I could still like figure it out, like far down the road. And she was like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I'm just saying, dude, I want to be the coolest dad ever. I'm about to like, okay, for context though, you know, just to kind of give like the idea behind the situation. In Matthew McConaughey right now in that spaceship banging on the glass, I can give you at least like my little like request. I want to be like a girl dad, you know, tea parties. Somehow my daughter tries to figure out how to do makeup on my face, not the mother, or her own face at the age of like 5, and I'm painted like a little clown because like I am one. You know what I mean? But also like I want to be bald. Look, if my daughter tries to give me like a haircut and I end up not having like my freaking you know what I mean? Then like, GG's. Why isn't Timmy Tina? Because I will take Timmy and like physically throw him. Okay? That's like when you wrestle with like a son on the bed and you try to like hit him with like a power bomb at the age of 4, but like softly. I will power bomb Timmy for fun. I couldn't possibly do that if Timmy's name was Tina and it was a girl. You know what I mean? So, borrow Boogie for a week? Hell yeah. I mean, yo, we can talk about drama for age on end. And like, if she somehow like sprained an ankle, then like, you know, we gotta get her like a, you know, we gotta lift it up, get some soup, probably talk about watch some Kim Kardashian. I don't know if Boogie watches Kim Kardashian, but like I'm down for it actually. You know what I mean? So yeah. Yes, you could. It's important for children to have that type of play as well. I mean, yeah. But I would be very gentle if I had like a daughter. Is what my immediate thought process is. So, but like if my, don't get me wrong though, like I'll still choke slam my daughter if I have to in like a pool. Like that's not gonna be like a challenge. Well, my son, I'll throw him and then he'll come out the water laughing hysterically, and then my daughter would do the same thing. But I'll be like, "Are you okay?" And she'll be like, "Yeah," and I'll be like, "Okay, cool," and then we just do it again. Yes, for the 4,670th bajillion time, absolutely, because she'll be like, "Dad, yo, this part was crazy, bro," and I'm like, "Word." Yo, whatever that it is, you know what I mean? Hell yeah. I already kind of had that moment with like my niece. Whenever I check in with my niece, I'm like Sam, and she's like, "What's up, uncle?" And I'm like, "All right, who the boyfriend?" And oh, Matthew, and I'm like, "Oh, his name's Matthew." All right, I need his entire information now. And she'll be like, "Okay," and I'm like, "Yo, what's up, Matthew?" And then he'll dab me up. "Hey, Mr. S, how's it going?" Mr. S is my father. Just call me Sessiion, bro. He's like, "Oh, okay. What's up, Sess?" And I'm like, "Nah, it's too much. Chill." So you see him talking my niece? He's like, yeah. He's like, "How long have you been together?" And he's like, like 6 months, sir." And I'm like, "All right." And then like, "Y'all like good?" Right? And he's like, yeah. Like, I treat her with great care. And I'm like, "Cool." And then I grab him by the shirt, and I'm like, "Yo, if you ever put your hands on her ever, I will beat the shit out of you. You understand me?" And he's like, "Uh-huh." I'm like, "All right. What's up, Fjord? How's it going, brother?" Call me in the moment, I guess. And it's like, all right. She like Starbucks? and her favorite fruit is strawberries, and her favorite color is black. ¿Me entiendes eso? And he's like, all right, go have fun. And then she'll pull up my be like, I love you. Here's $20. Go have fun. And then like that's it, you know what I mean? Simple as that. And I give him like the stink eye. Like, you know that monkey from Family Guy who kind of like points and he's just like, yeah, that's me. So yeah. One time during work, mom brought her kid in during her massage, and then they watched Cocomelon for the whole time. That's so cute. Weirdest music I've ever listened to while giving a massage. I kind of get that though. You know what I mean? Oh my god. I was at the airport, and okay, so I had just watched Prisoner of Azkaban, Harry Potter. There's the monster, the creature called Buckbeak. It's like the little like griffin, like eagle, like four-legged whatever. In lore for that movie, in order to approach it and let it know that you're friendly, you have to like bow its head and then wait for it to bow its head so you can like pet it. Okay, I didn't pet any kids, chill. But I was standing in the middle of like a way so I can try to figure out like which gate I had to go to. And then this little girl was like holding like a big bottle of like a water. And then I saw her, and so like I like waved at her, and then she was like hi, and then the parents were right there, so then they looked at me and then they also smiled. They were like, oh, like, you know, nice guy. So then I bow my head to her, and then she bowed her head back, and I was like, oh my gosh, like we're friends. So then I was like, you know, talking to the parents very briefly, and I was like, oh, like where are you guys coming from? You know, like where are you guys heading to? Like whatever. And then I told them the same thing, and then I like the thing about kids, what you have to do is to let them know, but especially the parents know, that you're not like a hostile weirdo, is like you get down to the kids level and you talk to them like they don't know how to talk. Not high pitched though, that's annoying, but to be like, hi, like, you know, my name is Sessiion. It's like I like your water bottle, you know, things like that. And then eventually it's like, okay, well, I have to go this way, but you have a great trip. I'll see you next time. High five. And then like we just leave. And then the parents were like, you know what? Not everybody out there is like a freaking psychopath. And I was just like, you know, I said, hey, look, and I explained it to the parents too. I was like, oh yeah, like I've been an uncle for you know, like 30 years. So like, trust me, I know the friggin' process of like kids, you know what I mean? And she was like, oh, that makes sense actually. Then they actually were like, oh, like have you ever babysat before? And I was like, actually, yes, I have been a babysitter for you know, I did though. Like I worked at a summer camp, and then at the summer camp, a lot of parents would be busy doing summer stuff, and then they'd leave the kids behind because like, you know, dinner dates and beach trips, whatever the hell that it is. So I said, hey, like I will happily babysit little baby Timmy if like whatever. And they'll even pay me for it. And I was like, that's not necessary, but like I appreciate it regardless. And it's funny too, because like back in the day, like, yo, if parents ever gave you money to feed like you and the kid, a free meal, you know what I mean? And not to mention they give you like the payment on top of that. Dude, I remember my the person that was babysitting, their parents, dude, they gave me $20 each. And they and I was like, yo, I'm rich. $40 to like babysit like a little kid to like, and then put him to bed and then like eat pizza and play Smash Bros all day. Hell yeah, freest $20 of my life. So I felt wonderful at the moment. It was super cute though, so like yeah. And it's crazy too, because like I'm still friends with like the family. Is this part of the yeah, I need this out. So I remember like time and time again, I'll kind of like check in at like my old high school, because like the kid that I used to babysit is like graduating from the high school that I attended, which is crazy actually, because sometimes I can't like mentally believe that's like a situation, because you don't really realize how many people that you actually know that like, bruh. So yeah, I have seen and done it all. It's wild. Wait. Oh, that's the. Okay. It's like a whole ass process actually. Okay, cool. Anyways. Yeah, dude. I mean, like I said, I would love to be like a girl dad. The thing is also like, okay, for me too. If I'm a girl dad, it's a lot easier personally to come up with like a million names I have a million girl names in my head that I can use, and I would be like, hey wife, just pick any name out of the hat. I don't care. I'm sold. Boy name, yeah, good luck. I couldn't possibly do like a boy's name without knowing, like, you know, like if I did have a boy, I would just do the legacy thing, you know, Session the second, Session Junior. That's all that I would do. So, yeah. What up, nerd? We met Sessiion in person too. Bro is tall. So that's news if I've ever heard. Forgot that all my inventory is inside the freaking thing, and I was like, where's all my crap at? I forgot entirely to put it all away. So it was really nice to meet, like, so many people actually. So I gotta figure out, wait, do I have any more of these like random potions around? I think the answer is actually like, oh. Wait. Oh wait, I need to find the this. What time is it? 5:47? No, the train started in Adamantoise like 10 minutes ago. Maybe I can like snag it real quick. Possibly. Actually, no, I don't think so. It's okay. I'll survive actually. Because the thing is, like, what's really necessary is actually working on like the hunts. I need the nuts. I don't really care about the like the tomes anymore. So the fact that I have to actively go like look for the like the like S ranks and A ranks and that sort of thing is like, it's gonna be like a whole ass process. So yeah, but it's okay though. Those. I also have to like, I might just stop working on well, I was thinking I might just start to what's the word I'm thinking about? Instead of like trying to build my my ships, my submersible stuff, I might just like buy the thing that I need, because I actually wrote down which ones I need specifically. But man, I'm getting so tired of owning all of this like random stuff that I need to actually like retain it, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually such a process. So, but that being said though, having all of this dye consolidated is crazy. It was cheaper for me to buy the pieces rather than buy the master craft. Yeah, I feel that same way, honestly, now that I'm actually like thinking about it. I feel like by the time I make my standard normal amount of gil, it'll cover the cost of like whatever that I need to buy the thing for. So like when I need to buy the new piece and it costs like 2 million, I could make 2 million before like I need that piece basically. So I might actually just start doing that, because like, yo, I have so many random mats in my pocket. It's crazy actually. I won't do it now though. I'll do it like offline, that way you don't sit here and watch me just like crack at this all day. So it'd be kind of crazy actually. But I am still keeping an eye out for oh, the train, in case there's a train. So yeah. Is there any ultimates up? Also, yo, who changed their thingy from this pink and gray? I officially, for the first time ever in like 10 plus years, changed my my HUD to the clear gray. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm not tall, you're just short. It took you so long to compile that message, because like you have to like bend down super far on the table to write that message out, to type it out, you know what I mean? So like, out of here. Yeah, no, same. It's growing on me as well, like a little bit, but the thing is, like, because I've had the same dark theme for so long, like, the real reason why I like the gray theme isn't even because it's gray, it's because it's transparent. Like, that's literally it. I don't know if the other themes are transparent. I would have used the white theme, but I feel like people would get mad at me for the white theme. because like it's so bright. You know what I mean? Session is so short. IRL can confirm. He's like a foot taller than me. No, Queen is also pretty yo, Queen's got some height on her, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to think who's like, listen, there's a variety of height out there and about, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, it's like, whoa, is 3-inch platforms on? I wasn't looking. I didn't see it. I thought you had on like flat, like not sandals. What are they called? Are they called just flats? They're called flats. Yeah, those. You know what I mean? Session tall. I mean, it's already like, it was like bad enough already that people can like actively call me from, or not call me, like damn, yo, money. People were able to, from like a distance, like actively spot me. You know what I mean? Like that was the part that was crazy in my head. I was able to look over like the heads of several people and be like, oh look, I can see you from all the way over there. But even still, I was like, yo, I'm still not like tall enough for certain scenarios. Actually, it's kind of crazy. Me and Reg same height. Oh, okay. I just like, man, everyone's just like so pretty to look at. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. The problem I have right now is I don't know what stuff I have that I had to like, I forget what I put away in the armor. I'm gonna go through every single item in the armor thing and I'm putting it all away. Oh, that's what I wanted to check before I do this actually. Hold on. I gotta go check. So the level 70 gear from Eureka can be put in the armor, which is the antiquated gear. I don't know if the weapons can do that, but I want to see if I can. I have the Physios Red Mage weapon on this character, and I have some of the gear for Eureka also, like the 355 stuff. So I'm kind of wondering if I can put that stuff away, because if I could, then this changes things. Because the antiquated stuff, you can't dye it. So I'm wondering if I can put the elemental armor. Oh, I should have checked that actually. I have that on my other character. Whatever, I'll deal with it later. Okay, we'll deal with it. Okay, no, I need to come here. Give me one of these. What am I looking for? If I'm looking, I mean, I'll just kind of comb through my. I have no actual idea what the. You know what's gonna be my problem is like, dude, I have to go through so many characters just to specifically turn all of their dies into the standard spectrum and like wide spectrum dies. That's gonna be such a pain. Like actually, like going through every single thing, it's gonna take me forever. So, I mean, I'm not doing it right now, but it is just do understand, it gonna take me forever. I don't know which retainer has the stuff that I'm looking for. Okay, it's not you. It's gonna be at the beginning because it's gonna be like gear stuff. I don't know what they're called. Oh, there it is. Okay, wait. Perfect. I want this one. I want that one. I want that one. Oh, I want this one. I want that one, and then I want this. Cool. Okay, let's see. What I gotta figure out is, can I put any of these things in the armoire? Oh, you can! Oh, that's gonna be so nuts, dude. Oh, okay. Okay. That's complicated because okay. That's complicated. The antiquated stuff which is actually wait. Oh no, I'm lying. You can dye the integrated stuff. This stuff used to not be dyeable, and now it is dyeable. Okay. Okay. So what I was thinking about was some of these things are actually like good for ultimates, sorta. Oh wait, and then the other problem is that some of this stuff is also really helpful for just like glamour sakes. Because because I need a debuff prism. Where is that at? I need speller. If I cast glamour, undo this, it's gonna be double dyeable, which is good. Okay, that's good. But the problem is the headpiece isn't dyeable. But I can put these pieces in separate. Okay, what I'm basically trying to say is you can pretty much put every single variation of each item level inside the armoire, which is kind of like a lot. I mean, there's no reason to do it unless you like absolutely want to. But you can put like the +2 like headpiece, the +1 headpiece, and the like the level 0 headpiece on the armoire, and they will take up individual places. Oh, and then same thing for the weapon, right? No. The Hydatos weapon does not count. But the blue ones do. Oh, that's so weird. This is the final relic, second to last step relic for the red mage weapon, but you can't put this to the armor. But the prior steps you can, which is helpful because those weapons have a glow effect. Because these monk weapons glow, and I can put these inside the armor. We need to do the relics in there? Oh yeah, I mean 100%. I want relics in here, but also I want replicas. Replicas and relics would save me so much space, dude. Like so much space. It'd be crazy actually. Which honestly, I think that they're adding over time. But when I look at it right away, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weapons right there that I could put away. Just to solely work on my like inventory spacing actually. Oh, I don't think that this weapon goes in here, but can I put the Jolly weapon inside there? No, wasn't effort. Okay. I'm looking for. I mean, I'm grateful that you can put the dungeon stuff is great. I will say. Putting away the dungeon stuff is like is a really nice change. The only problem with the dungeon stuff though is that like because it also includes it doesn't count your gear set stuff, like that's kind of complicated because I tested it earlier, but if I try to put my gear set stuff inside the armor, it doesn't tell you like, hey, like this is part of a gear set, are you sure? So which is fine though, like I think that the change for this was like a little quick to what they're used to, so I'm not necessarily like annoyed by it, but I am gonna have to sit down and like actively crack at it like quite a lot actually. It's gonna be a process because I have so many of these like green weapons that can go inside the thing along with like some of the blue stuff, so there's a lot of green and blue weapons that can be put away, basically. But I'm not doing that right now. Is that world just taking forever? Okay, I wanted to just check and see if that was actually like a thing. So, at least for right now, purple weapons cannot be put away. At least for right now. Who do I log in as? Do I really care that much? There's no more Mog's home stuff, right? But that's a thing. Oh, I need to check if I have the Gunbreaker weapon for 08. EVERCOLD starting screen soon. Oh my gosh, I have to work on that actually. I need to figure out how I can set up a starting soon screen with EVERCOLD. Unlock Framer Kits. Oh my gosh, I didn't even. There's actually so many things that I have to actively go look for that I still haven't even cracked at the list for. But yes, eventually though. Well, no, they talked about this though. They did say that like what they want to start doing is coming out with things that people can work on tome wise and like guild wise. That's gonna be grindy. So, like I'm actually okay that they did that. Especially for session for Media Tour. Oh my gosh. You know what's so funny too is because like I haven't even gone through the process of like I had to go back. Okay, two things. One, at some point in time tomorrow, I need to figure out how to upload the video of my phone into my computer so I can, because now that I'm home, I tried doing it in the hotel room, but it kept like giving me like an error, which is like fine. But I want to be able to like edit and splice up my my like visual thing to the keynote, and I will line it up and then release that whole thing as like a reaction video, and same thing for the dev panel. So I will try to. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. I tried figuring it out during the time I was like in the hotel. Couldn't figure it out, which is like fine. So literally when Emmy said that the other day in my stream, I was like, yeah, nah, if anyone should go, it should be Sesh. I mean, you should also be there, honestly. But like, what was really funny was that I think it was Jazzy. I think you too. I don't remember who it was actually, but someone was like, Session is so knowledgeable of all the buttons in this game that like his knowledge would be exciting because he'll know what's like new and familiar or like what's really cool. And I'm over here like, no, I just like the game. And they were like, no, you literally play and know everything. And I'm like, yeah. So well, it's funny because like I don't know if you ever like if you ever go, okay, so like the one place where you can like immediately understand where my hype can like give you like a teaser idea is during the job action trailer for Dawn Trail. I did react to the job action trailer for Dawn Trail, and we actively go through like every single job in the moment, and like yeah, I freak out the whole time. So here I can I wonder if I can go find the video. Job action. I mean, dude, I like looking at my own reaction too because I get hype. Sitting near you and Key for Dead Panel was so good. It was like free commentary. Oh my gosh. I mean, he and I were going pretty nuts for like our own particular reasons, so it was kind of hilarious actually. Yeah. Here, I will give you a small teaser of how my face reaction is whenever I like anything, because as I've explained, I get hype. Oh wait, my voice is like, oh wait, I have to that's the wrong video. I meant to come here. You couldn't hear the audio, so I had to do this. Boop, and then we do this. There it is. It is early in the morning, and here we are. This is the sickest wallpaper I've ever seen in my entire life. Just wait. The only two I'll show you is Dragoon and Warrior. I was like my Dragoon phase was crazy. I mean, there's a bunch of them though. Like I think Summoner. I
Let's
think
go.
my favorite one is Dragoon and Warrior though.
Ooh.
Oh, I loved. I missed this already. Actually, this on Tankular and
Oh, I love this.
Nice.
This is sick.
Nice. Is that Nike? I think I don't know. I can't believe we're going to 110 though.
Ooh, is it the job song for Viper? That was sick. Okay. Let's go. We got Dragoon. Okay, same meter. Battle Litany. Oh, as a dash? Okay, choose strike jump. Ooh, Disembowel upgrade? Okay, Mirage Dive. Stick out Chaos Thrust. Okay. Dragonfire Dive. Wheeling Thrusts. Oh, different move. What was that? There's Raiden.
Thank you.
Lance Charge. Oh, Vorpal upgrade. Heavens. Okay. Yeah. No Nistrand. Oh, they skipped your Skogul.
Just wait. It's not even like the part that matters.
Oh,
Wait.
they skipped your Skogul. Uh-huh. That elusive. Star. Uh-huh. Star Dive. Okay.
Okay, wait.
Some
Where is Warriors?
Okay. Same.
Okay.
I like that.
Have you got around doing any of the patch stuff yet? No, not really.
Okay, Warrior.
I'll do a book of it tomorrow.
Infuriate. Onslaught. Was that Felcleave upgrade? That was sick. Okay. Orogeny. Okay. Inner Chaos. That cover move that we saw her do in the trailer. Okay. Inner Release. Felcleave though. Bloodwedding. Wait, what was that other move though? Shake. Ooh. That's either Primal. Ooh. Yo, that was Primal 2 or something.
Yeah.
That was crazy, actually. Yo, look at them.
My reaction's so stupid, bro.
Oh, it's different cards. Oh, the cards do different things now.
My God.
Oh my God, it's 3. Okay, there's Lord. What was that?
This Sesprog face is amazing.
Neutral. Helios 2?
Yeah, it cracks me up too, honestly.
Oh, it's like minor art. I think they reworked minor arcana because it's like supports and then DPS. Oh, interesting.
I mean, like Gunbreakers ones is crazy. So
what? That was sick. Oh my gosh, that was like a Milky
actually,
Way attack.
I might like low-key
go
through this whole
that.
thing.
I don't even know what that was. Okay, Dancer. Dance partner. What was that move? I don't know what that was. Okay, 1-2. On and font. Okay. What is
The
that?
Birthday Aware is so nice. I mean,
Starfall. Fan 4.
the visual is so sick, dude.
Ooh. Technical.
I might like
wasn't,
low-key rewatch the dev panel after this.
Wait, there's a way to give meter to. There's a way to give dance to the person without the thing. Oh, what in the world was that? Dancer's gonna be cracked. What? Okay, Shadow. We got Reaper, Arcane Circle, Soul Slice, Gluttony. Ooh, yo, Reaper looks sick with that move. Wait, we got Gibbet and Gallows upgrade? Yeah, that's sick actually. Okay, Plentiful. Wait, you don't get meter anymore with Plentiful? Oh.
Nina, go back and eat food. Why are you here? I love you.
Wait, they changed one of the reapings. What is that move? Okay, Communio. Harvest. Oh, what is that move? That was sick. Wait,
You ate?
Plentiful doesn't do the thing anymore.
I'm just making sure you had food. You know, hi Unreal.
You don't
How's
get
it going?
meter for Plentiful anymore? Oh. Okay. Did you just triple cast? Okay, Mulino. It didn't.
You ate food, but you also ate.
Wait.
Yo, facts.
It didn't do 20 anymore?
True.
Ooh, that was sick. Manification. It doesn't give meter anymore. Wait, oh my god, they're doing meter things. Okay, triple combo. Verflare. Scorch.
I mean, I love how cute everyone in the community is. Everyone's so cute.
Oh, is there a 4? I think there's a 4. They are doing something with meter. They're not, jobs are not, they use, okay, you get meter for free doing attacks now. That's what it is, Machinist. I noticed that. Okay, Flamethrower.
What's really nice though too is like,
okay,
I think Wolfie called that up before, but he's like, our circle of people are all so, like, naturally nice and normal, you know? Like, we're just a bunch of nerds who are like human beings normally in the process too. It's actually kind of nice. So yeah.
Air Anchor? Why'd you Air Anchor, but then you wouldn't? Oh, Bioblaster's no longer part of Drill. They're not tied to each other anymore.
Or so I thought.
Wildfire. Oh, is that Heat Blast upgrade? Oh, what is that move? Oh, that's sick. Yo, there's different moves. Oh, they upgraded Gauss Run and Ricochet? Wait, that's fire. I can summon missiles?
Yeah.
Yo, Machinist is sick.
I'm so stupid, bro.
Oh, I'm awake now. You got Ninja?
Mind you, it was like 6 in the morning.
Wait. Wait, Bunshi's activated.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Armor Crush just did that. Ooh. Oh, we got a poison miss attack? Uh-huh.
This is gonna be me at the JP
JP
keynote again. It's gonna be so crazy.
Okay. Phantom. Health Rock Medium upgrade. Tenchi Jin. Shuriken. Raiton. Suiton. Ooh. Oh, is that like a finisher with Tenchi Jin? That's kind of sick, actually. Okay.
Wait, I need to find...
New meter for Ninja.
I need to find... Sorry, 1 second. Someone was asking me about doing the Extreme, and I said, nope, I haven't even done the MSQ.
Doses 3.
Wait, where's Oh wait, here I'll.
Okay.
Where's?
What is it? Wait.
Yeah, one, huh? I knew it. I knew it.
What is that move?
My Black Mage face goes crazy. I was talking about the meter for Flare Star.
Okay, dang. Black Mage. What is it? Wait, there's a meter thing you're hitting. What is this? There's like a 6-thing icon. What is this? Okay, Amplify. You can triple Xenoglossy? There's triple Xenoglossy now.
Oh wait, yeah, okay.
Oh, it's a thing with fire. Okay. What is that? You can move the ley lines.
Yo.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, it's all 6s. What is this move? That's Despair. Like Fire 5 or something? I don't. Oh my god, you get you get more of that meter for doing different. Oh, that is sick. Okay, we got Viper. That Job Crystal was sick. Yo, look at the there's 2 different meters here. Okay, there's a sword meter here, but then there's the thing over here. Dash. Ooh,
it's gonna be so crazy to think about what we get with Viper after seeing the job changes from the dev panel, and then how it'll acclimate to like this too.
Okay, 50 meter burst mode.
God, Viper is so cool
kinda
looking.
Like Ninja. It goes up every 5, something in the nature. Per auto. Ooh, AoEs. Stance move. Oh, burst mode was like 5s. Okay, okay, okay. Ooh. 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 Oh my god, that was crazy actually. It feels a little, it looks a little bit like Reaper. But that's just
Yo, my
godlike,
predictions
it
are
doesn't
not that
matter.
crazy off actually,
Okay,
you know what I'm
Lily
saying?
Bell.
I feel kind of
Who's that, Dia?
cool.
Glare.
I'm waiting for
Ooh.
when I see Ethereal Shift, I
Wait, you
think.
have Lily already. There's already a Lily.
Better than
Medica
Reaper?
2.
I mean, I don't know about
Or
that.
Medica
I mean, maybe
4.
I
Something upgrade. Some Medica upgrade thing. What is that move? That's not anything I've ever seen. Okay, that was Aqua Veil. Tetra.
Where's Ethereal Shift at?
Double class Glare. Lily. Temperance. Oh my god, she has an Icarus!
Yeah.
She has a mobility move. Mental Enlightenment?
Okay,
That
wait.
was
I think
sick.
Dark Knights is cool. Wait, I forget.
Monk got like a miniature, like a bunch of your changes.
Oh,
Okay.
the Summoner one
we
is
got Bloodspiller,
crazy.
we got Shadow. What was that move? Was it not like a plunge just now? I saw an okay. Hard Slash, sorry. Siphon, okay. Soul Eater. Blackest Night. Salted Earth and Salted Darkness. Delirium. Yes! Is that Delirium upgrade? What was that move? Oh! I think they did like a Confiteor thing. Wait, Living Shadow, but it didn't waste the meter. Shadowbringer. Uh-huh. Unleash. Stalwart. What was that just now? Oh, there's Bloodspiller. Oh, there's Carven Spits. What is this? Okay, there's a Confiteor combo thing when you activate Delirium that doesn't use the meter.
Wait,
okay.
I need to show you. I gotta show you Summoners because Summoner.
That was like satellite laser arrow. What was that?
Summoners is crazy. I know for sure Summoners goes crazy.
Okay, Summoner. Phoenix is first. Phoenix is first.
What a time, man.
Okay.
These are my favorite moments in all of like. I love my reaction to the content that I look at, man. It's so fun to watch.
Wait, the meter's different. The face of the. Okay, wait. What is that? Okay, Fester. Fester upgrade. Pain Flare. Ruin 4. Ifrit. The icon that covers the meter is not the same. It's different. Okay, there's Ifrit, there's Titan. There's
oh my
a different
gosh.
summon. It's not going to be the same. Is it a different Bahamut?
Why can you still
No,
spam that?
There's more primals.
Bruh.
Oh my god, I think there's more primals. What is that thing? What is this? Yo, what is that Bahamut? Is that a Bahamut? That looks like a Neo Bahamut. Yo, Bahamut upgrade? That is so clean. What in the wait? Oh my god, it's not. We got Bahamut back now. It's Bahamut now. There's a third summon. It's okay. You got Phoenix, Bahamut, and whatever the heck that thing is.
Oh god.
Okay, Hakaze.
I can't even think about the
Higanbana.
I can't even think about Summoner in 8.0. I'm telling you, the thing is that like whatever announcements we get for the Dawn Trail or the Evercold keynote for the job action trailer is gonna be so nuts because at least at that point in time all the jobs will be showcased and I have literally no idea. So it's gonna be nuts. The photo of you in the hotel bed is so cute. Pause. Thank you though.
And Mengetsu, okay. There's Sene, okay, there's Tong, okay. Double. The second Goken too, okay.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Ooh.
I mean I figured that it would have been like a little fun little, you know what I mean? Ponzo said that they're showing more jobs for all the other keynotes. Yeah, they should.
3?
They're probably going to do it to further like showcase like what changes that they've made.
Into Yuki, Kasha,
They
and
they
Gecko.
they will be showing off another dev panel for job stuff, and they kind of have to this time because
Yo, elemental Madara upgrade looks sick. Okay.
But yeah, so
okay.
The
we got
reason why
Scholar,
it's so much more
Meteor
important
at
now
the
to
top. I'm
showcase
sorry for
job
covering
changes
the
is
Meteor
because that way
before.
people can
I
stay
didn't- I-
in
they
confidence that like
I wish
the
they
changes
kept
that they
them all
are
in
making
place.
is like
Okay.
for the better of the game and like in a good direction too. So like
Okay.
yeah, they in theory
Okay, Broyle.
in my mind like because
What is
Yoshi
that
P mentioned like oh Black Mage is very very
I
nice
was gonna say
like
chain 2, but I don't
I
actually
kind
know.
of sort of expect them to showcase it.
Yo, what? Yo, Seraph upgrade looks crazy. That has to be Seraph. No, it's not. That's
We should be
Seraph.
seeing in my mind.
Angel stance. There's an angel stance for Scholar. What
Oh my
is
God.
this?
In my mind,
Brother, what in the world am I looking at? Oh my God, is that Picto? Okay, that's sick actually.
in my mind, they're gonna show off. They should show off Black Mage because they didn't show a caster. I also expect them to show off like a shield healer, like Scholar or Sage, another tank besides Paladin, and another melee. And also, if anything, they'll probably continue to expand upon like what the evolved mode like looks like.
Oh my gosh, you got
But
like
yeah, we won't get everything
Change
in the
things.
EU
okay, and then there's a
keynote,
5
but the
and like a
JP
pink
keynote
meter?
will
Okay,
showcase because the
Under
other thing that they
caster
shouldn't
job.
show during the EU
Oh my God,
keynote
you had
is
pink and
the
points
job
of
gauge
fire. Okay,
stuff.
that's like
I
fire, like
kind of
wind.
sort of expect them to keep that
water
hidden,
increases meter.
but then the job action release
Oh, okay, that was a resource
will be fully
thing, the
revealed
first
in
page.
JP.
Wait, but it's
That
a
includes the
different one.
jobs and all that other stuff too. So, what questions did you get answered, and what questions do you have
Holy?
now?
Okay,
Great question,
like
actually.
a painted magic hammer thing.
Um,
Oh my God, you got melee attacks.
The question that I asked.
That looks like
Hold on. The question that I asked that I was kind of like, oh, I wonder if this is a thing, is if the jobs will retain the 2 minute as well as their current flow of how they design battle content going into 8.0. Because for brief history, going from Shadowbringers to Endwalker, there were I would say like a moderate number of changes. Butt Slider is crazy. Right? And then the thing is that from Endwalker to Dawn Trail, even as hype as we are now for the job stuff we've seen, now that we have the knowledge that we have now about Dawn Trail, a lot of the information that they showcase is that like most of the buttons that we saw were like OGCD additives, or they were just direct upgrades to buttons we've already seen before, right? So the difference is that the shift from Dawn Trail to Evercold is not anywhere near the same length as the shift from Endwalker to Dawn Trail or Shadowbringers to Endwalker. It is way wider because, like, I've been giving people the warning about this comfortably. I've been saying it doesn't matter what job you play, whether it's a Dragoon or a Paladin, Warrior, Dark Knight, White Mage, Sage, Reaper, Monk, Samurai, Dancer. It doesn't matter. Black Mage, Summoner. It doesn't matter what job you play. You have to assume that every single job is literally getting reworked in some major, massive way because of the discoveries that me and Key made during the dev panel. So, now, is it possible that Summoner will still be like a Summon Bahamut and then 3 Primals thing and then rotation? Yes, it is possible. But also, it is very much not likely the case scenario. And the reason why I say this is because the jobs that they showed us 4 different jobs, and only one of them retained a familiarity to the thing that we're aware of now, and it was still different. Okay, the one job that retained the thing that we are aware of, feels the most familiar to how the job functions right now, is only Paladin. Sunny, hi Stolen, hi Condi, hi Sunny, hi Vizron, hi Tenchi. What's going on? Hope you all had a fantastic time with the stream. Just kind of a quick heads up. no MSQ, no Alliance raid. We're completely spoiler free for 7.5, so no news. So you guys don't have to worry about hi Wismith about like being spoiled or anything. We're just covering all the changes for like EverCold released in the dev panel as well as the keynote. And then I'm just kind of showcasing the I'm going through the job action trailers for Dawn Trail, and then we're gonna watch the dev panel stuff going into 8.0. So welcome on in. Hope you had a fantastic stream, and welcome on in. So thank you guys for hanging out, and I appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you all had a fantastic time with our lovely friend Sunny. Sunny, we missed you at FanFest, but we love you, of course, very dearly. And we'll see you definitely at the next one. But hope you had a fantastic time with your stream. So yeah. For anyone who's also like wants to engage in conversation with us, someone asked me if our lovely viewer Juan Stinky asked me if the questions that I had for 8.0 got answered, and then what questions do I have now? And so I'm kind of currently in the process of that. But of course, if you have to go raid and run post stream and like go get something to eat, go take like a like a shower, dinner, anything you have to do, of course, please go do so. Don't let us keep you here. But definitely, thank you for the raid, and I appreciate it. I'm so jealous we were able to go. If only I lived closer and the tickets were $1 billion. I feel that. I mean, I can't even explain how like majorly blessed I was for even being given the opportunity to go. Farah knows why. So I have Farah to thank immensely for giving me the opportunity to go. So, and I think that for me it only further solidified like how much I love everyone that I went with too. But then also everyone's telling me that I deserve it. No, I didn't. I didn't deserve it. But also like, people are starting to understand that I play this game like a little too much, but like for decent purpose, right? So, and then this is what the trailer is that we're looking at. So yeah, I wish we cuddled. You could have honestly cuddled me, and I probably would have just like accepted my fate. You know what I mean? Like, but also like you are already off the market, sir. So I mean, whoa. But yeah. um, but I can be shared. That is crazy, but understood actually. She wouldn't mind. That is crazy. Oh, I mean, I can't say this on stream. Everyone's gonna think that I'm crazy, so I can't say that actually. That's why I said that. I mean, no, considering that she said that like I could have the couch. Um, I got no words, so we'll just chill. But it's okay. I mean, I'll be raiding with her soon, right? Because she's gonna have me play Bard in the new Ultimate, so like we'll find out. But until then, I have no idea. Also, who turned me into a noodle? Oh, okay. And this pasta lasts forever. Well, I mean, I can turn it off when I want to. So I mean, I don't have a clue, but it is not like a temporary thing. Um, yeah, I have full control of when I can turn it on and off. I forgot to turn it off earlier, so that's why people were like, "Oh my gosh, yeah." So also if you switch between the other one, like you just kind of sort of can, but like yeah. Also, you can't see Timmy, and I should probably keep that in mind. But yeah, I'm not lagging. I'm here, by the way. All right, wonderful. But yeah, so in terms of questions that I had answered, like the most important questions that I was looking for that they have confirmed, I have gotten answered. But also, even those questions that got answered turned into more questions for later. And also, I have new questions after what I've already seen. Okay, so the questions that I got answered was like, are jobs being reworked? Yes. Do jobs retain information from the old system than how it is now? The answer for the most part is no. Um, as I was saying before, the 4 jobs that they showcased during the dev panel was Paladin, Dragoon, Bard, and Wet Mage. The only job that retains a ounce of familiarity that makes sense to me is Paladin. Dragoon is the oldest job in the entire game that retained as much of its identity established since the beginning of time, and that job plays nothing like how it's playing in Evercold. Even though White Mage plays, it feels very similar to like what we're used to. What they explained in the dev panel is that healers actually have more emphasized focus on healing on top of doing damage, So you can't just sit there and only heal when it seems most necessary for certain mechanics. Like you have to actively actually pay attention to how you heal. Um, so someone made like a joke that like white mage is already really easy to play, and like that's like a cop out because like it's not, but realistically like it just depends on how it plays. You know what I mean? So yeah. Oh yes, please do. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sonny, and thank you for the raid and definitely enjoy yourself. So thank you so much. You know, but yeah. So heals in 14 madness. Well, no, the thing is that like healers healing in 14 is not exactly like an expectation. The further that we've gone through the expansions like last cycle, the less healers have had to actually heal, except for very very certain mechanics where it's like an actual requirement. But the difference is that like in 14, unlike other MMOs, healers are actually also expected to do damage. It's actually like a requirement. It's not like a conversation. So the thing is that like and so in the dev panel we'll cover it, but basically like healers have abilities that let them heal people that also can convert into damage. There is not a single button in the entire game that does that. There is a button that pseudo does that, but it technically doesn't, right? um no button needs to actually be used as a heal to activate an attack. So that's a very new change that also fully incorporates like a new style of how you can play healers. And so um like we'll have to see more about that when we get into the EU keynote, but that change is immense, right? And then Bard, same thing. The way how it plays right now is very like utility, but it also provides a lot of like potency increase, but that's also being taken out to some degree, at least as far as we're aware. So I have no idea. uh
Burst window thing.
but yeah.
Okay, there's Moogle Beam. Oh, that's the wings thing.
But
Okay.
so yeah, the questions of
The
like, is there a
cat
2 minute
thing.
meta anymore? That question
What
is
kind of
confirmed.
support
The answer
ability?
is no.
It changed the meter
Sort of.
into rainbow color.
The not every single job
What?
is rigid under 2 minutes. I still think that there are
Ooh,
buffs
like a
that
fan
jobs
attack,
can
okay.
use that potentially occur every 2 minutes.
Oh.
But
Oh, it's
instead
like
of
a
having every
circle.
single job kind of stay in sync to content and activate the
Okay,
burst window,
ice.
you
Oh,
have to
I wonder if it's
actually,
like a
to
region
my
bubble
knowledge,
thing.
you have to actually know your job in order to know when the window is coming, and you can use it with the synergy of whatever job. So if Bard retains Radiant
that's
Encore,
sick.
then you have to actually know how
That move
often
also
Radiant
looked
Encore
like,
gets
okay,
used.
Red Mage Revelation.
That if you're playing a job like Dragoon,
Gunbreaker.
your buff window with Dragoon is not every 60 seconds. It's just not. So that means that how you press Dragoon buttons depends entirely on what jobs you're playing with and actually taking advantage of that job's buffs, if it has buffs. I'm under the impression that it does. So again,
Okay,
we'll cover it.
The meter's right on top of me. There's 3 cartridges still. What was
Yeah.
that, Nebula upgrade? Wait, what was that dash?
So yeah. Now the question that I have
Okay,
much more so too, but the problem is that, like I don't have enough information on it.
Fade circle into the AoE attack. I saw that. Okay,
my job
brutal
questions
I think
now
every tank has a dash.
stem heavily based off of
Solid.
the other roles that are
No mercy.
technically missing, right?
Sonic Break,
So Paladin
Bloodfest,
is and
It
it's a
only
main
gave
tank
2, it didn't,
that
like-
has a
okay.
lot of its buttons that have been consolidated, but
Uh-huh.
also there's new buttons.
Wicked, Eye Gouge. Okay. Double
So
down.
I need to see what an off tank looks like by comparison.
Blasting. What in the world was that move? Wait, what are you doing? Oh, is that like Burst Strike or something? No, it didn't. Wait, it didn't use meter. It didn't use cartridges. But you did it 3 times? What was that?
Okay. Let me go to the restroom real quick, and then wait. Let me go grab the FF14 key. No. FanFest Day 1. School me. Okay. Okay. Here, I will be right back. Please hold. Thank you for holding. I've come back with pretzels. Okay, so to kind of further extend on my questions that I had before we watch this, because I think it's very important. Um, the one question that I have that actually serves as like a net negative to my mental for what I'm expecting or hoping for or wondering about is how does the jobs come into context for the older content? Because to my understanding right now, there's only like a very specific form of content that logically works and makes sense with the job changes we see in this dev panel. And it's crazy because it is not hard content at all. Um, so that's my current concern. Okay, because right now it's just too soon to tell still. But none of the jobs right now that they showcase in this dev panel make sense to me personally on their functionality in like ultimates and savage raids for the current content. Okay. Now, because I've been thinking about it for so many days since this announcement. Like, I want to know, how does a job like Dragoon function in a fight like Fru in the new variation? Okay. Um, but the answer is I have no idea. So again, same thing kind of applies, right? Like every job still has a burst window. Every job still has a rotation. How that rotation and how that burst window comes into place is completely still in the unknown. You are not going to be able to play EverCold day one that it comes out and automatically know what to do with the job that you're going to play. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what job it is, which job you've been playing for years, decades. It does not matter. Every single job is going to get something completely different and new, and it's weird, and it requires time to cook and figure it out. Now the community that the like Farah's community has pretty much discussed this, and it makes sense to me. Um, more more now than before, but because new jobs moving forward will only get the evolve mode and not the reborn mode. My initial thought process was that the reborn mode would still retain moving forward despite whatever. But it makes more sense that the people have been talking about the idea that the reborn mode is temporary, and until you get comfortable with the evolved flow, the reborn stuff will retain itself. That way, you don't feel like completely discombobulated playing the new type of style content. Um, and they reward you with this conceptually by making the evolved mode content be worth more damage output than the reborn version. However, a question that I have that I think will pose a problem, depending on how it's designed, is reborn mode, which is the red mode, technically does a tiny less damage than the evolved mode, which is the new mode. But the reborn mode retains the classic style of play. The objective is for them to give you the idea to start playing evolved only or mostly so that you can like go through the content and figure it out in the process. If there is a fight, it doesn't matter which fight, what kind of difficulty at all. If a certain fight is out there where the reborn mode does more damage than the evolved mode, I think that's going to be a big problem. Because if by theoretical construct the evolved mode has to naturally out DPS the reborn mode, then it should be impossible under all fronts, if their plan is to eventually phase out reborn and only keep evolved, that every job under reborn has to do less than evolved. Because also, they didn't, I think they showcased this later on, but they're redoing every single job's functionality at the level. So right now, for example, Reaper, you can't enshroud into like darkness mode as a Reaper until level 80. They are changing that, where you can enshroud at level 50, which is crazy. So every single job's like button functionality by concept will be available to play at level 50 for every single job. Assuming that that's the case scenario, and depending on how the potency changes come into place, every single piece of old content automatically gets broken by any job that doesn't have all of their buttons at level 70 at the foundational level. And that's a problem because that means that older content will need to be touched up so that you can compensate for the changes coming into the thing with the content. So Viper and Reaper at level 70 are hilariously awful, right? Reaper doesn't have its buff. You don't have Gluttony. You can't Enshroud. There's no Communio. Viper can't reawaken. You don't get the follow-up with your twins after using the coils. You don't have Uncoiled Fury, right? Like you're missing a bunch of buttons as a Viper. If you try and do an ultimate like Uwu, Reaper and Viper get their full burst windows during that ultimate, which is bad because, you know, there's a phase during the beginning of Garuda where you got to fight like a bunch of plumes. So a lot of jobs are specifically missing AoE power in that level. So if every single job can bring that with them into concept, that means that a lot of the fights that are older fights are going to be dramatically broken. So they have not confirmed this at all, so I have no idea. But if Ultimates and Savage Raid content are able to be touched up to compensate for a lot of the changes that we'll be seeing, that'd be good because that means that they're aware that the content isn't the only thing that needs to coexist with the battle content at the old level, but even at the current level. So, like, as long as they are aware that certain fights just do not comfortably feel good because of whatever the heck that it is, then they will have to go back and make changes to older contents to make sure that it flows properly with the current design content job wise that they have in mind for EverCold. They're not going to do ulti Unreal, so I would not worry about that right now. You have to assume that they're still going to release ultimates at level 70, 80, 90, 100 because they're not level squishing. They're just going up. So they most likely will not be doing like an ultimate Unreal that you do it at like level 110. I think that's a bad idea. Because like the reward system for that is not going to be logical either. To have Unreal Ultimate UCOB weapons that are different than the current UCOB weapons that give you a different effect that are only limited time is like an awful idea. The only possible way that an Ultimate Unreal comes into place is if the reward for it is like either monthly or bi-weekly or something, and they change the Ultimate every single time. They have to do a rotation for the Ultimates in order for them to even give you an Unreal. Right now, Unreal content is per patch, and they're changing that concept by making it a season. So even if you cycle Ultimates per season or per patch, that's not going to be a good idea. That's a terrible idea to give them an Unreal Ultimate. Because like if they're gonna go in order of like UCOP to Fruit, you have to wait 2.5 years plus just to go do Fruit Unreal, and that's not gonna happen because by the time we get there, like Dancing Mat Ultimate won't even be able to be done within Evercold because like it'll be too long of a wait. So like absolutely not. But what would be helpful is if they come out with new content reward wise for older ultimates that give people the fundamental inspiration to go back and go do that content as they do right now, but also at any W play. Because the problem is that I already checked, but there's no new weapons for UCOP, UU, T, DSR, top, or Fru at all. I mean, Fru makes sense because in top makes sense too, because like duh. Right? Like there's no new weapons for old ultis for any job. I'm still hoping that they add this down the road because that'll be helpful. Especially because the weapons exist. They're just not in the game, you know? So we shall see. The most important thing for me in my mind is that from a content perspective, that the difficulty of content, since it's naturally going to be increasing along with the job expression, that the content overall just becomes much more challenging on all fronts. So dungeons, trials, normal raids, savage raids, there's an in-between difficulty now for that too. Ultimates, Criterion, Deep Dungeon, etc. Every single piece of content needs to just be naturally more challenging, and that'll come into place as well with the jobs. Well, like we shall see. So, my burning question is just wondering how will old raids feel with new job changes, and is there going to be like a proper way to like still naturally go through the content and like feel good about it? Because right now, like I don't feel good about the current job changes with these 4 roles only in old ultimates as an ultimate perspective person. Dungeon content, I think dungeons is perfectly fine. Like I don't think that dungeons are an issue at all right now for the content with the new job changes. But it's old raids and old ultimates that concern me. What else? Oh, I mean, this is a gear question, but my other question is like, the one change that they confirmed that does not make a lick of sense to me at all, that I will not know until I think it's Berlin, is the item level sync. You only have to BIS one job to get BIS for every job that you have that shares the max level. So if I have all my jobs at 110, if I get BIS for just tank, I get BIS for every single job. Right now, just because it's brand new and unfamiliar, I don't like it. But will I probably not care about it later on, or will I love it a lot down the road? Like, absolutely possible. But right now, though, I don't like it. Not because I think it's a bad idea, but it's because I had another idea in my mind that I would have preferred that was still familiar, but just kind of gave me like a bigger incentive to like work on the thing. So, instead of just getting BIS for one job and therefore getting BIS for 23 jobs, I was hoping to just be able to get more funneled methods of getting gear to work on my character's jobs. Right? Because just from right now, even the Savage gear isn't the problem. Right now the problem is tomes. With tomes, I can't get best in slot for Kefka Ultimate for every job in the game because I won't have enough tomes to do so. It is currently impossible. It's impossible right now to get best in slot for every single role because you're missing tomes. For like, there's like 2 major roles you can't play, basically. I think 3 even. Because like right now I have tank, dragoon, and healer tomed out max, and by the time that the ultimate comes out, I will have just barely finished his range. So I still don't get caster. I'm still missing left side striking and left side scouting. Right? So like that's why right now it's like weird. But again, the changes that they're incorporating for the job thing could be really cool, but I don't have an idea right now. I'm not under the impression that like it's going to be like a good change.
And again,
but it's because I'm unknown to it,
reiterate
not
an
because I think it's
important
an
point.
actually bad change.
Of course, we have made the adjustments, but then the evolved mode would
I'm
be
just shocked by it,
slightly
is the real answer.
stronger. Presentation
for both the reborn and evolved modes of Paladin.
See, because like people saw this right away and immediately were like, nah, you know. A lot of the job buttons are just missing. It's crazy, actually. A lot of job buttons for Paladin are just missing. But they're not really missing though, right? They're just kind of like, they really just like combine them a lot together. Like you can literally take out like 6 buttons already from the other hotbar in the reborn mode.
So we have
actually more than
redesigned it
6.
so that
8
all
buttons.
necessary job and role actions fit into approximately 16 buttons.
もうみんなさ、アイコンが気になって話頭に入ってないでしょ。
everybody's looking at all the icons that are in the hot
You're
bars.
not listening to us, are you? Just looking at the icons.
ちなみに、これ開発中だから、まだ変わる可能性があるのはすいません、覚えておい
That
てくだ
Bell's
さい
under
ね。
trying
I
to
do
ask
want to
GP
let
for
you
a
know that
job.
we're
Like, you know
still
what we should
under
do?
development on this, so this could change.
Well, I don't speak
どの
Japanese.
ような方法でボタン数
So
を削減をしたかについてですが、
and
まず基本の
he's a
コンボアクショ
god,
ンを
brother.
1ボタンに統合しています。
So now you're probably wondering how we got the number of actions.
Also,
down that
first of
far.
all, if I try and apply for a job at Square Enix to work on 14, what in the world am I supposed to work on that's not already being worked on in 14? Because I'm not trying to be responsible for job design. Because that's his role, right? Like, what am I supposed to do in the company?
Was by consolidating basic combos into a single icon.
ナイトを例にすると、リボーンモードでは、ファストブレード、ライオットソード、ロイヤルアソリティのコンボが3つのボタンに分かれているんですが、エボルブモードでは1つのボタンがコンボの進捗に応じて置き換わっていきます。
So, for example, in Reborn mode, the Paladin combo of Fast Blade into Riot Sword into Royal Authority took 3 icons. In Evolved mode, the full combo is now executable by clicking the same button 3 times without clicking 3 different buttons.
その他にも、単体と範囲攻撃に分かれていたものや、メカニクスに大きく関わらないアクションの統廃合をしています。
We've consolidated actions in other ways as well, such as merging ones that had similar mechanics, or ones that were simply AoE versions of an existing single target action.
No.
ボタン数が少ないことで、アクションの手数が減ってしまった
I'm
り、
not gonna be like a translator with I'm not gonna use like a phone to
その分、
translate
一つ一つの
my
アクショ
thing
ン
to
のリキャ
them.
ストタイム
Hell
を
no.
短くしたり、効果量を強くするなどで調整しています。
Like that's not what they like. They don't even want that.
That a reduction in the number of hotbar slots might limit players by putting them at a disadvantage when attacking certain content.
They make it unbelievably clear you have to be able to speak fluently in Japanese to even apply for any job that they have.
Recast times and
I had to
increasing
know Japanese without actually just talking to a phone.
例えば、リボーンモードでは、
No, I
フル
can't
ワ
use
ー
a
クと
phone
い
to
う防御
communicate.
アクションがありますが、エボルブモードではこれが廃止される代わりに、全体的に他の防御アクションの効果内容を調整して、アクション数が減っても問題なく能力を発揮できるようにしています。
Yeah.
So, for example, in Reborn mode, Paladins will continue to have the option to use the action Bulwark. But in Evolved mode, Bulwark will no longer exist. But to compensate for its removal, the potency of remaining defensive actions will be adjusted to produce similar results.
I mean, yeah, like we talked about having two. Yeah.
I've
already. Well, the thing is, like, okay. The thing is that, like, we talked about having 2 rotations, but the thing is that, like, they're not. We don't even know if they're doing that. Paladin, in my mind, doesn't have 2 rotations. Unless you mean like Reborn versus Evolve mode, then like yes, but if we're talking about like just strictly Evolve mode rotation, I still don't think that Evolved Paladin has 2 rotations. Because they make it very clear that the rotation, the burst window for Reborn versus Evolve mode is different. They have confirmed this. Like, it's not going to be like exactly that. I don't think that the adjustment will be like dramatically different, but they have confirmed that like your burst window, like the button order you press between the both roles is not the same. So like that's why like people have been saying that you're going to end up actually learning 42 jobs instead of 23, or what is it, 44? Because like 21 plus type 2, 42. Yeah, like you have to learn how to rotation 44 jobs instead of 23. Because the Reborn rotation in the burst window is different than the Evolve one. Now, I still think that the buttons that you press in Reborn mode are still going to be equal to the ones in Evolved mode, but the rotation will still change because of what buttons are available for Reborn versus Evolved. And they showcase this, right? Because like the cooldowns are different. The problem though is that I had to like relook at the Dragoon one. I think the Dragoon one shows it actually. But yeah, like I don't think you can just immediately translate how you play Reborn mode into Evolve mode. Like I don't think so at all.
There are a lot of different
unless
ways
the gauge
have again,
unless the gauge works the exact
used,
same between both modes. But right now, I'm not convinced that they do.
Different actions, and we've been taking these
because specifically as well, there's still Holy Shell Shrine gauge here,
and there is no gauge over here. This doesn't mean that there's just no gauge that you use in evolve mode. It just means that like the way how the gauge currently works for old Paladin with Reborn Paladin is the same, where you build it, but they've already confirmed in the demonstration that the way how the job gauge works for Paladin is not the same.
Split them into completely different things.
You
Things
do
that were
not
the same,
acquire
split,
gauge
things
as a
that were
Paladin in
similar, we
evolve
put
mode
together.
with autos.
はい。また特殊な例として、使用する対象や状況に応じて
So I don't
実
know.
行さ
I
れ
mean,
る
I
アクショ
have
ンが
no
変化
idea.
する仕組みもあります。
So another unique way we were able to consolidate actions was by changing
Because also I
their
think
effects
that
based on the targets.
例えば、
because like
ナイトには
Expiation and Circle of Scorn are still there, but in evolve mode, Expiation comes from continuation, and that's after you use Divine Authority.
Effects
So
based on the
like
targets.
it genuinely feels
例え
like you're
ば、
learning, you're
ナイ
playing
トに
two
は
different
Divine
like
Justice と
versions
い
of
うアクション
Paladin.
があります。
One is
So in other
obviously
words, take the action
better than the
being
other one by
introduced in evolve
conception,
mode, Divine
but whether or not
Justice.
that's true is
こ
still
のア
like
クションは
unknown.
敵が
Enemy or an ally, its resulting effect
Yeah.
battles will remain on both of these as they always you attack.
But even showing 4 jobs is not enough though. So because they don't even show you Paladin Reborn.
Each job feel
What
unique.
my hope is in the EU keynote they show you both the Reborn and Reborn and an evolved mode for a job. Not Paladin, but like if what they really should do to be really smart, if the dev team wants to be super big brain intelligent, they have to show you the Reborn and evolved mode for Dark Knight specifically. Because Dark Knight right now in Reborn mode is very like kind of cutthroat and like dry and like whatever. So whatever changes that we would be seeing come evolve mode for Dark Knight would be a dramatic differentiation between how the job plays right now and how it would play in EVERCOLD. Oh look, it's 14 Everclear. Shut the fuck up. I mean, well, Xenos was molding because people were telling to silence OT. I don't really think that Xenos seems to be mad that he's being called out for like the warrior being like an off tank thing. I still think that he can play main tank warrior if he really feels like it, especially if you're in a static. Like in a static, I'm pretty sure that you can still play main tank warrior and have an off tank paladin and like be fine. The only thing that changes is just how you mitigate, because right now historically, the first reprisal to ever come out of a tank is always the main tank, right? This paladin doesn't have a reprisal, right? Like in my mind, oh wait, no, I'm lying to you. There it is. Oh no. Yeah. Okay, my point. Yeah. So main tanks historically have reprisal, and they press reprisal in order to like whatever. If warrior as an off tank no longer has access to reprisal, but it has a different button, then that will make sense to me. However, though, I really don't think that they're designing the jobs in a way to specify the idea that you have to only play certain roles in certain ways and vice versa. Because where's the explanation actually? I wonder if I can like find it. The explanation is like there. God, EVERCOLD is such a cool background, dude. Oh my god. Okay, wait. See, because like even this too, like this is the thing that I was thinking about also. And then was FanFest. It was absolutely incredible, dude. I'm still like mind blown by the whole thing, honestly. I want them to specifically showcase the I want the visual demonstration for the okay, yeah, see, so synergy actions is like burst mode stuff. Acquisition levels is evolve mode only. So what this means is they're just getting rid of buffs for a lot of jobs. This means that you can play level 50 button. You can play level 100 button to level 50 basically. Not entirely, but like, you know, at least fundamentals. but only in Evolved. If you go Reborn mode, Reborn Reaper probably still doesn't have access to Arcane Circle and other buffs, but Evolved Reaper does, for example. You know what I
モードで
mean?
はタンクロー
Finding two different specials each in
っています。
as extension.
Yeah, so where is it? Break the cycle. Yeah, you see, so here, look, like you like right now at level 1, you don't get anything. Like you just get like your one button. By like level, let me think. By like level 7, you should have like your 1, 2, 3, which is like a lot actually. They're making endgame rating easier by taking out 2 minutes. Fuck no. No, they're not. That's not a thing at all. 2 minutes does not make the game easier. The game is way fucking harder. As a result of this, and I'll explain why too in due time. Right, but like you get your main actions as you get towards like level 20, level 30, 40, you get like your job defining stuff, and you get your specialty stuff by like level 50. You literally get your full rotation stuff at level 50. I'm under the impression right now that every single job at level 50 gets all of its shit, which I think is that would be very smart. So for main tanks are good at taking direct damage. The only immediate thing that speaks to me about this is because the shield parry exists for the paladin, and like Holy Celtron works pretty well, and you can counter enemy attacks. But the thing is like paladin still has access to reprisal, so like, you know what I mean? That's why like it's kind of hard to understand what these two roles will actually differentiate to, because you don't have like an immediate idea. I'm not under the impression that this is like set in stone, because even if you have actions to lower enemy damage like reprisal does this, but paladin has access still to reprisal. Skill that lowering damage taken by allies is literally just like using AoE mitigation. But like when you come back here to look at the specific kit that paladin has, paladin still has divine veil. That's why what that differentiation is, I don't even think it's even explained in this dev panel demonstration. So whatever this is still like a massive work in progress. That's why like the fact that you see the icons up here, this doesn't mean anything to me personally. We're going to see what Gunbreaker's Evil looks like. I mean, I think the most important evolution to look like is a Dark Knight. Like low key. Dark Knight off tank? Yeah. Dark Knight's historically been off tank for the longest time. It's been that way since like 3.0, which is like fine. Although like you could still play main tank obviously, but like Dark Knight has been OT since like 3.0. You can still play MT Dark Knight, but like no one actively plays MT Dark Knight like that often compared to the rest of the tanks, right? So again, what this entails, I have no idea, because like I said, Paladin still has Veil, Reprisal, Wings, you have Intervention, you have Cover, like all of the defensive mitigation that Paladin has right now, even in the dev panel, is still applied that lets it still play an off tank. New role twist like PvP. I mean, that would have been a good idea, because at least like if you're only able to acquire certain buttons as an off tank versus a main tank, and the stat differentiation requires it, then like that makes sense. The problem though is that like role choices is not gonna matter, and this is gonna still cause like the problem if like, okay, if you had a role kit like main tank paladin versus off tank paladin, right? The both of them need to be able to do equal damage to the T. Like it needs to be equal 1-to-1 damage in order for it to actually matter which one you play. If either like say for example that like because paladin main tank role has like a counter attack and off tank doesn't, if the counter attack for paladin automatically lets it do more damage than the off tank paladin variation, then there's never a reason to play off tank paladin unless there are buttons that you have no access to as a main tank paladin that would keep you alive that you do get access for if you were an off tank. But the problem with that is you cannot sacrifice damage, because the parse heads would be pissy. You cannot sacrifice damage for survivability, because that's just not good design, because everyone's going to hate that. Everyone's going to always pick whichever option does the most damage because like numbers is good, right? So if they're gonna do a role selection choice thing like paladin off or main tank and change which buttons you get access to, the damage still needs to equal 1-to-1. And if it doesn't, then like that's just not good. Because I mean, that's how I would feel if I was playing Gunbreaker off tank and I have access to like a parry, but Gunbreaker main tank doesn't have that parry. But like if I can do a DPS average of like 20,000 on a Gunbreaker main tank, but I can do 20,500 on an off tank variation, then even if I'm playing main tank, I'm picking Gunbreaker off tank because I want the parry. For example, you know what I mean? So as long as like okay, the thing is too, like I said before, I don't think that there would be any logical foundation to disable the opportunity for a paladin to play off tank. I think you're required in life to be able to play paladin and be either main tank or off tank because it's good at either option. Warrior historically being main tank for the longest time in the eyes of the community, right? But like it's still because Nascent Flash is the best off tank button in the entire game, unquestionably. But also, Warrior has access to Vengeance, right? And or Damnation. But the problem with Damnation is that for every auto hit you take, you do damage to the boss. So they have to take that out as an effect if you want to be giving the impression to people that sorry, I got like a text message, that off tank can be an off tank. Like Warrior can't be an off tank without getting rid of Damnation's secondary effect of taking damage in the auto. Yeah, exactly. So, right. But like I don't disagree though. I think Warrior has been a better off tank ever. Like I think Warrior's been a better off tank since Shadowbringers. But no one plays Warrior off tank because it's been Warrior main tank since since Stormblood. Where like it mattered, you know, because the invuln usage goes crazy, right? So yeah. Even we probably won't have Damnation, but maybe we were doing this Nascent Cleanse. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I actually think that like I think that Nascent Flash is actually good to retain the way that it currently works now. I would take out Damnation secondary effect to do the auto thing if they're gonna keep Warrior as an off tank. But like I don't have a clue. They took out Bull for Pally. Well, they did, but they said that they spreaded the thing across the board to the other roles. So, and Bulwark is a secondary 90 ability. So it's like Warrior Still of Battle, Dark Knight's Dark Mind, and then like Gunbreaker's Camouflage. So if they reduce those buttons and then put the defensive mitigation across the board to the other buttons, then that's fine. I will say though that does make mitigation like a little bit more difficult because you have less buttons to use for cooldowns, even if you take hits better. But it also makes it a little bit easier because you can take hits much better. So I don't have a clue. The current kit for Paladin's demonstration during this, basically in my mind, the Paladin right now has access to all 4 of these, even though it's being labeled as a main tank. So Paladin's using the cooldown will be lowered on the others, so the uptime doesn't get worse suddenly. In my well, we can find out because we'll literally get to see it. Welcome back. We'll literally get to see it during the demonstration. So that question gets answered. Yeah.
So you may see a section zoomed out there, those bars. That's where the job UI is going.
I didn't actively sit here and like look at the changes because I was too hype in my own chair freaking out about everything. So I will actively sit here and watch. So let's actually sit together and actively pay very close analytical attention to what buttons are being pressed on Paladin and how everything works. I already hear myself hype in the background during the demonstration, which is fine. But let's watch. Wait.
To be. I'm afraid we didn't have the graphics yet, so right now it's a very simple version, so we had to blow it up so that you can see it better.
If they change the gauge, that would be crazy fascinating.
まあ実際ああいう画面が加わるわけじゃないので。
And so again, we just kind of zoomed in on that particular section. So in the actual game
If they
page, you
say
won't
8
see like
have
a
80s
duplicate. So
mitigation and 2
で、
minute
玉木君
rotation,
の方
and you
は
lose
パ
it
ッド
into
モードで、
bulwark. That's not
実演してもらってま
That's
す。
not happening. That's not a
and
thing. So
another
I don't
disclaimer,
know.
Tamaki will
But
be
I don't
using
think that that's a
his
thing.
with a game controller.
I'm under the impression, at
で、
least for
僕の方
now,
はマウスキー
that
ボード、まあ左手ですけど、
you have to
And of
specifically look at
course,
the
mine
timings
will
on the
be mouse
cooldowns
and
and see
keyboard
what's
with
currently
left-handed
retained.
device.
The challenge with that, though,
Huh.
is I don't really think you can use that as any kind of idea for how mitigation will work going into 8.0, because chances are they probably still haven't even changed how the mitigation works. Them combining Bulwark into Rampart Guardian, Veil, and whatever is not set in stone. Like, if he presses Guardian and it's still a 2-minute cooldown, that doesn't mean that when we get the finale version in 8.0 that's a 2-minute cooldown. Like, we have literally zero clue. You can get an idea of what the cooldowns are right now by looking at the button. It'll give you confirmation on what it's currently like, but what it will look like down the road is still
魔法
completely
の力
unknown.
で敵を召喚してください。
Okay, so let's do some magic and spawn some enemies.
Because like you can't, like, they don't even let you like analyze the
Ah,
statistical
Buki.
functionality of
he-
certain
it's-
buttons.
that's
Like,
backwards.
Hi, hi, hi.
Yeah,
like I don't know how much the
Poor guy.
percentage is for buttons like Guardian or Holy
Face the
Sultron.
wrong
You know what I mean?
direction, you die.
So
はいはいはい、
whatever
ありがとう
that
ございます。
button
Thank
could potentially be is completely like unknown. Like I have
はい、
zero
まず
clue.
ナイトですが、
These changes are far from
今
100%
現在
because
皆さん
it's
がプレイさ
still
れているナイト
under
が比較的
massive
扱いやす
development.
いジョブになっていると思いますので、基本的なメカニクス
They
は
picked
大きく
4
変わらずに
jobs.
極端
They
に多いボタン
prioritized
数を
working on those
削
4
減しま
jobs
した
to prepare themselves for the
So
release of
moving back,
the
as
dev panel
Paladin is
for
already one of the
FanFest,
easier
right? So
jobs to use, for evolved mode, we didn't implement too many changes to play mechanics, and instead focused on drastically reducing the number of inputs in a typical rotation.
はい、先ほど説明させていただいた通り、基本コンボは一つのボタンが自動で置き換わります。
So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, one way we achieved that was by consolidating combos
It's
into
possible.
a
You make
single
a frost on
button
button.
icon.
They might
Blade,
they could
changes
just do
to
away
Riot
with
Blade,
Flare Star in general.
changes to Divine
Dragoon's
Authority,
missing a bunch of buttons that it has right
and
now.
back to Fast.
でまた、ディバインジャスティスは魔法に関連したアクションになっていて、敵に使うとホーリースピリットが実行されて、自分やパーティーメンバーに使うとクレメンシーが実行されます。
Or like we mentioned before, by changing an action's effect based on who the target is. So when Divine Justice, which is now a magic button, is cast on an enemy, it becomes Holy Spirit. When it's cast on a party member, it becomes
Royal
Clemens.
Authority, Divine Authority upgrade also is a 30-second thing after the Expedition of Valor follow-up.
Now
So
the same button.
もちろんおなじみのインペラトルからのブレードコンボもあります。
Imperator
Of
is
course,
a
the blade combo
40-second
following
cooldown
Imperator
button.
has
It's no
also
longer
been
6 seconds.
consolidated into one of those updating icon buttons.
Yeah, it's a 40-second thing now. So that's interesting. Wait, sorry.
One
What
of
did
those updating icon buttons.
Divine Might, Blade of Faith ready? Okay. And you can press it twice, which is crazy, by the way. So, like, that's the reason why it is extremely difficult to even think about the conceptual analysis behind how these jobs work. I can already give you, like, an okay, decent idea on how the burst window works for Paladin with this current version, but I still couldn't possibly have an idea. So it also depends on how you start with the burst window. If you don't start with the 2 gauges like you do right now with the Honor, then you can't do that burst window. The opener will be different than the burst window for Paladin. So the immediate impression that I can tell you is like you'll do your 1, 2, 3 and activate Expiation Avowed, then do 1, 2, and then Imperator. You'll do double Imperator with Expiation in the middle, and then you do Divine Holy Spirit, and then you do Divine Intervention again, and then you do another Expiation. Like that's the rotation actually. So yeah, it's gonna be very different than what you're used to, especially because like the GCD is faster and the timing is no longer at like a 60-second interval. So do you think NT will have more mits? No, I don't think that there's gonna be more or less mits for MT versus OT. I just think that the functional way that the buttons work will change. for one reason or another. The one focus that you should pay attention to with Paladin is that it has a parry for a timing thing. There's no reason for any other job to not have a timing thing if you play it closely. You know
そ
what
し
I
て
mean?
ナイトのエボルブモードの新しい個性と
So
し
no,
て、
I don't think
敵
that
の
the
攻撃をうまく受け止めることに成功したときに使えるカウンターアクションを
that
追
a
加し
main
てい
tank
ま
will
す。
have more mitts.
And one new thing
Because
that we are
main
trying
tank,
with Evolved Mode and Paladin is the addition of counter actions that become available when blocking certain attacks
Paladin
just right.
is main tank and it has less mitigation. So
敵の攻撃をホー
like
リー
it
シェル
doesn't
トロで
matter.
受け止めると、カウンターアクションのアンサラーを
If
執行できま
Paladin
す。
is a main tank
So
with
for
less
example,
mit than normal,
upon
that's
successfully
not
stopping an
doesn't mean
attack
that it's
with
actually going
Holy
to work.
Sheltron, Paladins can then
But I wouldn't
execute
immediately
a
say that that's
counterattack
because
called
of like
Answering
the way that
Strike.
it works. There's a probable good chance that a main tank will need help from its off tank in order to compensate for the damage that it already gets. But the problem is that like most likely also main tank needs to also support off tank because chances are off tank will also need that assistance because there are tank busters that hit an off tank way harder than a main tank. And the timing charge for Holy Sheltron comes back and instantaneously than it used to with like the 50-second wait time, whatever that it is. You get it back right away. You can use it on yourself and immediately on the other target. Like it showcases that actually. So also that's so sick. Sheltron doesn't have 3 effects anymore. It only has the 1, and then the icon changes when it's ready to like initiate the counterattack. Right now, if you press Holy Sheltron, you have 3 different buffs. They took that out entirely, at least for the demonstration. So you still can't even look at the mitigation and assume anything, because the amount of damage that it takes comparison to the actual total HP bar is completely missing, right? So I don't really think that like I wouldn't expect too much for like what it could potentially be. Anyway, double is a good. Did you see 1.8? No, there will still be. I will say this much: there will still be double weaving. It's going to be much harder for certain jobs, but you can absolutely still double weave. It just really depends on how the buttons work. Triple weaving, on the other hand, probably not so much. So I'm betting MT will have different types of mitts than OT. Something like MT get 3 personal mitts and a party mitt, while OT gets 3 party mitts and a personal mitt. Well, maybe, but the thing is, like right now, Paladin has 3 party mitts and 3 personal mitts, and then one of those mitts can be shared between themselves or the other person, and their gap closer is a defensive mitt that doesn't actually have any like gauge or association. Like it's hard to understand it because intervene doesn't do damage. You can either gap close intervene to hit the enemy, but you can also use it to cover a person, but the cover serves as a defense versus the actual hit on the attack with the thing. That's why it's not possible to assume anything right now. It makes no sense for intervene to be a cover but also a gap closer when one is significantly better than the other. Like sick. One of those is much better than the other, unquestionably. So, I mean, I don't think people would be cool if they took out passenger arms. So.
All right, so now let's take another look at all these actions together in battle, and keep your eyes open. You might see some other new actions as well.
See, passage isn't 120; it's 115. That is very specific. So that could come from a lot of places, though. Because the other thing is that the speed timing of the attacks is faster than normal. Paladin right now is not 2.5, it's 2. So, but like, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Like, this passage is naturally going to be 115 because of the way that you activate, like, the time. I mean, it's technically 2 minutes, but you can hold it, and then also you have to follow up with round table. So it's technically 2 minutes, but like the finish functionality of its usage is being showcased as like 115. You know what I mean? So and that's also a follow-up of round table And Veil is not 90 seconds. Veil is 2 minutes. So, like you have no idea. Veil is a 2-minute button. It's not 2 minutes before. It's a 2-minute button right now. So, Hallowed Ground is still 420. Intercession is now, it's called Intercession Not Intervene, but Intercession's a gap closes, there's no damage. But you can also use it on a party member, and then you can do the thing. Shield Up is an AoE, and also has a Shield Bash follow up. That's interesting. So,
繰り返しになるんですけど、
YOLO, who knows?
ナイトはとにかくボタン数が多いジョブだったので、どのように削減するかをこだわりました。
Yeah.
So Paladin has always been a job with a lot of button presses. So we put a lot of focus on how to
Every single
intuitively
old fight's
reduce that
getting
number.
completely
でこ
reworked
れは
with
他のジョブ
mitigation.
にも言えることなんですが、
Every single
単純にアクションの種類を減らすだけだ
Every
と
single fight.
遊びが減ってしまうので、なるべくそうならないように残せるものは残せるようにしています。
We didn't just want to simply remove actions, though, and as an extension, remove the things that you could do in battle. We wanted to keep things
Full
interesting
clemency,
and fun.
interesting.
So we retained what we thought would keep those things interesting.
Wait,
Interesting and fun.
Imperator
And as an
goes straight to the
extension, remove the
blades?
things that you could
Oh, that changes things. Confiteor is part of Divine, it's part of the Holy Spirit button now. It's not part of Imperator. Well, it was always separated, but Confiteor goes into the blades. They've separated that. So that's also an observation that has to be put into perspective. So if tanks miss anything in 2 minutes, won't bosses still have space busters 2 minutes apart? No. Not at all. You have to know how to actually time your buttons to allocate the thing. The synergy between the two tanks has become more important now than ever because the mitigation is so spread apart between the two tanks. But the problem is you don't know because you only have one tank. If Veil is 2 minutes, and let's say that Gunbreaker has 2 party mates that are both 60 seconds, then it's not the Paladin's job to always use Mitt in the same place as every other tank does. The major problem right now that every job has is how you mitigate within certain fights is the same across the board regardless of which tank you play. That's very bad design. So an example is very simple. If you're doing a mechanic like Fru, and in Fru at the very beginning, the boss will do Cyclonic Break and then do the whole like cone spread pairs thing and then the Buster. If a tank like Paladin cannot use Divine Veil before the pull because the Burnishing Glory after that moment, after Utopian Sky comes back and it's still not ready, then how you use that button depends on what other tanks have what at the ready for those certain attacks. Because you can pre-pull, you can pre-prep Veil, and then pull mechanics, come back, and then by the time that you are ready to you can basically use it again, and then you'll get it back in time for another attack later on as well. If you can't do that with Veil in a fight like Fru, then it does matter immensely on what tank you're playing with and what mitts that they have available because of the situation. If main tank, because right now the way how it works is in Fru, main tank just presses Reprisal and 90-second party mate. It doesn't matter which tank it is, you just simply press it. If that changes because of what tank you're playing with now, that's a good thing, because then you have to actually be attentive to what mitts you have available and what other tanks have as well. So you know what I mean? So like I said, it depends.
could do in battle. We wanted to keep things
It depends
interesting and
immensely.
fun. So we retained what we thought would keep those things interesting.
Yeah, you can hold 2 Imperators.
例えば、クレメンシやカバウは使
I
用
mean,
頻度
you
は
can
高く
probably
ないアクシ
triple
ョンなんで
Imperator
す
if you
が、
figured out how
う
to
ま
do
く
it
使えた時
downtime.
の楽しさを感じられるアクションなので、他のアクションボタンと、統合する形で残しています。
So, for example,
But-
clemency and cover are not actions that are used that much in battle, but when used properly, they can be a lot of fun. So we used the aforementioned consolidation techniques to make sure that they remained.
What's the honor gauge for? That's for your Imperator. And you can hold charges, so you can do double Confiteor combo in a burst window. If there is even a burst window to do it in. Yeah, you can do
であと
double
は、ディー
Confiteor
プダンジョン
combo.
などで便利なシールド
I
バッシ
already
ュ
have an
も健在
idea
です
of how the burst window
Likewise,
works,
shield
assuming that it
bash can
retains
be really
the
useful in deep dungeon, so we made sure that that made the cut as well.
Yeah, Holy Sheltron is intervention and just gave it to the other tank. See, so So that's kind of my point though, because
So we made sure that that made the cut as well.
if you can put the shield on, like if Paladin was playing off tank and the other tank was main tank, and you put that shield on them, when you can basically do it at any point in time while you like. Hold on. Because the reason why this is so big brain powerful is because you have to actually like use your parry counterattacks properly in burst windows. Like that hasn't been a thing in so long. So they brought that back. That's huge. And you know it too because when he gets hit with the attack, like there's no timer on when you can press this button. Like there is no timer. Also, if you notice too, crest here changes to answer when he gets hit. You see that? So there's a change in the gauge. There's a gauge that charges up your Imperator combo. This is the gauge that charges your intervention and like your Holy Sheltron, and then this crest thing is for when you're able to parry attack the boss. And since the parry attack does damage, you have to actually know when to like hold that button or when to use it to allocate the situation. But if certain mechanics are coming out during a burst window that don't come from the boss, then prepping it is like super critical if you can figure it out. So that's actually sick. And then if you also get hit with the thing at the timing at the last second too, and it's proper, it turns into satisfaction. So it actually changes gauge wise which ones you have ready. So like, you know what I mean? It changes dramatically how it works. You have no, like we don't have a clue. Yeah. I mean, I know that it's a defense stack thing. That's obvious.
Reduce that.
Holy Sheltron doesn't cost gauge. It's on a timer, but you can hold it on a charge. Like it has 2 charges and it's 20 seconds. Yeah, like,
and so we retained what we should battle, but when used properly.
So like you can, there's a lot of things that you can do that are very atypical in the game with just Paladin alone.
Likewise,
like that's crazy.
Shield
actually,
Bash can
you
be
know
really
I mean?
useful in deep dungeon, so we made sure that that made the cut as well.
Shield Bash and Shield Lob are still available in the game, but like you still
Oh, Shield Bash moving far away.
That's huge, actually. Did you just see that? I didn't even notice that actually. That's huge. That's big brain. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. That's huge. The game is going to be so immensely different. Oh my god, that is nuts. Okay, let me explain to you what just happened. Because the thing that they're doing, this is what the graphics engine was so critical to the game's evolution. Depending on where you are, what you're doing, whatever changes immensely by which buttons are being pressed. The game's registration actually changes dependent on like what you're doing. When you, because Shield Lob is also Shield Bash. If you're on top of the boss target, if you're in melee range of the target, the Shield Lob is a stun that hits up close. Which is crazy,
Shield
actually.
Bash can be really useful in
if
deep dungeon,
you use it from
so
a distance, it turns into Shield Lob. The animation, however, of the icon doesn't change. He gets away from the boss and uses Shield Lob. That's huge. That is very huge. Now, am I saying that like you're going to end up using Shield Lob or Shield Bash over Holy Spirit, assuming that the DPS differentiation is like very big off? Maybe. But the fact that the 2 buttons are coexistent in the same functionality, it's not just based off of who you target. It's also based off of distance. That is insane. That is actually very insane. That's crazy actually. That because then what you have to consider is every single other job currently in the game that may potentially have a distance thing, depending on what they do. Like we have no idea. Like that's like wild actually.
はい、以上、ナイトのエボルブモードのご紹介でした。一度、パワポに戻してください。
ちょっと待ってね。
Oh, hold on one moment, sorry.
せっかくだからさ、
はい、
挑発とシャークやってないよね。
You haven't done, have you done Provoke and Shirk?
僕の PC ちょっと映してもらっていいですか？
Can we switch to gameplay 2, please?
そしてトニー申し訳ないんだけどから挑戦してくんないだろうか。
And we are summoning Tony again.
これも変わります。
Okay, so we did provoke and then shirk.
Shirk is 10 seconds. What? Shirk is 10 seconds? That's insane.
And as you can tell, it does. It's not altered, but then it recognizes what you're trying to do. Shifts dynamically.
Shirk and Broke is 10 seconds.
じゃあ攻撃させてくれるかなボスに。
Will it let me?
Huh.
Will you let me attack the boss?
You're gonna kill it.
はい。という感じで、まあこれ。はい。という感じで。
Guardian's still 2
まあ
minutes. And it still gives the shield and it has the mitigation. See, so that changes things too, because Holy Soltron currently has 3 buffs, you only get 1. Guardian still gives you 2.
までとまたちょっと違ったねナイトとして遊べるのがエボルブモードになっております。
So yeah, you can experience a new kind of like gameplay feel by switching to the evolved mode.
Alright.
で、トニーごめんもう一回来て。
Tony!
We don't know where the cursor went.
どれもセプト不安定なんだろう。OK。PowerPoint please.
Alright, so we can go back to the PowerPoint. Okay.
Yeah, see, so I mean, I'm just letting you know, man. Whatever they got so much cooking for Paladin alone, and that's 1 job out of 4 for demonstration, and then there's still another 19. Like, bruh, I'm just letting you know that's crazy. People evoking like a damage in a for joy, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Vogue Tennis is like a little annoying, but it's if there are in fact no tank stances, then that would be kind of interesting. I'm not saying that there aren't or there aren't. The thing is that like they're hiding job gauge for every single job until the JP keynote is my guess. I don't think that there's still I still think that there could still be tank stances. I just don't know. I just don't know. Is the simple answer I can give you actually. So, ocean fishing in 13 minutes. True. Have fun with that. FanFest Berlin will be pretty insane. But the thing is that like FanFest Berlin needs to not showcase the same 4 jobs. It can't. If it does that, then that's not going to be pretty because at least we'll see what the step has like evolved over the course of time. But like I want to see what differentiations there are between the jobs, not between the job itself. Like laying the foundation for how jobs could potentially perform in content is good. But as you get closer to Berlin, though, they can reveal more information. And it makes sense to me that they'll like wait on that too. You know what I mean? So like, yeah. I'm not sure what's going to be endlessly irritating through the constant aggro fighting. Maybe. I mean, again, I don't even think so. I don't think it'd be that drastic. It just entirely depends on how the content will be designed around the jobs as well. Because, I mean, I don't often see tanks really do that. Like, not a lot of times do tanks like run around and like whatever. I'll tell you this much though. Like, there's a certain level of players that will play true to form of what's explained in the thing for the job for tanks. Jobs that are currently being classified as main tank, with it being Paladin and the other tank, and then Warrior, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker being like the off tanks, it is a decent likelihood that either 1 or 2 things will happen. Either 1, those players will adhere to what their roles are intentional by design of the content, aka Paladins will play more often main tank, and off tanks will more often play Warrior, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, and play like the role that it fits, right? That's one scenario. The other scenario, which I think is more likelihood because like 14's full of troll players, is that because jobs like Warrior, Dark Knight, and Gunbreaker are classified as off tanks, they will kind of fight for the aggro to be like, haha, I'm gonna bend the rules about being like an off tank because I feel like it, and vice versa for main tanks. You know what I mean? So again, is it the case scenario though? I have no idea, but I do not often. Don't spoil anything about the new content in 7.5. I haven't done it at all. Don't say that. Don't. Moving on. I don't care about Crystal Paste. It's whatever. Who gives a crap? The content behind Situation, for the job design at least, is like, it's just too unknown. You know, Jughead wasn't done yet. They're not hiding them. I mean, they're not done. Like, it's fine. I mean, we all know that the job design functionality for the gauges are being changed. So like, they can only play with like the numerical timer as we see it. That makes sense though. They're not gonna like deliberately show you what the icon looks like. So that's why it's kind of hard to immediately like look at the It's hard to immediately look at the job and understand like what counters are there versus what's like not there. Like for me, I think the job gauge for Paladin will give you an indicator for when the counter is active. But like there's no like immediate like indicator of what that's like in the current version, right? I could kind of sort of assume that the Paladin version that we currently have could maintain like a little bit of it in the new version. Like I think that the icon that you turn on like for Sword Oath or Shield Oath will activate like the yellow. I think that color will change and activate and appear when you get hit by a counterattack or a hit that you can like counterattack. Like if you do Answering Strike, it'll be like yellow, and then if you do Satisfaction, it'll be blue, right? But that still retains the job gauge like color schema that it currently is. I'm not saying that it's going to actually do that though, but I think that like it is a possibility, right? But right now with the oath gauge for Paladin, like there's no oath gauge timer that just gradually ticks up on its own, right? Because right now it's based off like an auto. Like if you do autos to the boss, then you get your gauge. But both gauges, for the defense gauge and the offense gauge, just kind of naturally up over time. Right, so, like I don't actually know if that'll like actively come into place or not, but you know, again, we'll see. So, and like I think all the jobs kind of showcase that too, because I couldn't even look at like the like the dev version of the timer to figure out like the way that it potentially could work. So like I have no idea. But yeah.
ところからやった方が盛り上がるよ。
No, we want it.
There's still like a lot of
you have to pop 'em
opportunities
while
for like what
everybody's
we'll be
watching,
seeing.
so.
では玉木くんの画
Which
面お願い
again,
します
Let us go back to
there's still
gameplay,
like
PC
19 other jobs that are getting
Okay.
gauge changes
That's
that
good.
kind of like
Work your magic.
anything. See, because like even this too, like Dragon's Bane has 3 charges. There's a Sinister and a Dexter thing, which is the 2 GCs that are here, and then Heaven's Ward I think is for Sky High, and then Blood of the like there's like, what is it, 1 2 3 4, there's like 5 things to keep an eye out for Dragoon specifically. Yo, that's wild. Dragoon only has
Striking dummy?
like technically
Aw.
2.
はい、ここ、かかしをポップさせました。
So
Okay.
how
Got
this
a
gauge
striking
could
dummy
look
up.
like based on what it looks like right now for Dragoon is completely unknown to me. I have no idea.
はい、従来の竜騎士と比べると、かなり変更点が大きくて、メカニク
Well, let me see.
も全くの別物にな
I'm
ってい
wondering
ます
if each GCD corresponds to
So
like a
compared to Reborn mode,
drive.
Evolve mode for the Dragoon changes are very significant, with job action mechanics being almost completely different than the Reborn mode.
まず、
Yeah, see that's crazy to me because like in my mind, Dragoon is one of the few jobs in the entire game that have been like largely remained untouched until 8.0, and like that's crazy to me. Even like the mini rework that I got into Dawntrail still retained how it functioned back in like Heaven's Ward. Like Dragoon has not been touched at all. So a bit silly that they said to manually assign duties, not high-end content, but I mean whatever. Podium helped a lot in presentation. I mean, as they should though. Like them hiding the gauge just like makes sense because it's gonna be part of like the job identity. So you know it's cool. I don't get what they're doing with Dragoon positionals again. I can explain to you very easily. There is no because they said this beforehand and it makes total sense. Right now, Fang and Claw is a flank and Willing Thrust is a rear. There are officially 3 positionals, not 2. You don't have just a flank and a rear. You have a left flank and a right flank and a rear. Now, what does that do or what does that mean? I have no clue. We kind of have to like watch it to find out for sure. But they did showcase that there's like Dragoon has more positionals now than it's had in literally 10 years. Like that's crazy. They busted kind of cooked? No, because the jump attack lets you cancel it. Like you can like the jump serves as like a pseudo true north. So like not at all. It just depends. But again, like the differentiation between a player who knows this information and a player who doesn't will dramatically widen the gap between who's actually able to play Dragoon well versus like not well, right? You kind of have to see how to like again. You have no idea because they don't even highlight which buttons do what. You have to actively like look at the action help thing to see what the text even says. It's not even like translated in Japanese, let alone they don't show you a goddamn thing. All you can do is just look at what buttons activate what and see what changes the gauge at the top and then lets you do like the whatever that it is. So if they want jobs to have job identity to be focused on 8.0, then why are positionals still a thing on melees? Because positionals on melees are literally part of the job functionality as like a melee. So like positionals have never. Everyone has been talking about how positionals need to go away in 14, and I've been telling everyone since the beginning of time that it's never happening. Getting rid of positionals is like a bad choice by major design. There's no reason for there to not be positionals in the game. You need positionals in the game. The problem with positionals right now in Dawn Trail is that the value of losing a positional is insignificant to the point of retaining it. The game, to my personal understanding right now at least, is that you will be punished much worse than you would be now if you do miss a positional. But do I know that for sure? No. But we have to watch it to find out for sure. Knowing the history of iron weapons has ever used a spear to strike points like a samurai, monk, or whatever. I mean, I don't know. Some of the animations that Dragoon used to have had like the kind of focal point situation, but like I have an idea actually. Dragoon was supposed to get a rework in Dawn Trail. Yeah, they micro reworked it. All that they did was get rid of the button bloat that the job had during Endwalker, which is like fine. So, considering the changes that we're gonna get with Dragoon right now, like there's no way in hell that they would have retained the rework for Dragoon and Dawn Trail. The job plays nothing like how it plays in Dawn Trail, like at all. It's like a brand new job, which to me personally like kind of sucks because like I do like the current version of Dragoon. So losing this current version of Dragoon does not sit well in my mental because I loved this current version of Dragoon for the longest time. And as excited as I am for Evolved Dragoon, like when eventually Reborn Dragoon phases out, like I will miss Reborn Dragoon, you know? They kind of make up their mind on it, like it's a fourth damn change to expansions. I mean, this is not because of them, this is because of the player base. So, like, the player base has complained about like boss hitboxing and positionals are hard to hit. They're just undoing a lot of the changes. So it's kind of expected that they were gonna like make this happen like a thing. So people didn't like the idea that they people were putting the perception into idea that like people wanted jobs to feel impactful regardless of error. Endwalker, conceptually, was designed to facilitate job design, but to increase the difficulty of battle content design. That was a bad choice in the eyes of the higher-ended players because job content being too hard does not equal fun if the job design is also easy. So battle content has become fun, and jobs have retained the same situation. The objective of Dawn Trail was to make sure that the battle content was fun. The objective of EVERCOLD is to make sure that the job content is fun, because the formula for the battle content for Dawn Trail was so well received that they're going to retain that formula going into EVERCOLD. By theory, this should force both battle and job content to both be fun and therefore be a much better expansion than what Dawn Trail currently is in the eyes of the populace to certain degrees. So, again, do I know that for sure? Not at all. But at least in my mind, though, like, the job changes because it's all new, it's hype. But it being new and hype does not mean that it will be good. It depends entirely on how it'll function in like a battle content perspective. Because my concern is not even like the new content coming out, it's the old content. All of the content coming out in EverCold for battle content is being designed deliberately with the rework of all the jobs in Evolved mode. I do not have the answer if they have also confirmed that the Evolved mode will work for older content that we've received in the previous expansions. And that's, to me, is a big problem. Like, I'm very concerned about the idea that like that's not going to be a possibility in the content for, flow of the thing. So there's that too. I'm saying that Monk has always been a positional focused job. Since 6.5 they made Dragoon the positional job. No, I don't think that's true at all. Monk has always been the positional focused job, but the problem with Monk is that like Monk has always had buttons to help the job ignore positionals. But the other thing is that people complained that people's DPS output wasn't like received well enough because people didn't do positionals. But the thing is that like the problem with Shadowbringers with a job like Monk back in 5.0 was that in certain actually in many raid scenarios, when you consider the way that the jobs work like back then and the content that because the battle content in Shadowbringers has not changed since the dawn of time, but the job content has. When you think about how certain roles fit in what position based off of what's happening content design wise, positionals were very obnoxious to retain without completely changing the entire strategy about how the concept works. The easiest example that I can give you is Cloud of Darkness in E9S, because in E9 the tiles forced a melee to be at the west and the east flank, which makes it impossible for a job like Monk to retain 3 positionals that you cannot fully engage in conceptually the entire fight. It is impossible for a job like Monk to do all of its positionals the entire time during E9S, regardless of what spot it gets, regardless. And that's a complaint that people have had, right? At least to some small degree. A lot of other content pieces though have followed the same exact suit, because like in T, the way that you do Alexander phase 1 and phase 2 in T makes it extremely difficult, if not nearly impossible, to do positionals in a certain kind of way without big braining it. And that didn't feel good to the player base. So the further and further and further that we get into the content flow of the game, for Shadowbringers in mind, with a job like Monk having 6 positionals, the design functionality of the job did not make it possible for a job like Monk to hit 6 positionals consistently, guaranteed, without using a button like True North or Riddle of Earth. They had to make the change become base kit for the job, so that way you're able to actually like not feel bad about the button. Because the thing is that, like I said, you were severely punished with Monk back then if you literally didn't hit your boot shine as at a crit. But it's impossible to do that in a fight like E9S, when you can't sit behind the boss's rear. You have to actually be the boss has to be to your flank. So you just couldn't crit that. But that wasn't the only job though, because Dragoon had the same problem. Dragoon could not potentially at all, under any circumstances, retain its proper combo if it was at a flank. You were required to be on a flank in that fight. So your rear combo would automatically break your combo and you had no choice. But you had a slightly easier time because you can use True North and then you can retain the thing with the right and then they'd be chilling. But like it was literally not possible to retain that combo because of the way how the fight was designed with the party in mind. The dev team didn't think that people would give a crap about the positional being impactful or not. But then once they realized that everyone gave a crap about the positional being like a problem, that's when they started to decouple it like a little bit, because the boss designs were focused on just creating like a unique sense of content, but it did not invoke a potential situation for the job's rotation to maintain like its full fluidity. That's why like playing Monk and Dragoon back then felt really good when you had freedom, but under rigidity, it didn't feel good. You know what I mean? So, anyways, whole process, but yeah. Japanese team is Dragon Knight, but I'm not talking about the name. I'm talking about spears, jumps, lunging, etc. Makes sense for a sphere, how a sphere works, but the Dragoon isn't job associated with positionals accordingly. That's not okay. Respectfully, that's not true, because Dragoon back then used to have just as many positionals as a Monk did, but The only job that got the change in that more so than the other one was Dragoon. Dragoon has had a lot of flank buttons. It had a lot of flank buttons, and it didn't have a lot of rear buttons because you used to have like heavy thrust back then. You had like but also the punishment factor for the buttons between Monk and Dragoon were like much different. So, and that's my point though. Like I said, like there are certain buttons that you could not press under any circumstances whatsoever because you were strictly focused and sitting in like one spot. So like Dragoon had a lot of positionals just like Monk did, but the severity of Dragoon's positionals was much worse. And also like back then too, they shared classes. So like or not classes. They shared they had the shared thing. So there were certain buttons that Monk had to press that also Dragoon had to press that also did the positionals. So like Dragoon had a lot of positionals back then. It doesn't also hi Y2Ken. It doesn't have as much as it does now compared to like Monk retaining it throughout Shadowbringers. The only reason why they took it out is because literally Monk players couldn't maximize their boot shine combo because like Monk back then wasn't a good job in very certain fights, specifically because you didn't have the ability to hit the positional. That's why they reworked Riddle of Earth like 3 times because they had it first so that you can press Riddle of Earth and you had like 20 seconds of unpositional. You can do like 7 GCDs without any positionals, and that was to specifically compensate for what they did in T. Then they changed it again because like people didn't give a crap about it because like people were like, oh, you can hit cruise instead because it was facing south. Then in 7.3 or 7.3 in 5.3 they reworked the button again for Riddle of Earth so that it was it only counted for just 1 GCD. So what you would literally do is you would do like Dragon Kick, Twin Strikes, or Twin Snakes into Snap, and then you would do Riddle Earth Boot Shine, Riddle Earth True Strike, Riddle Earth Demolish, and then go back to the other combo. Which like you couldn't do that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, until 2.4, yeah, there were only 2 minute jobs. But the thing is, like, also, hi Ken, welcome on from the stream. I appreciate you for lurking. But the thing is, like, even when Ninja came out, Ninja also had like a bunch of positionals. You had like literally, and that's the problem. Like I said, like literally, Ninja was so annoying to utilize because Trick Attack back then was a required only rear attack. You couldn't use Trick Attack at the flank because it didn't work. You couldn't True North it either because you were using it for other buttons. In order to properly utilize Ninja's Trick Attack during that old school style of the thing back then, you literally had to hold it. Like certain fights, you had to hold Trick. It was not comfortable. The only job that had the thing working properly for it back in the day was Samurai, because Samurai, like, you had the 2 positionals, but like you still, like, Samurai back then played quick. I mean, it felt a lot quicker than it did then than it does now because like you spent more time sitting still attacking with Samurai than you do now. You spend a lot less time sitting still attacking, right? So the positionals for Samurai back then were not super critical because like the major critical functionality of it was maintaining like the counter and then the gauge for the what the hell it's called, the Genki gauge, and then also how you use your Madari with like the Kaiten. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I think Shadowfang was also a rear because Shadowfang used to be an old dot for Ninja, and I think it was also a rear attack. Like, yo, a lot of buttons back then had like a bunch of positionals. People were having a hard time pressing positionals in Shadowbringers because of how the jobs were allocated into the fight content. But that being said, though, back then in Shadowbringers, what is it? The strategy that the dev team incorporated was different than the strategy that the rest of the world incorporated. So like, because like for context, like, okay, like in E9S, we had like the melees on Cardinals paired with the opposite role. So it would be like tank range, tank caster, melee healer, melee healer. their strategy didn't do that. They had it so that like the melees would switch with the healers, so that you what is it? Uh oh no, that's what it is. They had the tank switch with one of the melees so that one melee was south and the other one was east, and that actually made it possible for them to get their positionals. We don't do that strat. So, but yeah. Uh yeah. So, and Wicked's point is correct. I started Pugilist and then had to level up Lancer to unlock Monk, ended up looking more to end up Dragoon, and then that became Ninja the main anyway. True. If I recall correctly, Disembowel also had to be a permanent of reach reply. I know that Chaos Thrust was. I don't think Disembowel was. You used to have a button called Heavy Thrust, and Heavy Thrust gave you like your piercing resistance, and that was a flank. I want to say it was Phlebotomized that was a rear, but I don't remember if Phlebotomized was even like a positional. I don't remember. It's been like so long already. The point that I'll just make is that like the job design back then for Shadowbringers was very, very, very good. But the punishment factor, because here's the thing about Shadowbringers too, I will say. Because like Shadowbringers was the starting foundation of when players started to like gravitate immensely to 14. Good morning, Color. Right? A lot of people, I mean like a lot of people started coming into Shadowbringers because it was the best expansion. What became discoverable, unfortunately, the player base that was playing Shadowbringers at the time, the ratio of casual to like hardcore player was like 1 in 50. So 50 people could give a crap about a positional or how the button worked, but all that they cared about was that the job felt good to play. But if the job punishes you for the play and for not playing well, then like it don't feel good. But the other players that have been playing the game for a long time or that are smart enough to know how to positional work with a job like Dragoon, they'll figure it out. But like because the population just kind of over amounted like the player base, right, for the situation, like obviously you got to always, I mean, I'm not blaming the casuals, but like a lot of people are responsible for the job changes that we've gotten over the course of time, and like that's just what it is. It's not like a bad thing or a good thing. It's just incorporated the changes that we've been seeing historically over the years. That's why with Endwalker, same thing came into place, right? Everyone was like, oh, like the reason behind having like a 3-minute buff or like a 90-second buff is stupid. Everyone always just waits and holds it until the 2-minute. So that's why every single job going into Endwalker became 2-minute. It was not the devs' decision to do that. It was the player bases because they all decided that like, you know, there's no point in having non-2-minute jobs be 2 minutes unless everyone whatever. But because the content from a battle job perspective got easier by incorporating like a 2-minute flow, and the Shadowbringers content that was released at the time, which is nuts, was being labeled as being easier than normal. That's why Endwalker focused solely on making hard content hard, even though job content was easy, right? And that makes sense because like DSR top is insane. The entire raid tier pandemonium, except for like certain fights, is like also ridiculous. The only like easy fight at the time of its like conceptual release was only P1. P2 through 12 was insane. I mean, I count P11, but not other people do. I like P11 like wasn't like it wasn't like insanely like, you know, easy in comparison to some of the other fights we've gotten though. So in Shadowbringers, well, the brevity of it did, yeah. Like the solidification of Shadowbringers really started honing down on it come Shadowbringers, but it got like defined in Endwalker, right? And then that's why like a lot of the job stuff that we gotten going into, that's why like a lot of jobs during Endwalker played perfectly around the 2-minute concept window, which was fine, right? It was fine. It wasn't like a bad thing, because the job content was challenging and like really engaging. But the problem is that like the job content also, even after the 2-minute meta change, whatever, people still couldn't do 2 minutes. So the dev team figured, oh, maybe 2 years of one expansion isn't enough. Let's do it again for like another expansion and like focus on, you know, undoing some of our changes. That's why with Dawn Trail, like I said before, Dawn Trail's its sole objective, sole objective for Dawn Trio is to make sure that the content, regardless of difficulty, is fun content, which is good because they succeeded in that and they blew everyone's expectation out the water, especially considering that Mr. Ozma-san isn't even involved in like a majority of the content. So the fact that they had Ozma working on Beastmaster throughout the majority of this content, on top of some other raids and whatnot, and like everybody else was pretty much busy just kind of having a freaking grand old time doing whatever the hell that they wanted, was good because like the heavyweight tier and the upcoming ultimate by Kefka is not at all involved by Mr. Ozma, which is like fine because he's busy doing the Beastmaster. So theoretically, if Kefka is very well received in design, then that means that they can take a load off of Ozma's shoulders and get him to work on other stuff while also letting people have fun designing ultimate content and raid content also. But again, the freaking gigantic bubble of whatever the hell it is. Right, so now with EVERCOLD specifically, due to the natural reception of fun factor incorporated in Dawn Trail and how well it was received, because Dawn Trail battle content is a 11 out of 10. There is no content in the game right now released in Dawn Trail that's not fun. Every single piece of content ever released in all of Dawn Trail is a fun piece of content. There's no content in Dawn Trail that is not fun. If you say that that's not the case scenario, you are objectively incorrect. Not to be like rude about it. That's just a fact. And every content that's designed out there in Dawn Trail is fun content. Easy and hard does not equal fun, right? The content is fun. That's good, right? Because the job stuff is still the same and it's still easy and it's still boring because it's 2 minutes. Everything is 2 minutes and it's strict and it's rigid. But because of the Dawn Trail content being fun and being very well received, despite the content from the battle perspective being not fun, that means that whatever that they do to the job content will be very well received if it's different, which it is. And if they keep the formula for the battle content as they do right now, then like the only potential threat of issue that could come into play with the design of the game only is the story. Right, because like Dawn Trail was kind of like mixed at the beginning of Dawn Trail, then they changed the writers for 0.1 to 5, and then like it's gotten much better. So the story content for post Dawn Trail has gotten much better. That would also assume that the story content going into EVERCOLD will be retained, and that'd be also a good thing, right? It's going to be really rough to understand exactly how this game will come into play come 8.0 because there's so many changes. So like it's crazy actually. I can't wait to experiment in the rebalanced South Horn. I hope it's fixed. That's also like assuming that it gets fixed. I don't think that the South Horn's even getting changed. You can go back and go do Fork Tower, but I don't think that they're changing anything about South Horn. I don't actually know. I didn't hear any news about that though, so I don't know. I'll be so mad about losing ballot on like a positional thing. I can't avoid it by playing Reborn. Well, that's the thing too, right? Like Reborn mode doesn't let you play the current version of any job. Even the changes even the changes incorporated in Evolve mode are still bleeding into Reborn. The only difference is that the buttons that you play are separated in certain way scenarios in Reborn, that they aren't in Evolve. They're combined in Evolve. But the thing is that like playing Evolved mode is much more critical than it is to play Reborn mode, because the only reason why Reborn mode exists, as I've been told, is because people who need more time to transition from Reborn into Evolved can do that at their own pace, assuming that they do that, because there's going to be one player in the far distant future, 100% without question, that's going to get angry and pissy when they confirm and announce that they're going to be deprecating Reborn mode because people have had time to cook with Evolved, right? That's why in my personal mindset, I am thoroughly under the impression that getting rid of Reborn mode is not necessarily like a good idea, but I can understand it if their intention is to phase out Reborn so that everyone plays Evolved, right? So, we'll see. Because if you dramatically just took out Reborn mode and you only gave us Evolved and you change everything, like that will already have made me kind of like, man, I have no time to go through the content. I gotta sit there and cook with like a job thing, you know? And also the article that they presented back there too, that was like, oh, like due to the one Star Wars game that came out, them reworking everything and not giving you like a fallback was so poorly that the game like shut down entirely. Makes sense why they're retaining it. But like my point is that like people who've been playing the game historically for 10 plus years, like myself, I don't like changes that are like immediate. But the thing is that for me, and this is like a me thing personally, like I like it when I have both versions of a thing, regardless of what gets changed or like not changed. That's why like I miss back in Stormblood, like you had like role actions you can share between jobs. Like I miss that. I miss like Bard having like a foe's requiem. I miss having stancing for like monk. You know, I miss a lot of those. Like I miss sustain damage paladin versus like burst paladin, right? Like a lot of jobs get changes and certain systems get changes that I'm like, I liked it when it was back then, don't change it. But it's because I got familiar and like comfortable with it. So to change it, you're putting me in like an uncomfortable and like a new position that I don't want to be in, which means like I need time to kind of like to kind of figure it out, you know what I mean? So in my mind, like come like 9.0, 10.0, like there should still be a reborn mode. Even if new jobs don't get reborn, that's fine. But I would not take out, I wouldn't just completely deprecate reborn mode because like there's certain because the reason why I say this is because there are certain players who will never, ever, ever go into content ever with any inspiration to playing Evolved. Like Reborn is perfect for them. They don't want that shit change, and they all they're gonna do is go do their dailies and the story. So giving them the appeal to do like an Evolve mode thing is cool by concept for sure, and like the option and the freedom should like be there, but that doesn't mean that I want it to go away. You know, because think of it this way too, like you know, like a job like Summoner conceptually was extremely good by concept when you watch the demonstration for it during Endwalker and Dawntrail because of the similar thing. But like everyone talks about and complains how much they miss Old Summoner, right? So like having Old Summoner, if I could play it in some way, would be phenomenal, but I can't because like you can't, right? So just like deleting it entirely brings bad reception to a lot of people for like a lot of different reasons. If you have freedom and incorporation across the board for other jobs and how they can be played, and modify your ability to play the job in certain ways, then you can at least have the expression of freedom, but also you can customize it to your personal liking, regardless if there is one like objective way to play it better than another. That's why like Evolve mode, even though you can objectively play it better versus Reborn mode because it just does more damage, that doesn't mean that one mode is like directly better than the other solely off of that damage prospect, right? That's why like before I was like, hey, like if there's a possibility that like Reborn mode in a certain piece of content does more damage than Evolve mode, then that to me will not make sense if the inevitable goal is to get rid of Reborn mode. So again, like yo, like we shall effing see. The yappening is crazy right now. The kept Reborn because they got a new system, pissed a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. I mean that's what I'm saying though. Like as long as they maintain both, maintaining both isn't complicated either. They just need to take whatever potency changes that they need to just design, because like Reborn mode needs to just be for the casual player base unquestionably. Hardcore players, unless it's specifically in like an ultimate or like a savage scenario like mine, whatever, needs to be only for the savage the casual players. Every other player who wants to like do raids actively or like ultimates or whatever the hell that it is needs to only use Evolve mode if it's objectively able to do more damage than Reborn, period. Whatever potency changes that come out with Evolve mode just need to be copied and pasted into Reborn, as long as Reborn also objectively stays less damage output than Evolve mode, which they have confirmed it does. Right? So, like theoretically, we shall see. AoE 3 is unpopular due to the point that AoE 4 is very closely matching AoE 2's design, and that update 2 is more popular version of the game. I mean, you know, I came in like I don't think I want to switch over, but then the panel made me excited about the jobs I barely touched in years, so I'll definitely give it a shot. Well, you have the freedom to do that also because like the gear thing and the item level thing will give you the opportunity. You literally only have to pick one job to like level up and process through for like gear 6, and every other job just automatically follows suit. That's actually like an insane change. I still don't like that change either, but it's because I just don't know what the change is. Like at like a high degree, you know, like being able to item level sync your highest to the lowest automatically to like not give a crap. Like I don't like that, but it's because I've been playing the game for 10 years and I've had to gear up everything. Now, did I complain like an hour and a half ago about how I don't have gear for like a bunch of jobs that I don't have? Like, yes. However, though, I just want more reasons and ways to actually like acquire that stuff. I don't want them to just like give me like the freebie pass to just automatically have 790 every job because I have 790 on tank. You know what I mean? So that's why it's kind of hard to figure out like exactly what can I Like, what do I want exactly for that change? Now, if the change becomes a massive W, then like I will happily welcome it because it makes my life like a little bit easier. But the ease thing seems like a cop out. But that's only because I just, again, it's brand new and they've never done this before. So, like, but the thing is, I still have other questions because like I just don't know like how the rest of the stuff will work as like a process. It's not. It doesn't matter if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm directly telling you it's a bad thing because I simply just don't know it. Once they explain it to me further and further, then it'll make sense. But the thing is, like, I would happily welcome the change because it does a lot of good more than it does harm. The only harm in my brain is that it's unknown, not because it's actually like a bad change. I'm calling it a bad change only because I just don't know it, right? So that's why it's kind of hard to figure out like what exactly does the change entail. But the change fixes a thing that I want in the game, but I just didn't expect for the change to fix it in that way because of how I want the change, right? I want the change. I want to be able to get more gear that I can just kind of pick and choose my options, not just like give me one job and then I can automatically play every other job, right? Like I wanted, instead of getting like potentially 4 coffers, I wanted like a guarantee 10, right? As like an example. But um but that change, like it's just very fascinating, right? But it just scares me because it's like, what the hell does that mean? That's all that there's to it. So yeah. I'm hyped for what they do for machinists, but there's almost no chance any job ends up being something I enjoy. You're guaranteed to find one job that you like, and there's a probable chance it's a job that you didn't expect that you'll like. Probably. Again, I have no idea. There's still 2 jobs that are still in the process that we've never seen before yet, and like we're gonna wait and see what they look like. You know? So that's it. What makes more sense to me is are we bringing high damage mode and Evolve being more basic in the job 14? See, the funny thing is that it's backwards. Reborn is confirmed by the dev team to do less damage than Evolved. So I think that Reborn, it just helps you retain the muscle memory that you currently have. Even if Reborn is quote unquote easier to play, it's already confirmed that it's not easier to play. The consolidation of buttons does not mean that the job is easier. It just means that there's less buttons to play or to press in different places. Because the jobs are faster than the current jobs too. So like that's the crazy part about it though. You think people will be nuking that 0.0? Maybe. I mean, do I like that though? No. But I mean, I don't like right now in my mind, I just don't think that there's any reason for them to nuke reborn mode. Like I just don't. You can toggle it on will whenever you want to. So I don't think that that makes any sense to me personally. Nuking it to give players like I just said before, like giving players a forced necessity to like do like a job thing. Like I don't like that. I actually prefer that they just retain both of them, but just one is more important than the other, which is like it's fine. So, and the reason why I say that is because, like I said before, reborn mode jobs are automatically being changed based off of the reworks established for evolve mode. So even if the reborn mode lets you retain the whatever, you still have to learn how to play the new job. Like the way how Dragoon plays right now, even in the reborn mode of Dragoon, it's not going to translate into 8.0 the same exact way. You're still going to be missing a bunch of buttons and getting a bunch of new buttons. So I think that's actually complicated as well. So I just think that the casual audience needs to be able to focus more on playing on reborn mode and let the hardcore mid-core players play evolve mode. And the only reason why you do that though is solely because of the damage. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with which job feels better or worse to play. So the job will be solely dependent on how the actual job is redesigned in mind, not the way how it will change going into like the thingy. So yeah, but I think that like again, I still think that it's all for like the better and like it's gonna be like a wonderful inclusion. I just find it kind of hard to understand like the blah blah blah. So yeah. I had a ton of parties I couldn't join because Duke 724 and parties on 780. Yeah, you know. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like for me, like the funneling job again, the item level thing I do think is a overall a good change. It'll be a lot easier to because like here's my only caveat, and I don't think that people would actively do this because I think it's much worse if you try and do this. Let's say, for example, that like I play Gunbreaker and I have like 815 item level on Gunbreaker. I have every single job maxed out because I did all the dailies, but I've never ever touched caster in the fight. But I have 815 item level because my Gunbreaker is 815. If I try and go do the content as a caster, having not a clue how to play the job, then realistically, the item level equal thing, as I mean, I just wonder, as another question, if there will be a way to indicate what role or job you main or specialize in for the content's sake. That way, like, because if I just start trolling and joining parties as like a caster when I play tank only, like, if you can't actually confirm that I've never played caster in that fight in my entire life and my item level compensates for it, then like that's gonna like bother a lot of people, including me. You know what I mean? So like I'm just not too sure like how I feel about the situation. So yeah, materials won't transfer over. Well, I mean, again, that's another question that I just don't understand. Like material wise, and same thing with piety and tenacity, right? Like will piety and tenacity retain the same value as they do right now? Do they carry over? Are they being reworked? Like, yo, I have no idea. We don't have a clue. So that's why it is tricky. Like from what I'm imagining, if you get a necklace's coffer and aiming is neck and death speed, and you still get the aiming because you would pass on to the weakened anyway. Well, I don't really see. That's the thing I'm not too sure of either, right? Because like if my stats for tank are like crit tenacity, I can't give tenacity to any other stat or job that's a tank. It's not a tank because like it won't work, right? So like I have no clue how the stat materia thing would work. But if you can sync down, my only thought process is that you can use older gear to give you the stat situation and then just let the gear kind of sync down and copy and paste it to some degree. But again, there's just too many factors that come into play with it that I have no idea. In my mind, like you can use old gear to BIS by theory, but just only work on one job's BIS. So like if the max BIS is 900 and I have 900 on a Gunbreaker and it's all crit determination, but like if my Black Mage build uses like 660 gear from Endwalker, but it's all spell speed, then by theoretical construct, if I sync down from Gunbreaker to Black Mage, it'll retain those values that Gunbreaker has, but with whatever stats are in Black Mage, right? But like that makes no sense to me. So I don't know. Yeah. If Evolve is slightly balanced one, but then they're like, hey, you can use Reborn if you want to, and that keeps players happy to do high content. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I would want personally. I think that like them nuking Reborn is a terrible idea if the content isn't as the content needs to be designed around Evolved. You just also have the option to do Reborn because like there's people out there that like the current style of the jobs that have to anticipate changes coming into EVERCOLD, but don't need to play Evolved. Like there are people out there that don't give a crap about parsing numbers and whatever the hell that it is, right? Plus, like, it's confirmed that you can complete any content with either role. So it doesn't matter whether you go Evolved or Reborn. You can complete the content with either one. So at least like again, the freedom of choice for that is solely there's people out there that are gonna want to try and figure out how to play Reborn at maximum output and out DPS Evolve jobs. Like that freedom of expression helps people have the freedom of choice on how to play the game. Being able to forcibly only play the game or the job in one particular style is a very bad idea because that's exactly what's happening right now with Dontra and Endwalker. There's only one way to play every job in the game, and it's unquestionable. Even if you have the freedom of choice of changing things like your spell speed or your skill speed, it doesn't matter. You can't do that because objectively one does more damage than the other regardless. So even if you can play spell speed Black Mage or crit speed Black Mage, there's one that is always better than the other, and so there's no reason to play the other one. So at least what Reborn could do is actually let you have the option of clicking and choosing which one you play and having it not be effective on like your ability to actually clear or like do content. So that's why my hope is that they actually like retain it. So we'll see. I have no idea, but again, it's a whole ass idea. But like if their objective of making Evolve do more damage than Reborn, and then the goal is to churn out the inevitability of Reborn being no longer like a thing, I can tell you for a damn sure I am not gonna like that regardless of how fun Evolve jobs are. I'm not gonna care. I'm not gonna be happy about that change. So and the reason why is because like again, freedom. Like the freedom of playing either one is cool. losing that freedom ain't good. And then we're going to be entering like a scenario once again where like the expression becomes very strict because of how you're supposed to play a job versus how like you could play a job, because it's going to force every player who wants to play that one role how to play two different roles. Playing Reborn versus Evolved Dragoon rotation wise and burst window wise and opener wise will be different, and I like that because you can kind of play and choose it how you want to. Plus, like, you can pick which one you want before you queue into the content. So, like, before you pull the boss, you can just pick a mode and then you kind of, like, run it. So, like, it's really, really cool. So, we'll see. Speed and skill spin to be haste. Hey, I mean, the haste is already natural. In my mind, honestly, I won't even hold you. They can actually take out speed entirely. They can take out skill and spell speed. I don't think we need it anymore if the jobs are, like, what they are right now. Like, it's crazy, actually. So, we'll see. But, again, did they do that? I don't have a clue. You know, I'll just think like variant. Maybe I have it. Try. One thing that will make a major difference, hard confirm already, unless changed in the future, is things like Reaper and Ubu. If you're not evolved Reaper in level 70 sync content, you're griefing. Well, I mean, yeah, but again, like, but that's a great point, right? So, because like clearly one version is better than the other because of how the buttons are allocated, right? Reaper will be able to enshroud burst combo at level 50, which is a great change. And Reborn 70 or Reborn Reaper has like nothing, right? So one will be objectively better. However, even still though, because you can still play Reborn or Evolved Reaper in the mode, I would still welcome the idea conceptually that you can play either that boring ass like slow 1-2-3 Reaper or play the evolved version and go stupid crazy, because the content can still be cleared regardless of which one you play, right? Now, will you get called out on some BS for playing Reborn Reaper and Ubu or Yukab? Like, maybe, but also the thing is, like, who gives a crap, because like you can clear the content regardless. You know what I mean? Now, somebody out there is going to care, but in reality though, the freedom of being able to actually pick those two options, I still think, regardless of somebody's opinion, is still a good thing. Because like maybe sometimes I don't want to play Evolved Reaper. Playing Reborn Reaper can be like a chill situation to the content. Some people can go back and go do ultimates and clear fights like Uwu and Yuka, but playing Reborn Reaper and then sit there and like 1-2-3, right? That's cool. Forcing somebody to play only Evolved Reaper against their will because of the fact that the player base says so is a BS way to play the game. So you know, that's my current thought process so far, at least. So like, yeah, yeah. Because like at least again, content wise, you can kind of just do whatever the hell you want, right? As long as the freedom is there. So like you can literally like queue into a dungeon before you pull the boss or pull like a mob. You can just change your mode. That's a W change. I don't know why the hell you would ever want to remove that as like a possibility. Because it's not indicative of like your rotation once the boss is pulled. Like if you pull a boss, you can't change that. Like if there's downtime during a phase, like you can't change between birth and reborn. Like, right? Like that's actually really cool that you can't do that. And like you can still play like both modes. It'd be funny if Reborn Reaper DPS is actually not that far off level 76 synced. I can't imagine it is. The balance state being kept close to presumably at high level mainly. That's a good assumption, and that makes a lot of sense for the assumption as well, right? All things considered. But then that was a point that I made earlier. Was like if by at any point in time by association, if reborn job of something is better damage wise than evolved mode job at any point in time, it doesn't matter what the fucking content is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the job or the content. If at any point in time that reborn does more damage than evolved, that's going to raise a lot of questions. You know, do I see that being a possibility? Yes. Do I know which one? No, I have no idea. But I can see that being a possibility. So, yeah, we'll see. Again, it doesn't make sense to me that they would ever do that, but like I said, the possibility of it happening is just there. So the possibility on its own accord just kind of like has like the problem actually. Uh 1 second. Sorry, old coworkers are reaching out. Anyways, maybe Dancer Reborn could out DPS. Really depends. 8.0 systems seem like it's going to be forced to be a massively changed. Well, I mean, what's like a decent example actually I can give you? I could almost argue, depending on how it works, is that Reborn Bard in older content will out DPS Evolve Bard. I can see it. Because the way that you have your kit function as a Bard right now is based off of repertoire and timing and the way that you put the dots out and all that stuff. Evolve Bard, at least to what I understand now, to some degree, Bard songs for evolved mode do not buff anymore. The only Bard buff that you get entirely comes from one button, and that is literally it. Instead of getting buffed from 4 different directions, you get buffed from one. So like, you're like, we'll see. Is that true though? I mean, like, again, I don't have a clue because like the translation description says that the Wanderer, Mages, and Armies peon does like utility changes, but it does not confirm that it actually buffs the party at all. I'm under the impression right now that it no longer buffs the party. It just provides you with utility survivability, which means that the job, like Fizz range, has a lot more value in other places besides just being like a buffer. Now for Dancer though, if Dancer still has the ability to pick one person and still make it stronger, then that's fascinating because that means that the value of Dancer picking one person to make stronger is like exceptionally very welcomed, but the utility that it has probably for survivability sakes is probably much worse by comparison to Bard, right? And like for Dancer's sake, like, or not Dancer, so for Machinist's sake, like who knows? It's entirely possible that Machinist doesn't even become like a pure DPS anymore. It could turn into a utility job in its own merit. Will that work though for sure? We literally have zero clue. I don't even expect the Queen to make a return, right? Because they didn't pick any jobs that have like a pet thing for the dev panel. So, like I have no idea. I'm generally still maining Fizz range and 8.0, so I'm eager to pay attention to these changes, of course, to the new job applications. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You should. Single target buff will be kept, so Dance Partner will probably not be altered other than being accessible to 50. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know if I like the idea that like tech should persist with a job like Dancer, but like if tech is a job button that makes no sense for the way how the jobs are designed moving forward, then like getting rid of tech makes sense, right? I don't know if I think that should be the case though, but right now though, like I like that Dancer and Bard are powerful in their own merits, but the problem is that like from like a certain degree though, unfortunately, one Fizz range is much stronger than the other for very specific reasons, which is a good thing, but also like not a good thing. Not that the other job is bad, right? Just one is better than the other in terms of the totality of value that you get out of the party versus the one person. You know what I mean? Machine being made a utility job is the fastest way to make me main Enfield, not gonna lie. I mean, Machinist is already a utility job, so it already has the thing. Machinist having access to Dismantle and Tactician is already the thing that it has that like just makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? Now, the thing is that like Bard, if Bard has only the one buff and nothing else, then theoretically Machinist should still stay the same exact way that it does, and the selfishness will still retain itself, but like it's just not going to be good if Machinist goes into Evercold still being the worst job from like an RDPS perspective, assuming that even like stays the way that it is. right? So, but again, no clue. It's just like the way how the tools for machinists work right now, I would take that shit out entirely. Like entirely take that shit out. I think that drill, chainsaw, excavator, bioblaster, anchor, all that stuff is like I would just change that shit entirely, personally. But again, me saying that sounds like a horrible thing because again, you've been playing machines for so many years, the way that it has been played, right? Because like it's just a thing. But like I'm not saying that I want that. I'm just saying that like if machinist is gonna get something a drastic change after what we saw with these jobs, like if those do go bye bye, like that makes sense. I'm not gonna like discuss it that deeply. Because I don't even like I said, like Dragoon is being showcased here. The changes for Dragoon I'm hype about, but I still have like my questions and concerns. Like I'm still missing um I'm still missing I have a bunch of questions about Dragoon I can't get the answer for. You know what I mean? So new phase range should be basically physical Picto. The selfish DPS thing, I just don't think that is gonna apply. But also like Picto is not a selfish DPS by conceptual functionality. Like Picto is not a selfish job by any means. That job is just weird because it has no res, like Black Mage does, right? But again, like I don't have a clue. The guy that made machines, the same guy that doing evolve mode. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like when Machinist came out in Machinist didn't become a selfish DPS until uh it was Shadowbringers, right? I think so. I think it was Shadowbringers. So like Machinist was a very strong utility job. That job was busted broken as well, by the way. Um so but I think that like whatever changes I will say this though. Again, I've been saying this from the beginning of time, ever since they saw a dev panel. Assume that nothing your job has right now goes into 8.0 without having some immense change. Everything that Dragoon has right now is entirely different than the current version that we have of Dragoon right now. Nothing in EverCold in Dragoon is the same. Nothing. The animations for the buttons are different. The functionality for their usage or the functionality of their usage is different. Like it is thingy. Picto has defensive support, but it doesn't currently buff the party image. Yeah. Starry Sky does the buff. So the Starry Sky, the grass circle thing, that's a party buff. You buff the party with that button. And also you have access to the Star Prism, which is the big heal. So the only reason why people call Picto like a selfish DPS is only because it doesn't have a res like Black Mage, and Black Mage has no party buff, but like its power is the party buff. But Picto, that's why having a Picto is so nice because like it does Black Mage shit, but also it buffs the party. Like Picto's crazy, you know what I mean? So yeah, no, Picto has defensive and offensive utility. It's that job is insanely stupid powerful for like whatever reason that it is. So what changed about Machinist? Nothing. Well, nothing yet, but like I'm not under the only thing that I could potentially see them changing about Machinist is like they again, I would not get mad at me. You didn't know that Starry Muse buffed the party damage? Yeah, Starry Muse buffs the party damage. So the only jobs that do zero buffs to anybody whatsoever DPS wise solely is Samurai Viper, Black Mage, and Machinist. So the only 4 jobs in the entire game. Because caster wise, like Picto Summoner Red Mage buffs, Fizz range wise, Dancer Bard, melee wise, Dragoon Reaper, Monk, Ninja. So only 4 jobs. I mean, if you want to get technical, include like 2 more, then you can throw in White Mage and Sage because they also don't have party buffs. So, and then the tanks, but like no one counts the tanks because like, who cares? So, outside of tanks, 6 jobs out of the 21 like don't have buffs. Sage, White Mage, Samurai Viper, Black Mage, and Machinist. So, yeah. Evolved Bard still has a party boss on the songs, but it sounds like not the damage based. What was the question? Oh, honestly, I don't even remember. I don't even remember. No, I think the question was like understanding what would it be possible for Machinist to stay as a selfish DPS going into 8.0? And my answer was assume that it will not retain any of its current functionality going into EverCold to the point that it could turn into a utility job. That's the only thing I can say. Because like, I mean, again, dangerous response, but like, I could see it being entirely possible that the Queen doesn't come with us into 8.0. Like, even though the robot has been like the identity of Machinist since its conception, but like, I can see them also just completely throwing that out entirely. Do I want that though? Well, no, because like, Machinist has been like the same with the robot by concept, by just having a robot conceptually for 10 plus years, right? So I'm not saying that the Queen shouldn't stay. I think the Queen should absolutely stay. I can just see it being possible that if they ever decided to get rid of the Queen, I just see it. I could see it happening. But like, will they though? We'll see. So, yeah. If they made Shield Lob AoE, maybe they can make Queen do AoE punches too. Yeah, sure. I mean, that'd be a cool functionality as well. I wouldn't even be opposed to that. I could absolutely see that being a thing. So will it though? Like, sure. The simplest problem, I kid you not, the simplest problem is simply the fact that like we don't know any of the fucking jobs outside of the 4 that they demonstrated. And I think that is that's so painful, right? Because it's like, dude, I would love to know what the other changes are because of the drastic change of these 4 jobs by themselves comparison to the rest of the entire like release of the like, yo, like I don't know what the hell to expect with any jobs. And the problem too is like, yo, there are a lot of jobs that I'm like, don't fucking change my shit, right? There's a lot of jobs that I feel that way about. And they already took one of them and they said, fuck no. And then that's it. GG scenario. So I'm over here suffering in pain thinking like, oh my god, like I'm going to miss freaking 5-hit combo, Chaotic Spring, Battle Litany, Lance Charge Dragoon. But yeah, exactly. I like that's why with the Berlin keynote, what they need to do is specifically give me like the fucking they need to give me the same dev panel demonstration, but what they have to do is give me a different melee. If you give me a different melee, it will fix and answer a lot of questions that I have, but it will not fix the way that I feel about whatever other jobs that we're going to be getting into the contest situation. And that to me is so scary. Cause because like you can look at the hotbar for Dragoon right now, yo, there's so many buttons that are consolidated, and there are so many buttons that are missing, and that is so freaky, dog. It's so freaky. But the thing is that though, you can look at the way that the jobs perform right now, and at least get an idea of the possibilities of what we could see with job changes going into the expansion. Like the Shield Lob Shield Bash change is a small reveal, but that shit is fucking huge. The fact that your button changes based on proximity of your target is insanely massive, right? The fact that a parry can increase in power depending on its timing is insane. there are buttons that are currently missing that are probably incorporated somewhere in the situation, and we have to like actually figure it out for ourselves and like look at the thing. That being said, though, we should probably freaking press play on this shit and actually like watch it because we've been yapping for like a freaking 45 minutes about the about jobs. So yeah, so I'm mad about it. They're killing a perfect job and taking what I enjoy about it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, me too though. Like I love how Dragoon how it works right now, and it's changing entirely different, and I don't know what to expect. So that's why it's a really scary thing about it. Yeah. But 7.0 also killed Dragoon to me. I'm looking 7.5 fix it. I don't think that 7.0 really killed Dragoon for me. I just feel like I don't know. It plays the exact same way that it does in Endwalker in my mind. Plus or minus a couple changes. I mean, I get that though. And I can understand that you feel that way. Yeah. So apparently moves life surge onto jump. Oh, I don't know. I mean, people have been talking about getting real life surge for like eternity, so we'll see. Yeah. That's like the benefit of having both because evolution Evolve is making me want to play Dragoon again when I haven't played it in ages, but when it comes to that expensive instant Dragoon mains who already love it. Well, that's the thing too. Like I mean, to keep it 100, like I loved how Gunbreaker worked at level 100 at the release. The rework for Gunbreaker, I don't necessarily dislike with the 60-second cooldown thing. I don't dislike it. It's just like like in my mind, like Gunbreaker was at one point in time a 90-second job that turned into a 120-second job. That's now a 60-second job. Like, you know what I mean? Now, do I think that the changes for Gunbreaker going from 120 to 60 is better? I mean, like, the change isn't enough for me to be pissy about it. But like, because like, there's a small part of my brain that was like, yo, I don't like that Lionheart is pressed every minute because the damage output for that attack feels lesser than it used to back then. But that's only because like when I press it every 2 minutes, I got to freaking just like rip the crap out of the combo, right? But naturally though, because you press it more frequently, it does less natural damage than it did at 2 minutes, but you use it more often, so it technically does more damage, right? But like there's that one part of my head that's kind of like, no, it does less damage. I don't like it. You know what I mean? So it's things like that. Like it's just there are just a very specific like set of adjustments that I'm kind of like aware of that I'm like, yo, I like this or like I don't. So like if the formula for Gunbreaker as I like it right now, I like it. Like of course I'm like, don't change it. So it's kind of hard to think about like what possible changes could they incorporate, especially because Gunbreaker is solidified as the off tank now when I play it as a main tank, right? So that's already scary too, because like if you're forcing Gunbreaker to be an off tank job when I main tank it, then I have to figure out how to work around that concept if I even have to work around that concept, right? So again, like it's a whole ass process. Like I have no idea, you know what I mean? That's why I like that. That's why I like the freedom, or sorry, the flexibility of how you can play the job, whether it's like for better or for worse, right? So, that is why it is weird. I want to reorder the levels on Reborn. Oh yeah. You're right, because they're not doing that, right? So, I know people talking about getting Doomspike level 40 is like hilarious, actually. So, see, but okay, this is probably gonna come out weird, and like because it's me though too. See, so like because Reborn Dragoon, you don't get AoE combo till 40, and you single target and you press your button as you like to. I like that I could still do that though, right? Because like I like the legacy feel of how it's played, and understand. Because here's my thing too, like if I go through like Praetorium. If I go through Praetorium at level 50, because I have done Praetorium for 10 plus years, and the only big button that I get access to is Dragonfire Dive, if I can all of a sudden use Stardiver and Starcross at level 50, there's going to be a small part in my brain that's going to say, I don't like that. Because like I'm level 50, not 110. My level's cut in half, and I can use a button that I get at 2 times the level like down the pathway. Like just if I was a freaking Garlean soldiers, I can use Starcross. Like, what the? You know what I mean? So that's why it's kind of hard to like, you know, it's kind of hard to actually like, it's hard to actually like put that into conception. So again, I have an idea. Now, can you fix that? Yes. How? There's a lot of different ways. Having AoE 30 is late and get a scroll level 50 is a big deal, and Dragoon needs it, but it won't have this reborn. I mean, listen, the thing is like for me, getting AoE combos as a Dragoon back in the day at like a late level felt cool because it was just different than how the other levels work. You know how like right now all the AoEs come out at the same time for all the tanks? If all the melee look at the AoEs at the same time as all the other melees, like that's homogenization even to a small detail that people are like, oh my god, like I love this, and I'm like, this freaking sucks. But again, like, is dungeon content at level 40 important enough to me to care about it? And there's a small part of me that says yes, and that's the small part that I got to learn how to like let go. You know, consider this: Dragonfire Dive upgrades into Stardiver. I don't like that, but not that it's not cool. It's because like DFD has never been Stardiver. They've always been separated. If they get meshed, then like, you know, I gotta accept it. But like, do I like that right now? No. But again, like, when we go through the Dragoon video, they took Corothian Thrust and called it Lifeblood. They changed the color of the attack from blue to red, and it's an AoE combo that's part of like a burst window rotation. So here's the other thing. Attacks, okay, I see Lance Barrage, Raiden Thrust, Spiral Blow, right? And I see Spring and Heaven Thrust is there too. But like, okay. Okay. True Thrust, okay. True Thrust, Wheeling Thrust, and Drake's Bane. If those 3 buttons are not in the game, like I will be sad. Because like I like those buttons. You know what I mean? I felt that way already about Heavy Thrust. When they got rid of Heavy Thrust, dude, I was so sad for like a week. But then I was like, ooh, these other buttons are like a lot of fun. So, like it's great. But I did not like that they took out freaking Heavy Thrust back then. It's the button that did like the buff, the 18-second buff on the party, and you would literally have to use it at the party, the Dragoon. I miss when Blood for Blood was called Blood for Blood and not Lance Charge, and it increased your damage by 30 and decreased your defense by 10. I loved that, and when they took that out, I was so mad. But again, like it didn't matter like that much to me personally. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's the thing though. Whenever you lose something, losing it is a huge bummer because you can never see it again, right? That's why, like, for future announcement, I'll say this now. I'm gonna go through a playlist. I'm gonna make a playlist on my YouTube channel where you can basically just like I'm gonna literally spend like 15, 20 minutes playing every single job in its current state, and like I want to just mentally record my hotbars and all the button animations in case it all goes away eventually, because I know for a fact that it's gonna do that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So. But yeah, makes sense to me. They both have a follow up. Both AoE Stardivers. Oh no, yeah, like it makes sense. Don't get me wrong. Like them combining DFD and Stardiver as an upgrade functionality makes total sense. The only problem that it doesn't is because like DFD is an OGCD and Stardiver is also an OGCD, but you don't press it. The timing for the press is like different. But Stardiver is a GCD in this game now. In 8.0, Stardiver is a GCD. That's so weird. So like, if Dragonfire evolves into Stardiver down the road, like I get it, but Stardiver is not a GCD in Dawntrail, and it's a GCD in Evercold. That's why it's so weird. Yeah, it's like it's crazy weird actually. But yeah, RP Ashadine. Hey yo. Can it come back in 8.0? I could see it. I don't know how, but I could see it. Hey, you know. Oh yeah. I mean, dancing with the enemy was also. That's why positionals were so cool back then. You can the dancing has made a return as long as it works for the content. But like, yeah, we'll see. We might lose divination and get Echelon back. It's possible. Yeah, I could see Div going away. They keep Oracle by activation of like a car. They could also, okay. I mean, I'm just saying though, but like they could absolutely give Astro like a fucking parry. I'm just saying they could. Will they though? I don't know, but they could. I'm just saying they could absolutely give Astro a parry. It'd be really interesting if they can make it happen. It'd be kind of crazy actually, but I could see it happening. Will it happen though? I don't know, but like if it did, that'd be freaking nuts. You know what I mean? Yeah. All right. All right, let's finally crack at this fucking video because I feel like it's been sitting here for so goddamn long. What I need to pay attention to is how these buttons effing work in its entirety. You know what I mean? Axel, how are you hanging in there with all the FanFest brain cells? I mean, I might as well as be drunk and high at the same damn time because I'm over here. You haven't really like I've been getting excited all freaking night. Yeah, all night actually. So yeah. The reason I think that is because they want to remove synergy and party buffs, so definition being replaced with MP fountain self damage hopefully so sexy. True. Hi Sly. Yeah, true. The reason wait. Some people asking for samurai to get a parry too. I would love to see them find a way to weird. Well, I think that it should. The fact that tanks get a parry back, I actually think I kind of sort of need melees to also get a parry, like on a low key perspective. I don't think that every single one has to get one, but I think that samurai should totally get one. Yeah. So.
What?
I can't wait to see what they do to healers. True. Also, I want you to know, every time they showed the audience in the keynote, I was looking for your face. You wouldn't have seen me because I was behind. Okay, you can hear me, but you can't see me. Because the stage, right? The stage is like here. The crowd is here. The AV team is here. I'm behind the AV team, but I'm loud as freak. During Dragoon, I literally jumped out of my chair and I almost like hit the person in front of me because I was so excited. I apologized to them like profusely too. It was crazy. What's up, Quan? How's it going, brother? So yeah. Isn't that already like a 4-second mid? Well, the thing is that, like, yeah, so Third Eye also used to have the counter, right? You used to deliberately use Third Eye and get hit by busters because you fucking could if it didn't kill and use it as a counter. It was goated, brother. Yo, congrats on partner. Hell yeah. I'm proud of you, actually. Welcome on in. Also, like, it's actually fire. What the Since I get to borrow the brain cell, I get shared custody of the orange brain cell because my dad was an orange cat. What the I mean, congratulations, you know. Each of counter? Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Hold on, let me find it actually. Oh wait. I can show you too. Samurai POV E7S. Wait. I can show you for sure that it happens because look. See that button right there? That button right there, that's a counter. So okay, I will perfectly explain the process to you because it makes total sense, and this is what I did because I was a pretty decent samurai back then. What you do, so let me explain the okay, so Idle Darkness, okay? The boss has like a cover buster. So what that means is one tank takes a shot and then gets a debuff. If they get hit in the front again by that shot, they die automatically. The tank will get in front of that tank and cover the attack and then also get the debuff. So therefore, the other tanks don't live. What you do as a samurai is you share that hit with the two tanks. So it's going to be main tank gets shot, off tank gets in front of main tank, samurai gets behind main tank, and you use Third Eye. If you do that correctly, you get the counter for the thing, and it's going to happen. If this guy doesn't do it, he's trash. Harshly joking.
Jump to the boss.
Not actually though, because he's
Yeah, it gets you pumped up.
No.
Chill. Damn loud. Here's for all saying E7S's. I love this fight. This fight was fire. Okay, look. You see? So look. So right here's Third Eye. He's gonna press Third Eye, and then eat the Buster, or not the AoE. Actually, I guess you can use either one. I used it for the Buster, but you can use it for the AoE. He's gonna use Third Eye here. It's gonna activate this button. He's gonna press it. Watch. So Third Eye. Boom. Right, and then bro presses Satan, and it does damage. And then, oh no, you can't do it twice. Yeah, so watch. So Unshadowed Stake here is a Buster's gonna hit this person. He should press it and get in the hit. He didn't do it. See, he's fucking trash. You can do that. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not being toxic. I'm just being like facetious. So yes, if he timed it. He timed the third eye too late. The cast bar for it. If he presses it right now, he can eat the AOE, use the counter, and then he can eat the. I gotta find a person who actually does it though, because he doesn't do it. If I was recording my old gameplay, I could show it to you that I could do it, because like that's exactly how you do it. Also, I wonder if you guys like still playing the game. Actually, I'm here bitching about nonsense as always. Hell yeah, you know. Wait, one pink is that eats many shrimp. Or you were being a menace at FanFest, Stinky Human? Nah. We'll tell you that. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, look. He does do it. Okay, in this poll, he does it actually. Okay, so look. Ignore the numbers. The Buster goes out. He gets shot. The other thing gets in front, and he takes the hit with third eye. He takes a hit with third eye, and then he literally gets hit and then activates a counter. That is big brain mentality in terms of how to use a DPS counter outside of an AoE. It was so freaking peak, man. So yeah, there is your very brief demonstration. So yeah, conceptually in my mind, melee jobs to some degree, not all of them, because not all of them need it, but melee jobs to some degree should absolutely get a fucking parry that you can utilize to some degree. Absolutely you can. I mean, without overdoing it though. Like, the parry should be a thing for the DPS to utilize for damage output, but it should not be a thing that you use in compensation to like the situation with tanks. Tanks should not be able to, should not need to at any point in time use what's the word on a samurai to give them the thing unless it's like a static situation. So if I'm playing paladin and my samurai wants to take a hit that he normally wouldn't take and get like a bone up, if I give them intervention and they use the counter to get the parry, then like that makes sense because I can cover them. I can get Holy Celtron off, get my own counter attack, they can get their counter attack, and then we can do more damage, right? So samurai should absolutely get that shit. But yeah. Whoever the parry in PvP, Sam has one historically. Dragoon's already been shown to have sky high. Monk is monk. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they'll put scales as a button for a Viper. OGCD for that could be pretty cool with the backlash hit. That could be fire for a Viper, actually. That could be very fire. But I wouldn't use it as like a holding situation where like you like clip like your GCD basically. If you can like GCD, like if you can do like Vice Winder and then scales, get the counter and like hold it and do like your like that could be fire actually. Will that happen though? Kind of hope so actually. This is the only one that said that wouldn't make sense one. Kind of look, you want them to go back to giving Ninja like the Vulcan Shark thing actually, because Enmity is kind of important now all of a sudden for all the jobs. So that could be fire. Yo, who knows? But yeah.
So
this gauge will gradually fill over time when engaged in battle.
このスタックを消費して方向指定のある強力なウェポ
What
ンス
for
キ
the
ルを
Drake's
実行
Bane?
でき
Isn't
ま
the Drake's Bane
す。
tied
ま
to
ず
the
シニスタードライブ
Actually, I don't know.
は敵の左側面から実行すると威力が上がりま
Eventually
す。
she struck lands and
So
teleport behind you.
these stacks
Well,
are
the
then
thing is like
spent
Dragoon has
to
that though. You
execute
can do the jump in
powerful
and have the
direction-based
thing.
weapon skills.
Sort of.
So executing the Sinister Drive from the enemy's left will increase potency.
次に
It activates
デク
your
スター
skull.
ドライブは敵の
Wait
右
for
側面から
30
実行す
seconds.
ると威力が上がります。
Wait. Okay, wait. For some context too, I like actively was just looking at the new stuff for the buttons. I did not actually pay attention to the Dragoon stuff. This is actually kind of new to me. Hold up.
Sinister Drive from the enemy's left will increase potency.
I didn't know that it was I didn't know that it used the Dragon's Bane thing Okay, it activates the Sinister thing. I didn't actually know that it did that.
次に、デクスタードライブは敵の右側面から実行すると威力が上がります。
And then executing Dexter Drive from the right will also increase potency.
Yo, also, it's a line attack that's kind of fire. Wait a minute, but then... Wait, it... Oh, no. Oh, no, I just realized that it does that. Wait, this changes a lot, actually.
そして、シニスタードライブとデクスタードライブの後に使用できるようになる桜花絢爛は敵の背面から実行すると威力が上がります。
And then, after using both Sinister and Dexter drives, this will ready what is known as Winged Chaos, which, if executed from behind, will earn you a significant damage bonus.
Yo, the Wormwind's busted. The buff is fire. What? Okay, wait.
これまでの方向指定アクションよりも条件が細かくなって
Wait, that's a...
Significant damage
Wait, but
bonus.
then... Oh! Wing Chaos uses Sinister Dexter to give you Wormwinds, and then you can hold it. Can you hold multiple charges of Wormwind? That would be nuts. But it's also a
これまでの方
GCD.
向指定アクションよりも条件が細かくなっているので難しくなって
I wonder if you have to use your Skogul before the Nestrand. Because you use Sinister and your Skogul, I guess then use Dexter and Nestrand, and then you can use Wing Chaos and then use the freaking
る
the
部分も
jump?
あるんですが、実行するタイミングをある程度自由に調整できることと、ベンジフルジャンプというアクションを使うと、実行するウェポンスキルの方向指定を無視できる効果が付与されるので、これも利用しながら戦います。
So, to offset this increase of difficulty created by implementing this additional layer of attack direction specificity, we've added a little bit more leeway to attack's execution timing. We've also added a new jump, which is called Vengeful Jump, which ignores the directional requirements of the next weapon skill used.
Vengeful Surge.
Oh, you have two other thing with the oh, wait, but where's
Wait. Blood of the Dragon. Okay, Vengeful Jump activates Blood of the Dragon. Okay.
But then what's the gauge for? Can you use it for the Star Diver? Oh, it's for the Star Diver! Yo, that's actually fire! Yo, that's actually fire! Oh, you have it for Star Diver! Oh, that's actually so sick! Okay. Oh, that's actually so sick!
And while this is not specific to Dragoon, to let players better know that they've successfully executed a directional attack correctly, we'll be adding more intuitive graphical feedback.
Oh, okay.
これは先ほどのベンジフルジャンプを実行するたびに付与されていく。
Also, yo, Wormwind and Stardiver has been there for fucking how long now at this point? Brother, it's been more than 30 seconds and Wormwind is still there. Because you lose this triple jump, each charge takes 10 seconds, and he's sitting there yapping.
So another big change to Dragoon with the Evolved mode is the addition of Blood of the Dragon. Blood of the Dragon accumulates each time a Dragoon executes the aforementioned Vengeful Jump. And then when it reaches its max of 3, it readies an attack called Star Diver.
このスターダイバーを実行すると
Yo, it's crazy because he said that in English and I didn't register it when I was at the dev panel.
赤の流血状態に移行して専用の強力なコンボを実行できます。
Executing Star Driver then grants Life of the Dragon, which in turn allows the execution of a powerful combo.
Oh, yo, wait. 4 charges of what though? Oh, each attack. Wait. So then Stardiver. Crimson Pulse is Old Draconian Thrust. Corthian Thrust is now Life's Blood. And then Soaring Spirit is Wait, was that the fucking that was Drake's Bane? Oh, that is so nuts, dude. Okay. And then Star crosses the land? Wait, does completing the whole combo?
Star Driver then grants Life of the Dragon, which in turn
No,
allows
Star
the
Diver
execution
gives you
of a
Heaven's
powerful
Ward.
combo.
Oh, that is so fire because the gauge in the Blood of the Dragon turned red, and then it gives you Heaven's Ward, which you use for Sky High. Oh, this is so fire! I love his little cheeky smile after the star dive or the sky high jump. Yo, look at his cheesy ass smile when he rips the LB, brother. It is crazy
さらに
actually.
とっておきとして、スターダイバーの後に一度だけスカイハイというアクションを使います。でスカイハイを実行すると空高く飛び上がって一定時間後に地上に落ちてきて大ダメージを与えます。
In addition, executing the aforementioned Star Diver will also ready the one-time action Sky High.
He also is literally highlighting it with a mouse, by the way, and it's not showing the action thing. They made very well damn sure that you couldn't just sit there and analyze no highlighting buttons in the action stuff. Yo, they're so big brain.
With Sky High, players will fly high up into the air, landing several moments later to deal massive damage.
Yo, look at his freaking smile, bro.
That's my goal. 飛び上がっている間は、敵の攻撃を完全に無効化したいところなんですが、残念ながら無効化はできません。
So Sky High was designed to feel like a legacy Final Fantasy jump ability. So while airborne, we originally wanted players to be temporarily immune to all enemy attacks. But we soon realized that we couldn't go quite that far.
無効化できてしまうとコンテンツのギミックなどが成立しなくなってしまうので、代わりに受ける。
Okay. Yo, listen. Let me just preface that like I'm still not convinced that this is I'm still not convinced that whatever the 110 button is, we still don't have that button right now. I'm so convinced that whatever the 110 button is still not on display. I'm so convinced and that's crazy because two things. One, Sky High is the PvP LB button, which is fire actually because I'm confirming what it says. Yo, cause like. Okay, wait. I gotta think because I kind of want to see. I want to pay very strict attention to like what does what, but I didn't actively think about it though. So like, I'm so curious. Yes, he is the original. He's the reason why all of the PvP system got reworked, which is why Sky High is in here in the first place, and it is so goddamn godlike. It is so godlike because he's over here cooking a Michelin 3-star meal of Dragoon play for the world to see, and I'm over here demanding at least 10 plates of food when I haven't even finished the first one. It is insane, brother. I also noticed it mentioned it's very low damage for something that takes 2 CDs. Oh yeah, they probably got to figure out like the potency affectation for it though, so it makes sense. Guy's probably 110. You know what though, like low key, I won't even hold you. I don't really know about that. I mean, maybe. I'm a little convinced that it's not. I mean, if it is, it's fine. I don't really care. But like I don't really care that much, but I'm a little kind of like, yo, it could be potentially missing like a little shmish.
We'll see.
軽減できるようになっています。
If we made players completely immune to all attacks, that would kind of mess with a lot of the boss battle mechanics. So damage reduction won't be a full 100%, but we are looking to have it reduced significantly.
今は 90% 軽減っていう
That's
とんでもない数値になってい
kinda
て、ちょっ
godlike.
とやりすぎな気もしてるんですが、でも多少やりすぎなぐらいの方が楽しいと
I
思う
love
ので、
him.
ギリギリを
I
狙ってい
just
こう
met
と
him
思っ
at
て
the
ます。
depth. I
So I
love
said
him,
it
bro.
won't be 100%, but currently our internal number that we have is 90% reduction of damage.
That's freaking crazy.
Now, that may still change depending on how tests go. But that said, going a little overboard in this case is a lot more fun, isn't it?
Hell yeah, this shit is so fire, bro. Yo, I
は
love
い、そ
him.
れでは
He's
一
so
通りアクションを
goated.
使ってみます。
All right, so let's take one more look at everything in action.
Oh, you do. Okay. So you do the you do have to use Disco before the Mistron. Okay. Oh, there's Fang and Claw. Okay. Yo, the animation for the move is different though. Okay, I will be thoroughly happy if they actually change the animation for the buttons as you level up, but still retain the functional flow of the job design, because that would be so freaking exactly what I want. There's a lot of high buttons in this game, because there's high combo for the thing, and there's also high cure for white mage. I saw that too. Okay. Oh my god, that's actually so sick, dude. The animation is different for high bang and high wheel. Oh, that's actually so sick! Let's go, bro! I love Heaven's Fall. That is so peak, yo. Oh, that's so peak.
Can I do it too?
じゃあ僕の画面お願いします。
If we could switch to gameplay too, please.
Oh, he did the positionals. Yo, he's gifted. Oh, yo, he did the positionals too. Okay, he's cooking. Brother, this job is so crazy. Wait. Okay, wait. Elusive is 20 seconds. I saw that. Elusive also gives you perma-sprint during the time that you use the button, actually. Okay. How long is Sky High exactly? Oh, okay.
まあいろいろ今日は玉木君がゆっくり
Yo, cooking. Elusive giving you a sprint post is fire, actually.
実際にプレイするとむちゃくちゃ爽快に楽しめるんで。
What I kind of I kind of hope that they do this though. I won't hold you. I actually hope that the further inside the boss's ass you are with Sky High, it does more damage the way that it does in PvP. If you're further away from the center point of the jump attack for Sky High, you're not gonna take as much damage. I actually hope that they keep that in the PvE mode. Because if that whole circle does the same potency damage across the entire circle, like that's gonna be nuts. But I actually hope that the further away you are from the middle, it does less damage gradually. It does it in PvP, so I kind of hope that they do that in the thing. Yo, that's actually crazy. Also, there's feint still. That's interesting.
違った竜騎士としてぜひエベロルモード実装されたら楽しんでみてもらいたいです。
The thing is, like, Elusive is going to be really helpful to use in like mobility situations. Also, though, okay, even though by technicality, there's actually no more wing glide, but you have vengeful jump, but you're not really supposed to use vengeful jump as like a position, like a gap closer. You can. I don't think that you should, but like you can. Why? Because I feel like the way how that button works, like incorporates the idea that you have to like use it for damage sake. So you might have to actually like hold. So Dragoon no longer has two gap closers by technicality.
So this time we were showing an example. So we had a set rotation that we did, but it's so exhilarating. And I think you will experience that this is a very different feel as a Dragoon. So I would love for everybody to try it.
Hold up. Is the cooldown recovery time for the jump is 20 seconds? Brother, it takes a minute to use those jumps? And to get the full recovery in the jumps? Yeah. Okay. I was kind of hoping it'd be longer. I'm only thinking about fruit in the downtime. Man, the way that this job could potentially go freaking nuts is so much. Actually, I can't mentally bear. Okay. Because you can essentially do 4 jumps.
Example, so
you can do 4 jumps in fruit if you like do it correctly.
It's so exhilarating, and
that's crazy.
I think
you can do
will
quad vengeful
that
jump
this
in
is a
fruit in
very
phase 1.
different feel as a Dragoon. So I would love for everybody to try it out when it comes out.
少しだけ補足させてください。竜騎士だけの話ではないんですが、基本的にローテーションを回していて楽しいと感じられることを目標に、そのジョブらしさを感じられるようにしました。
So now this, again, isn't specific to Dragoon, but all of the jobs, we've tried hard to make these new rotations something that are not only fun to play, but also really represent the feel of each job.
竜騎士といえばジャンプだと思うので、ジャンプ系のアクションにより個性を持たせつつ、さらに爽快感を増すように竜騎士関連な遊びを強化しています。
So
for Dragoons, that was about making those signature jump attacks and combining them with the improved Blood of the Dragon mechanics to create something that feels really slick and tight.
他にもアビリティの数の多さとか、それに伴う硬直時間なども整理しているので、かなり楽しめるのではないかなと思っています。
And like Paladin, with Dragoon, there was also originally a glut of these actions, so we worked on paring down that number as we went.
Thank goodness they kept him strong too. I love that they're both going nuts.
はい、以上、竜騎士のエボルブモードでのご紹介でした。一度パワポに戻してください。
Okay, so that's all.
Yo, the spear is gigantic on the fall. You saw that? Oh my god, Dragoon is so godlike, bruh. I can't wait. I can't wait. Yo, he's Mr. Savior over here.
では次のジョブは何でしょう？
次は、
Oh my god, it's so crazy, bro.
次は白魔導士です。
Sky highs?
All right, next up we have White Mage.
Why would you see?
ご紹介。はい、以上、竜騎士のエボルブモードでのご紹介でした。一度パワポに戻してください。
The highlight's interesting.
Okay, so
Yeah, the highlight's interesting.
はい、以上、竜騎士のエボルブモードでのご紹介でした。一度パワポに戻し。はい、以上、竜騎士のエボルブモードでのご紹介でした。
Also guaranteed crit potentially? Potentially? It doesn't look like it makes that much of a difference between the proximity thing. I think it's a guaranteed crit though. That's cool, actually. It's not highlighted when you do it, but it still crits into like 148,000. So that's kind of cool. The potency for that I think is like close to like I think it's like 1100 actually. Oh, JK, not a guaranteed crit. I lied. That move animation though is godlike. It doesn't guarantee crit. They got the crit like back to back to back to back though. Godlike. Wait, I wonder if I can hear myself.
Landing several moments later to deal massive damage.
Sky High は歴代シリ
No, I
ーズ
can't
の
hear
リアクション
myself.
のジャンプをイメージしたアクションなので、飛び上がっている間は、敵の攻撃を完全に無効化したいところなんですが、残念ながら無効
I
化は
tried
で
to
き
hear
ませ
myself. I
ん。
couldn't though. It's okay.
少し
Oh gosh, dude. This job has so many. Oh my gosh.
All right, I think he's ready. Gameplay 1, please.
Okay. This job still confuses me so much.
また出てきた。
Medica Asuna, Plenary Raise, Tetra, 2 Aquaville charges, Benny, Cure 2, Temperance, Surecast, Bell, Ethereal Shift, Swiftcast, Clear 4, Holy
また出て
Engraving.
きました。
Another one of those.
はい、次は白窓
What the heck is Sanctity? I just saw that actually.
同士です。今現在の白魔導士はヒーラ
I
ー
didn't
の
see
中
that
で
last
も
time.
扱いやすいジョブですし、プレイされている方も非常に多いジョブなので違和感なく移行できるようにしました。その中でもいくつか変更点があります。
Alright, so out of all of our healing jobs, White Mage is already fairly easy to use, and that's why that there's a lot of people who play it. And that's why we wanted to make the transition from Reborn mode to Evolve mode as smooth and as accessible as possible. That said, there are still some major differences.
まず、ジョブハットにサンクチュアリシンボルというものがあります。これは回復魔法で味方を回復したときに付与されます。
Okay, so first up here you can see the Sanctity gauge, and this fills every time you cast a healing spell on an ally.
では敵にアクションを使わせます。
So I'm going to use this. Okay, attacked.
あ、自分しか回復しないのね。
Oh no, you're only healing yourself, huh?
Wait,
Healing your-
what?
Attacked.
あ、自分しか回復しないのね。
Oh no, you're only healing yourself, huh?
しないのね。
Wait,
Oh no,
what?
you're only healing yourself, huh?
Oh my god, that's the icon for Largess! Dude, the button next to Plenary Confession, next to Yoshi's White Mage is Largess. Dude, that's a Stormblood icon, brother? Wait, I don't get it. Wait, sorry. He took the hit. He gave himself high cure. It didn't crit. He did it again. And then it does a crit. Wait, but then he does clear. Oh my god, that's the PvP button. There's no stack on him.
はい、このスタックが溜まった状態で、ホーリーサンクチュアリーという魔法を実行すると、
Wait, so you can't give yourself sanctity? Oh, I guess that's what that is. Oh.
Okay.
He heals himself for the first one.
あ、自分しか回復しないのね。
Oh no, you're only healing yourself, huh?
He heals himself both times. No, he doesn't. I don't understand where. Does he press
Only
the
healing yourself,
button
huh?
for the thingy with the after the fact? No. Why does he have that gauge then? He doesn't. I don't know.
はい、このスタックが溜まった状態で、ホーリーサンクチュアリーという魔法を
He
実行する
doesn't.
と、スタック
Wait, how did he get the sanctity gauge?
はい、このスタックが溜まった状態で、ホーリーサンクチュアリーという魔法を実行すると、スタック数に応じたダメージが上乗せされます。
So this is directly connected with a new action called Holy Sanctuary that when cast, depletes the gauge and deals damage in proportion to the stack.
このシステム
Wait, that is pseudo Lily though. Because he uses High Cure while recovering the damage to compensate for the usage of the thing with the
damage in proportion to the stack.
The potency of that attack is extensive considering it's 2 of 3 charges. That attack hits crazy hard.
このシステムの目的なんですが、GCD の回復魔法を実行した際に DPS のロスをしづらくすることです。
So basically, the thinking behind the implementation of this is to prevent the inevitable DPS loss that occurs when using global cooldown healing spells.
特に高難度コンテンツにおいては、厳しい DPS チェックに対して、GCD は回復魔法ではなく、なるべく攻撃魔法に回すことを求められるケースがありました。
So this becomes especially relevant in some of the more high-level content, where a lot of times white mages are asked to ignore global cooldown healing magics to make sure that parties don't fail their DPS checks.
ヒーラーはあくまでも味方。
Yo, it is actually crazy though that the white mage job change is allocated directly towards the functionality of it doing DPS at a high-end level. That means that DPSing as a healer is super crazy important.
を守ることがメインの役割であってほしいので、このシステムを追加することで GCD ヒールの重要性を上げています。
So we want healing to be a healer's main priority, so this new feature is meant to do just that.
まあなのでちゃんと栄唱があるけど GCD ヒールをすることでこのスタックがたまっ
Do you know how insane it is that like actually GCD healing gives you net damage? That's actually so insanely strong.
て
That's
それ
so
によ
cool.
って、強力な攻撃が打てる。なので回復魔法を唱えることで自身の DPS も上げられるっていう、まあ要はヒールをしながら DPS も出すっていうところに、今回このエボルブモードのホワイトメイジにはそういった仕組みを実装してます。
So to supplement to that, of course, there will be cast time involved, but by casting a global cooldown heal, you will still be able to attack. And so it's kind of like a heal plus have DPS. And that's how we will have it for the evolved mode.
またこの変更に伴って、基本攻撃魔法が無栄唱にな
I
っています。
still don't
先ほど説明
understand.
させていただいた通り、栄唱付きの回復魔法を重要視したので、その
They said that the high cure thing, healing, I don't
分
know. It's
攻
okay.
撃を行いやすくしました。
So in conjunction with this, we've removed casting times for most white mage attack spells. We want the main focus to be on healing spells with their cast times and not on the attacks. Boom.
Why does Glare 3 go into High Glare for free? I wonder if that's meant to be like a combo thing for the healer.
基本攻撃が、無栄唱になることで各種アビリティも使いやすくなりますし、コンテンツのギミックにも対応しやすくなると思っています。
By making non-healing basic attack spells instant, it makes them easier to implement in rotations without disrupting healing and easier to incorporate into duty content strategies.
Well, but the thing is that
ま
like,
た
but the thing is that
Boom.
Oh, wait, this changes everything. This changes everything because, oh, this changes everything. I didn't notice that last time. It's not even the situation with the first of all, okay, let me explain to you. The GCD recast time for glare spamming is not 2 seconds, it's 3 seconds. It is 3 seconds. Even though Paladin and Dragoon's timer has gotten faster, White Mage's cast time has gotten slower. But because you can constantly naturally cast DPS spells, it actually becomes more easier to sit there and weave in your cooldowns for recovery's sakes mid DPS. The DPS check actually just got much, much trickier for healers that are also required to heal in between their things. I didn't realize that the timing was so long.
White Mage attack spells and not on the attacks. Boom.
The GCD timing of healing with White Mage's glare is slower. Oh, okay. I mean, the 1-1-1 thing is still like a thing, but that doesn't actually matter though, because you literally have to, like, you're probably going to okay. The 1-1-1 thing is whatever, because you're going to be busier needing to DPS while also still being busy needing to heal. Especially if it's actually not 1-1-1 anymore, because you're required, in order to actively, you have to actually use healing spells and sit there and cast healing spells in order to use High Sanctuary. And High Sanctuary is basically New Lily. And you have to actually hold that button. But you also have to actively use it because it's on a charge system. The 1-1-1 thing does not persist, despite there being no dot display. You have to actually use that button.
By making non-healing basic attack spells instant, it makes them easier to implement in rotations without disrupting healing, and easier to incorporate into duty content strategies.
また、今、実機でお見せしたので気づいた方もいらっしゃるかと思うんですが、これまで基本攻撃魔法は同じ魔法を連続で打っていたんですが、単調さを軽減するために1段目と2段目で異なる魔法が発動するようにもなっています。
Finally, we recognize that a lot of white mages were using the same basic attack spells over and over again. So, to alleviate that monotony, we're tweaking certain spells to have different effects the first and then second times you cast them in a row.
はい、それでは一通り。
Even though you're still see the thing about that though, the monotony thing seems kind of like a cop out though, because they're already consolidating the buttons, but realistically High Glare and Glare 3 would be on different buttons if we were playing it in terms of Dawntrail style. But because they're being consolidated, it just looks like it's the same one button. You have to remember that, like, if Dawntrail White Mage had High Glare, it wouldn't be on the same button as Glare. But we also don't have Dia, so like that's a whole situation too.
Action を使ってみます。
All right, so let's see everything in action
but
once more.
But you need to use High Sanctuary though. You get the sprint with the Temperance. There's Benediction. 3 minutes countdown still. Okay. Veil Benediction is still 30. I'm sorry. Why is that in Benediction High Cure? Tetra. That's a new, I mean, Plenary Indulgence, kind of. Oh! Wait, but Medica 3 turns into... It used Plenary, and then... Oh! High Cure turns into Solace, and Medica 3 turns into Rapture. Oh! Wait, but then... Does Solace give you the Sanctity? It probably doesn't because you're not taking damage. But the thing is that you're in combat right now, so like no. There's caress. If you have to take damage and they TBN the high cure, that'll be kind of nuts. But they said that if you're in combat and you use the thing, then you would gain the Lily. So, but you don't gain the Lily during that though. So that's why I don't understand exactly what the thing is. Also, where did the regen come from? Does Solace give the regen? Solace gives a regen. Unless it's like the button. Oh, Solace gives a regen. Oh my god. Okay. That's okay. Okay. This is so good because here's the thing that I will say. There's a lot of buttons that you can ignore pressing as a white mage that are just automatically embedded in the kits for white mage, which means that it's impossible now to not press those buttons and gain the effects of other buttons that you wouldn't have pressed because you wouldn't want to press them, even though it was helpful to press them during moments where you didn't lose DPS. However, the sanctity thing still does not make sense to me. Despite the fact that I get it though. Like, I get it.
白魔同士は他にも細かいところを調整していて、これまで以上に扱いやすいジョブになるようにします。
Does pressing the thingy after the pressing plenary, like fake plenary after Tetra give you like a freebie? Oh, it's a freebie. It's a freebie.
これまで以上に扱いやすいジョブになるようにしました。
So we've tweaked a lot of different things and tried our best to make White Mage even easier to use than before.
You know what's crazy though? Like, that is not the case scenario, actually.
I actually would argue that it's gotten harder to play White Mage only because the reason why I say this is not because the job is actually easier. I think that the content requirement for a job like White Mage has increased as a result of its buttons being consolidated. Respectfully, because at least with the heavyweight tier, there are certain attacks that you have to be smart about giving to your tanks to keep them alive for certain scenarios. If you literally don't do that, then like they run the risk of dying, and it doesn't feel good. Especially when it was during week fucking 1. The amount of healers, the amount of white mages that did not use Benison or Aquaville during tank busters in M11 and M12 was literally super low. Dying to those busters was such an L. Being given Eucrasian diagnosis by a sage because a white mage wouldn't Aquaville or Benison was way too often.
例えば、同じような使い道のアクションだったディバインベニゾンとアクアベールを統合してボタン数を削減しつつチャージアクション化したりしてます。
For example, consolidating Divine Benison and Aquavale into a single action and then adding charges to this.
They're both 10 seconds. That's crazy because Aquaville is 8 and Benison's 15.
テンパランスの効果中は、移動速度が上がるようにしてより便利なアクションになるように調整しました。
With Temperance, to make it easier to use, we've added an extra effect to increase movement speed after casting Temperance.
Is Temperance a 1 minute? No fucking way. Yo, Temperance is a minute. Oh my gosh. Okay.
先ほど説明した GCD ヒーローをしても DPS をロスしづらくなるシステムや、基本攻撃魔法の無縁消化もあって、これまでヒーラーロールをあまりプレイしてこなかった方でも遊びやすくなっていると思うので、ぜひ挑戦してみてください。
はい。
So the removal of cast times for basic attack magic and the changes to the global cooldown for healing magic to ensure DPS doesn't drop should help make it easier for first-time healers to get a better grasp of the job. So if you've never played a healer before, now is a great time to start.
はい、以上、白魔導士の、ご紹介でした。
Okay. That's all for White Mage?
My thing is that, like, even though I also think that it's better to separate Aquavale from Divine Benison, I actually think it's better this way solely just because. I'm not saying that not everybody doesn't do this. I literally can tell you how many times on one hand I ever see a white mage player, not even usage of Aquavale, players use Aquavale in their general mitigation for in usage in fights. I don't ever see a white mage use Aquavale or Benison on a tank when they're about to take a buster or eat an auto. 99% of the time, I kid you not, Aquavale does not get pressed ever, except for if they're going to use it on themselves, which is bruh. And then Benison, I don't ever see ever a white mage use Benison on a tank. It's always on themselves for reasons completely unknown. So despite the fact that having it separate will be a very big W, it doesn't matter because they don't even get pressed in the first place. However, though, I am still under the impression that Aquavale is a button that'll be on your first hotbar and you will still find some magical way to not press it.
まあホワイトメージはやっぱり多くの人が使ってくれてるジョブなので、まあできるだけシンプルに。でも皆さんの
That being said, though, I am intrigued by the fact that one, Rez is still there, Swiftcast is still there, Surecast is still there, Ethereal Shift is still there, Asuna is still there, no riposte, or repose, the sleep spell, no sleep, no lucid dreaming, and no blood lily. Anything else I'm missing? No cure 3. No presence of mind. No bubble. No size. And no dot.
フィードバックにあったヒールしつつもやっぱりより攻撃をシンプルにしたいっていうところに今回答えてるのが白魔導士のエボルブモードになってます。
For sure. And with White Mage, I know a lot of players use the White Mage, and so we wanted to make it simple, but we have listened to the feedback that we had received so that we have a job that heals but also can attack.
ではパワーポイント戻してください。
Okay, let us switch back to the PowerPoint.
Even though White Mage is missing so many buttons, the fact that they're level 110 with this many buttons does not give any indicator whatsoever that the buttons are missing or present or not at all. We literally have zero clue, but my thing is that even though they're max level, there's a pretty decent likelihood that the buttons are... This could be it, or like not at all. Again, it's deliberately designed that Evolved mode has fewer buttons. How many fewer, though, is completely unsure.
Okay.
Because White Mage did, over the course of time, have fewer buttons than what was necessary for certain situations. Naturally, back in the day, White Mage had 2 full controller hotbars worth. Now, at least in Endwalker and like partially like Shadowbringers, it only has 1 open spot, I think, if you separate your buttons, basically. Like if you separate like temperature from caress and like that sort of thing, then like yes, but otherwise like no. Like you technically have like 3 open slots on a controller hotbar, I think, by technicality, which is like fine. But then again, like I also am not including like rescue or like so. Either way though, White Mage, if White Mage actually doesn't have its dot anymore, nor if it has like, if it's missing an OGCD damage attack, then that kind of opens a lot of opportunity for the other healers to also not have OGCD attacks. Because I'm not immediately under the impression that a button like Earthly Star will persist through if one, White Mage is missing an OGCD attack. because it is. The only attacks that you have right now, to my knowledge, is High Sanctuary and Glare and High Glare, right? I think so. Yes. However, though, you you do get rewarded for using GCD heals to do out damage. So you still technically have the fundamental foundation of needing to heal your targets in order to do more damage down the road in preparation for like a burst window, which is fascinating. But I don't know how much of that retains itself into situation. So that being said though, like White Mage is one of the few jobs that I'm actually like unsure about because, there's still so much to cover. So we're always missing dots. Yes, Paladin didn't have a dot anymore, and neither did Dragoon to what I saw. A lot of the job buttons that we've seen so far per activation, that's not to say that we're not getting 0 dots. Dots still do exist, but under which job is completely in the unknown. I can say that much for sure. Because Bard still has its dots. Paladin doesn't have its dots, and Dragoon doesn't have its dot either, at least by the build that they showcase. Because for Paladin's sake, your gauge is centered around your ability to like counterattack and sell your stuff. And then Dragoon's dots is missing because you use your buttons to activate like your mode. The mode is not on a timer, it's based on a prep activation. So like you have to activate your mode prep in order to even press the button to use it. So there's no reason for there to be a dot technically, if that's like the case scenario. Now, will I miss the dot? Of course I will. But I mean, again, how the final build will come into play with it too is also completely unsure. Do you think they'll add dots to normal attacks? Well, the one thing I will say that is currently missing from the build that I don't think that anyone has noticed, but it makes sense though, is that there's no autos. If you've been paying attention to it though, none of the jobs ever use autos. Um, which is tricky because like the dev panel build, it makes sense that it doesn't have autos because their objective is not to show you like anything except for the job action. However, the auto attack function button or function icon is still there. This little thing up here top right with a little swirly eye with the 3 arrows is an indicator thing that that there's autos. The mob also doesn't auto back, so it is most likely a dev panel functionality that they've just disabled autos so that way you can properly just see things without interruption. So I mean, I will say though, I think that it could be very interesting if certain attacks get autos that are not directly indicative of like a spell thing or like an attack thing. For example, you know how like with White Mage, you can press Glare 3 and then do High Glare and you just press it on rotation? What will be cool is if like a job like Astro has like, Fall Malefic and then like you can do another Malefic spell and it does like a dot. And then the dot is a different button than like the Malefic so that way you can technically like retain like the Malefic with the dot thing. But the good thing about that though is that not that the dot is bad or good. It's the simple fact that the dot and the Malefic is different than the glare and the high glare from Sanctuary. Because the most important thing for healers to have is differentiation between how they attack and how they heal. And the good thing is for healers' sakes, at least for the most part, to some small degree, um, how they heal is different between healers. You don't press the same buttons like retroactively between both roles. You don't. If you do that, that's not good. You will get people killed, or it won't feel the same. Which I like that. So if we look at the buttons that White Mage has now, I think you can safely assume that there are similarities between what buttons that White Mage has versus what Astro could potentially get, right? Like I think that Helios Conjunction can persist like Medica 3. I think that we'll still get Collective Unconscious. Um, no, that's Bubble. Sorry, JK. Actually, no, it could. It could. But then Celestial Intersection can be perceived as like your Aqua Veil and like your Divine Benison because you also have Expiation, which does the same thing. The effects are different though because Aqua Veil is a pretty chunky defense mitigator, and then Benison is a shield or like a little bubble, like yellow health. But Expiation has like an XCOG effect after its timer runs out, so the effect of both of those buttons can still change as a result, which is really cool. The one button that I kind of see not surviving is like Earthly Star. I can see that they're reworking the cards again for Astro. I think that like you'll still have the three. You'll have like what is it, Balance, Bull, and then Ewer, and then like Lord. But I think that using the three cards will activate your ability to use Lord, and you can like hold it. Is my thought process at least. Or like because the challenge with jobs specifically like Scholar, Astro, and Sage is that you have to specifically figure out how to GCD heal your targets in order to get rewarded to offensively attack your opponent. And white mages make sense, right? You use a high cure to gain stacks of sanctity, and then eventually you throw like a big attack. I could see Astro having something where if you use shield a bunch of times and it breaks, that like eventually you build up stacks and then you throw like a dot instead. The familiarity is there between white mage and scholar, but it's different because like instead of a big attack, you get the dot, right? The potency affectation might be similar to each other, but there's still the difference in how it's like applied. Because like High Sanctuary is a big AoE attack on a target, right? So if the Scholar does like a giant dot version, then like at least there's a differentiation between how that works, right? So we'll see. But it could be like we'll see. Did we see if Asai was added to anything until he currently evolved showing? Great question. I don't see any animation indicator button wise that would say that that there is like the Asai's icon. I don't see the Asai's icon anywhere. Why Earthly Star? Because Earthly Star is a OGCD button that does the combination of both a GCD heal and an attack. The reason why they would take it out is because similarly to Asai's heals the party and damages anybody nearby. It's an AoE. The problem with that button right now is you do not, under any circumstances, ever use Asai's defensively. It is not ever used in that case scenario. You use Asai's as an offensive button on cooldown that has the benefit of healing. Earthly Star is the same thing. Earthly Star is focused primarily on its ability to use its attack power, in the moment for potency, but you have much more freedom and control of using Earthly Star that you can use it as a heal. However, though, most of the time you will not use it as a healing attack. But also, if they're fundamentally thinking about making it possible that GCD heals become your primary cast spell to recover the HP of the party, that means that certain OGCDs will not ever heal the party unless it is single targeted, which means that because like Bubble Asai's are OGCDs that do healing, and we don't have that. White Mage doesn't have any OGCD healing except for Tetra, Benny, Asai's Asylum, and then like technically Caress. But like oh, and like and Lilybell, but like Lilybell is like whatever because like it's not we don't care about the button. So essentially, out of all those buttons that do damage, the only one that's there is Asai's, right? So for Astro, same things apply. But the difference is that like Astro does have a button that is a GCD that you do use defensively, but it has the offensive property, which is Macrocosmos. Macro, you use it in order to prep your HP recovery as a preventative measure down the road when you're taking damage. But you don't use Macro offensively, you use it defensively. It has the benefits of being offensive at the same time. So what's helpful is when buttons for healers have the bonus capability of being offensive when their primary focus is defensive. White Mage's size is the opposite. And an Earthly Star, technically, same thing. You want to primarily use Earthly Star as often as you can possibly fit it in the fight, regardless of whether or not its healing potency is necessary. But most players will use Earthly Star more defensively because the offensive capability is usually just there because you can control the timing and when you want to activate Earthly Star. You don't have that freedom with the size. You just have to press it on cooldown, and once you press it, it heals and it damages. You can pop down Earthly Star like, anywhere between 10 to 20 seconds ahead of time of the attack that comes out, and you will not only get the damage out, but you'll get the heal. So you time it properly so that it works that way. If realistically Earthly Star is a button that they want people to use on a more defensive aspect without thinking about the offensive aspect, unless the offense aspect is used later on, then that would make sense to me that they would keep Earthly Star. But I'm not under the impression that it's going to even do that. So Earthly Star needs to retain the specificity of defensive healing, period, no questions asked, or it needs to become a GCD attack that has a timer tied to it that you would use offensively and then eventually use it at the restorative property like down the road. But that's a rework for the button instead of like it retaining its current function. Anyways, that's a lot of yappers for somebody who freaking one button thing. That being said though, the other importance is that Neutral Sect and Horoscope are two OGCDs that will grant you more powerful properties if you do a GCD heal. And Plenary does that. If you activate Plenary, it'll turn Medica 3 into Rapture or Cure or High Cure into Solace, right? Which is good because that means that you're still being able to get rewarded for doing GCD healing. The challenge for Astro is that if a button that is a GCD heal, whether it's single target or AoE, benefits the Astro at an offensive capability, how it will do that is completely like who knows. And the problem with that is it has to be done separately than how it is with White Mage, because you use the 2 charges of High Sanctuary in combination to like your GCD healing, so you get rewarded for GCD healing with High Cure, which is good. If you try to have that carry over into Astro, like how you do that, the only way that I could think of doing it though is with the Lord of Crowns. But Lord of Crowns is too similar to the Sanctity gauge because you'll use a spell, increase your card, and then the card gets stronger the more charges that you store. But that's the exact same thing as the Lily thing with Sanctity, so you can't do that. So the challenge is to figure out how would you separate that pretty much. And right now, because we have no idea how White Mage or Astro looks like, we have no clue. Anyways, I nerded out for like a minute, so that's my bad. Okay, this job, man. I need to pay very close attention to this job because when I first was listening to it, I didn't actually pick up anything because I was too hyped over the fact that the jump is fire, is peak, is crazy, and there's a cast bar for the Star Sidewinder attack. So I need to pay close attention to what the fuck they're talking about
Okay,
with this
let's
job.
have gameplay 1, please.
This Bard change is goated beyond everything. The fact is this reason, okay? Bard is goated because these 2 buttons are like the action, like additional like left click, right click buttons, whatever. That's what those 2 buttons are, by the way. It's actually going so nuts. Right? So there's that. Secondly, there's no immediate location in where you can use your dots. I'm almost under the impression, because of where the dots come from, that like the song order officially is going to change for the first time in history. I mean, it technically changed with armies and mages, but like that doesn't count though. I'm actually not under the impression that the first song you're going to use is Wanderers anymore. Which, if that's the case scenario, that would be nuts. However, though, we don't have an immediate understanding that like it offers the buff or not, and that's the challenge of Bard right now. So that's why I have not a clue. Dude, I don't know why my bro is over here being all like stupid, bruh. Pause. 1 second. I have to go say hi to Jazzy. Dying. Bruh, this freaking, like, I don't know what it is, man. It's driving me nuts. All right, whatever. You want to hear Jazzy's reaction?
Farrah!
Was I there? Oh, I was there.
Can you hear my lips?
Cool. Let me go bait. Oh, let me go.
That I want to kiss. Are you in, Boston?
Wait, what?
Dip my toe into the pineapple juice around the arena.
Oh, sorry. It's saying he can't join.
What'd she say? Hey, yo.
Does he have it unlocked?
Oh, on his class. Are you on Reaper?
Oh wait, I see.
I love the
why,
queens, man.
Whoever left, it locks the
Oh, this lock got locked.
Just join on whatever it. Just join on whatever it's.
Oh, I don't know. Either way, though.
No, he doesn't have.
But yeah. I need to wait until I get the queen's, like, confirmation. And then I will continue to the situation, actually.
I have an important question for you. Do I need to look at Erica with?
You should be able to join forever.
What
Try
the?
Try now. Thank you for real.
Oh, it's Mary.
Okay. Ooh.
But, like, yeah, dude. Whatever the hell it is that they have planned up for Bard, brother. I'm concerned, actually. I really want to see if I can hear them confirm that the Bard buffs are gone. You know what I mean? So. Bacon? Oh, snap.
Queen, love you. Have an amazing dream. I'm yapping over the dead panel again like a real nerd. Wait, are you just streaming right now?
Oh my god.
What's a treasure?
Yeah, I love Jazzy, bro.
Hold on.
Wait, what's this?
Just pop the queue.
Guys, what is this?
Yes.
What's a treasure train?
Okay, how do I
Don't pull me up. I already have you pulled up, Session.
Oh my god.
Is this new?
I'm watching my fucking cutscene.
Let's see these.
Already have me pulled up is crazy.
Okay. Guys, I have not looked at any of the patch notes. I have not looked at what the alliance rate is.
All right, let's continue. Wait. Head graze, leg graze, arm's length, 3 songs, pitch perfect. That's new continuation, by the way. Peloton is here is interesting. Second wind, encore. Yo, wait, isn't that not wait. There's no actual way though, right? Can I what's the that's Troubadour, but where's oh gosh. Nature's Min? Yo, no Nature's Min? Interesting. No Nature's Min.
はい、銀融指示に関しても、竜騎士と同じようにメカニクスに大きな変更を行っています。
So just like with Dragoon, Evolve mode for Bard, we'll see some major changes.
Unless in fairness, unless it's combined with Troubadour. I didn't think about that until just now. My bad.
So just like with Dragoon, Evolve mode for Bard, we'll see some major changes to the mechanics.
コンセプトとしては、
Bard, we'll see.
を行っています。
Wait, I'm sorry. Did
Just
you?
like with Dragoon, Evolve mode for
The second you
Bard,
go into
we'll see some
combat,
major
the
changes
timer
to the
starts?
mechanics.
コンセプト
Oh.
としては、銀融詩人らしく支援ジョブとしての強み
Wait,
を際立たせ
what the hell do you mean 4 stacks of
どこで
bardic
どの歌を歌うかを
inspiration?
こだわれる遊びを追加しました。
So the main concept we're aiming for with this is maintaining that bard's strength as a supporting role to other party members, while putting more emphasis on songs, specifically when and where you execute which songs.
まずジョブハットのミンストレルシンボルというものがあります。これを消費して、近人のバラード、軍神のパイオン、旅神のメネットのいずれかの歌アクションを実行します。
So here we have the performance gauge. This bar is consumed to cast Mage's Ballad, Army's Paeon, and the Wanderer's Minuet.
それぞれの歌にはパーティーへのバフ効果があって、賢人のバラードはリジェネ、軍神のパイオンは移動速度アップ、旅神のメネットはバリア効果になっています。歌う順番は自由なので、ギミックに合わせて歌い分けることができます。
So each of these songs grants parties a buff. Regen for the ballad, increased movement speed for the paeon, and barrier for the minuet. And songs can be sung in any order in order to best match what is currently going on in battle.
またこれらの歌アクションを実行した直後は、銀融詩人自身も強力なウェポンスキルを実行できるようになります。それぞれの歌ごとに違うプレイ感になっていて、賢人のバラードはこれまでの銀融詩人にものイメージにもあるドットに関する遊びになっています。
So also singing these songs will ready powerful weapon skills that will allow for a variety of different playstyles. For example, after singing Mage's Ballad, it opens up a damage over time attack, something that bards are already known for.
Wait, oh my god, wait. Like, okay. Okay. Hold on, I'm processing. Okay. Yo, let me find out that none of the songs have like a whatever that it is. Also, wait. What in the world is...
up a damage over time attack, something that bards are already known for.
The buff lasts 15 seconds. I called that last time. What the heck is that thing? Is that for those two? Oh, barbed quivers for the dots.
Singing Army's Paeon will open up a speedy multi-hit combo.
Thank God they brought back that animation. I love wide volleys in animation, actually.
そして、旅神のメネットは専用のコンボの最後に強力な一撃を放ちます。
Wait, but where did... Oh, Bardic Inspiration is tied to Imperial Arrow.
メネットは専用のコンボの最後に強力な一撃を放ちます。
And with the Wanderer's Minuet, which, after a combo, will unleash a devastating single strike.
Wait, Hawk's Eye? I'm sorry, what? Hawk's Eye increases dexterity back then. What is it doing now? Wait. Does that activate the...
Unleash a devastating single strike.
Okay, Wanderers activates Light, which gives you access to Radiant Encore, which then gives you... Okay. Currently, I'm under the impression right now that Hawk's Eye is a guaranteed direct hit.
.この他にも新しいプレイ感のアクションとしてワンダラーズバラージというものがあります。これは移動を入力している方向に対して移動しながら敵を攻撃するアクションで、前に移動しながらだと前へ跳躍して、左に移動しながらだと左に跳躍します。
So finally, another new way to play with the Evolve mode, is introduced with the addition of what is called Wanderer's Arrow. This, when used in tandem with movement in a certain direction, allows the character to jump in that direction while shooting. So, left, right, front.
That's so godlike, yo.
移動入力なしだとその場で撃つこともできます。
Of course, this attack can also be used standing still as well. You don't have to move.
はい、それでは一通りアクションを使ってみます。
Alright, so let's take a look at all of these in action one last time.
Wait, I brain farted so immensely actually. Okay, just to give you some kind of small context, the actual attack icon of the dot here is smaller than what I was thinking about, because I thought it was part of this buff, but it's not. The actual icon is just smaller. I thought that it was part of this green buff. So now my question is, where's
It opens up a damage
when does the
over time
green
attack,
buff come
something
out?
that bards are already known for.
That green buff is nowhere in the... Actually, I wonder if Bard still provides a buff while it's active.
Which
the song doesn't ever go away.
With that can also be used standing still as well.
一通りアクションを使ってみます。
Alright, so let's take a look at all.
The dot's only 3 seconds long, though. That's... Wait. Why? What's the point of the dot existing for 3 seconds if it's not actually for like a duration? Oh, it costs 2 gauge to pitch perfect? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Okay, interesting. Why is the dot only 3 seconds, though?
銀融詩人は、パーティーメンバーとの共同感を感じられる支援効果と
What's that green buff, though?
弓使いとしての爽快感の両立を目指しました。
So we wanted to give bards that feeling that they're truly supporting their party while also making bow play as smooth and slick as possible.
シンプルにローテーションを回すだけであればそこまで難しくはないと思うんですが、コンテンツに合わせた歌の順番などを考える余地もあるので、やりがいのあるジョブになっているんじゃないかなと思います。
So the basic rotations aren't that complex, but we wanted to allow players the freedom to adjust those rotations based on the duty that they're tackling.
I want you to use Imperial.
A lot deeper than it appears on the surface.
No, he completely... Oh no, that's not what I thought it was either.
A lot deeper than it
He uses pitch perfect after this 2-step thing and then like it gives him the 0. But the buff doesn't fall. I thought it was tied to your ability to use Pitch Perfect, and I'm now officially completely clueless. Wait.
Players the freedom to adjust.
Okay, he used head graze. It had no effect.
Those rotations based on the duty that they're tackling, making it a lot deeper than it appears on the surface.
Oh, Wanderer's Volley gives you a stack of Bardic Inspiration. Oh, snap.
Yoshi wants to play. This is his favorite.
No, no. We'll let Tamaki control the character, and I can supplement this.
Wait, the song swap is quote-unquote stackable.
Control the character, and I can supplement this.
But it's a replacement factor. Oh, so you can, yo, that is so interesting. So like, okay, if you can activate two songs back to back, but you lose it replaces the buff. He uses armies, gets the 5 stacks of the speed, immediately switches to mages, and loses the buff from armies. But you can do that though.
今、沢木君がやってるローテーションとか、アクション見ててわかる通り、今回の、エボルブモードの指針に関しては、ローテーションが固定されてない。
Oh, you also can't reuse the song after the dot tick activates for it. Because you can't. Because you've already gotten the activation for mages and armies, you can't go back and use either one. The only song left you have access to is Wanderer. But then doesn't activating the 3 give you lights, which you can use for Radiant Finale? When does he press Radiant Finale?
Of course, this attack can also be.
Oh no! He dev reset the thing for the song. He doesn't press Radiant Encore. He just gets rid of it. No! I don't know why the thing is, but the buff is still there. And then, man, I was hoping to get an idea. Okay, but he presses it though here. Okay, no. So Radiant Finale does use the light. You need to use the 3 songs. You use the 3 songs to unlock Radiant Encore. And it automatically gives you light. Does this direct hit guaranteed? Oh, Hawkeye guarantees a direct hit. Ooh. Okay, okay. And then he activates this. Oh, Radiant Encore has a heal effect on hits. Wait, that's actually kind of wild. How long is the cast bar for that attack? Oh, it's 2.5. Does Radiant Finale automatically dissipate the thing with the Encore? No. Oh. Okay, so here's my thought. The opener for I'm currently under the impression that Bard does Radiant Encore doesn't buff the party. But I still don't know what the green buff does. The green buff doesn't ever go away. The first time it appears is at the cast of the first song.
Known
The moment that you cast the song, it's there permanently. Here's a question, because also, he's already in combat. Okay, so what happens is he pulls the ball. He pulls the target. Hitting the target will activate the performance gauge, which allows you to gain access to songs. You also start with one gauge, at least by the dev panel section. So my thing is that I don't get the immediate impression unless you start with one. If you start with one, that's very good. If you don't start with one, that's very bad. But unless there's a button that automatically gives you one.
Okay, here we are.
Changes.
When you start attacking with GCDs, you don't gain immediate access to the performance buff. Also, though, when he presses the song for the buff, there's no buff indicator for it. It doesn't have any effect that appears. Because Mage's Ballad gives you the regen, Barbed Quiver gives you access to the 2 dots necessary to press that song. However, the dot only lasts 3 seconds. Like a bar dance partner for the whole party, those benefit songs. If the green buff is a permanent performance up buff for the entire party and Bard still retains its affectational functionality of being a buffer, but it's not indicative of song, they need to make sure that Dancer is like stupid busted, because literally if that song buff is a permanent DPS buff, that is going to be insane. That buff never goes away after he casts the first song. It doesn't even change the entire time. It stays the way that it stays the entire time. I mean, my thing is like, I'm not saying that Bard, I just was under the impression that like Bard doesn't have like a buff. I already knew off the rip that the songs don't grant you buffs. You're supposed to use the songs in order to be utility for the party, actually. I would be dumbfounded if that green buff is a perma buff for the whole party, because that actually, okay, the reason why I say this though is because of 2 reasons. One, the value of Bard is officially tripled to that of Dancer unless Dancer has a buff that is also stupid busted, because the challenge that Bard has right now is the 3 songs are directly indicative of your ability to do your damage. The problem with that though is you never ever want 2 of the other songs. You only care about the 1. Now, the 1 is unfortunately like, it's always like a mixed bag, because Wanderers gives you the 3% crit, which like is whatever. The 1% guarantee up though for mages is kind of cracked, even though like the crit one's better, yes, but still though. And then armies is not like, is whatever, because you get the 1% of the direct. So it doesn't even matter what the buff is. If the buff is an increased rate or permanent increase of anything whatsoever, Bard is literally about to become like the best fizz range unquestionably, unless there's something that they do to Dancer or Machinist that completely lets it live kind of in tandem with the rest. Now, I'm under the current impression, because that was a really smart idea, that green buff is a permanent guaranteed buff to the entire party the entire time while the Bard is alive. My thought process is that if Bard dies, it will actually lose the buff and you got to recast it, which is whatever, because you get the guaranteed thing when you press a button. So that would be nuts. But here's the problem though, because here's the problem. Radiant Finale only activates after you activate all 3 songs and then you press it off rip. The problem that Bard has right now, despite the fact, is you can only activate those songs as long as you have a performance charge that lets you actually switch the songs. So the switching song thing is not available whatsoever until you actually make that swap, right? So the thing is that in the opener, Bard's opener is incredibly slow, but its burst window, if there is one, is incredibly powerful. Assuming that Radiant Finale is in fact still a party buff on top of that green buff, if it's a green buff. So, what this tells me, at least for now, by just random assumption, Bard has a slow start, but once it starts ramping up, that job goes crazy for buffs. But Dancer is probably like a little bit backwards, where it has an incredible powerful start and it will retain a level of consistency as you go further into the fight, where it picks that one partner the whole time and it kind of keeps on doing like the thing. If it does that, that makes sense to me, because like that's how Dancer's always been canonically, except for like the tech step, which you just kind of rip every two. But the difference is that like Dancer's tech thing disappearing, keeping the standard thing makes total sense. Bard's permanent green buff thing, though, however, is absolutely crazy strong if and only if the buff is as permanent as it seems, and that is what it is. Now, will Bard be more in short burst moments? Dancer will be stronger than Bard. In longer longer development portions, though, I think Bard is better than Dancer, which is how it should be. So, I have no idea, but I'm not under the impression right now anymore that Dancer is like losing its major core identity of its two dances going into 8.0, if that green buff is in fact a green buff that like is a permanent increase to the situation. So that means that with Dancer, you're still gonna pick the one partner, give them standard tech, and then give them like the uptime for the DPS output, and then you can tech every whenever. But like how you activate tech is probably where it changes. So we'll see. But additionally, though, it is literally impossible through just the thing alone. It is impossible for Bard to use Radiant Encore or Radiant Finale in the opener. It's impossible based off of this alone, because you get the one tick and you press the one button and you can sling a song, and then you probably pick the most powerful thing you can pick with the thing, which is probably Wanderers, because you get to use Throne of the Gods Bow along like with your Apex and your Blast, and then which makes sense because like you literally get to like, you know, you get to guarantee the permanent direct hit with the attack, so that technically actually puts Wanderers in the front, which I understand. However, that probably will change down the road because you probably don't retain the 1 minute, because like if every single job is functioned at a 2 minute situation, that means that like you don't use Wanderers every 2 minutes, you use it every like potentially every minute, which already like breaks the cycle of its like normal functionality. Because you can't reuse the song once you use it after the Radiant Encore. So I'm under the impression that you use Wanderers like not like at the 80, not at the 60-second usage, but at the 80-second kinda. Because you literally use 3 charges, hold on to Radiant, pop Radiant, and then you get the performance back, and then you reactivate Wanderers. So you kind of do like Wanderers, Army Mages, right? And then you pop Radiant, and then you do your thing. Then you do probably the same thing, and then you just hold it. And then when you get the gauge back for the extra performance, you rip Radiant, but you bring back out Wanderers. So like that means that like normally you would kind of switch into mages or armies at that point in time. You're gonna basically press Wanderers twice back to back, kinda. Like, yo, job is weird, man. I still don't know how I feel about the dot thing though. You could technically still like rotation like the Wanderers into mages into armies, but I feel like some big brain uptime had you actually reorganizing that song order. Because like in a potion window, if the pot window is still 30 seconds, then you probably do you probably do mages into armies into wanderers, and then as you pot the wanderers, you'll do radiant, and then like rip the encore, do the triple thing, whatever, and you basically do it twice, basically. Yo, I don't know. I don't.
So we wanted to give bards that feeling that they're truly supporting their party while also making bow play as smooth and slick as possible.
シンプルにローテーションを回すだけであればそこまで難しくはないと思うんですが、コンテンツに合わせた歌の順番などを考える余地もあるので、やりがいのあるジョブになっているんじゃないかなと思います。
So the basic rotations aren't that complex, but we wanted to allow players the freedom to adjust those rotations based on the duty that they're tackling, making it a lot deeper than it appears on the surface. Yoshi P wants to...
Also, Wanderer's Volley does more damage than the pitch. If there's a song, don't you lose the gauge that the green buff might be permanent? Well, the problem is understanding the time, because the thing is, okay, so what they've explained is that your usage for your song lets you free pick how, like, the order in which you use which song doesn't matter, but it technically matters, right? The only time that, so this rule applies to every single job in the game. The only time that your affectation of button usage, rotation and burst window wise, is the most important now is only dependent on when you can use your potion. Unless there is a job or 2 or 3 that gives you a buff window. If the buff window for a job like Bard is permanent, then you do not give a crap about when you can use your stuff around the Bard. You simply get the guarantee, but it has to be solely centered around how you can prepare yourself. So that's a solo player knowledge situation. If you can figure out for your own personal stuff how to actually apply your burst window underneath the Bard buff, like, your thought process to it is so minuscule because it's guaranteed permanent. You only care about how you use your potion and prepare like your burst window. Right? Now, the only time that could potentially change is like if the bard dies. If the bard dies and you gotta wait for the sun to come back, then that's when it makes like a big difference. But I don't actually expect that to be the case scenario. But again, it also depends on how it works with other jobs such as Dancer, the new Fizz range, and Machinist. So, and any other job for that matter, because like if jobs like Scholar still retain like their chain, or like no, okay, so the reason why this is challenging is because they said that there are no synergy actions, or that they're removing synergy actions. That's why I'm not convinced that the green buff is like a damage up buff of some sort. I don't actually know though. Did the other player use a song? Yes, they did. The song, the buff does not stack. It doesn't change because Yoshi P is the one who's using Wanderers, while Tamaki-san sits there and do nothing.
But we wanted to
so it's not like the increase of that buff appears twice. It's a single situation, which makes sense because like there's 2 bards, but the buff only works one time. It works that way also currently in the game of Dawn Trail. The difference though is that like if you have 2 bards, and let's say like one bard uses Wanderers and the other bard uses armies, whichever one that you're either closest to or that comes out first is the one that you stick with. So like if you're too far away from the other bard that's got armies, but you're close to the other bard that has Wanderers, you get Wanderers. And that's complicated because like you don't want that, you don't really technically like want that. But,
the freedom
right?
to adjust those rotations based on the duty
but historically,
that they're tackling, making it
there's only ever one bard in the party anyways, right? So it doesn't matter.
Yoshi P wants to play.
Yeah,
this is his favorite.
My thought process now is though,
Well,
if Bard, okay, Bard doesn't. I'm gonna say that Bard's dot is not a thing unless they're doing the dev thing on purpose to like not fully showcase to you the job design, which in that case makes total sense. But for right now, at least, I'm not under the impression that Bard is going to be like a job that does low damage. I don't think that a Bard will be able to do more damage than a melee, but I kind of sort of expect Bard to be like pumpers. Especially if you're direct, you can direct hit like your God's Bow. Yo, this job is not... Wait. Because also, Bard's GCD timing is slow also. Bard and White Mage share the same GCD time, but the timing is slower than that of Dragoon and Paladin. So my wonder is how utility-based will the thing do? Also,
and I can supplement this.
My number one problem is that the dot doesn't do anything. The damage tick for the dot isn't going to appear because the timing for the dot is too short. Well, that's the thing though. Like, there wouldn't be a reason to, again, Iron Jaws wouldn't be here if the dot only lasts 3 seconds. If the dot lasts longer than 3 seconds and not showcasing that to hide away the simple fact of how the job functions, then that makes sense to me. But the job is already fast in terms of its utility functionality. Realistically, I do not see any reason that a Bard would retain its stuff if the job is already focused on utility perspective. Because the thing is, like, Shadowbringer's Bard was the last time that you benefited from actually multi-dotting. That's another thing too. It is currently impossible to multi-dot as a Bard unless Caustic and Stormbite are both AoEs. I'm not under the impression that that's the case scenario. So, additionally though, I can't even tell which attacks do AoEs or not besides the Wanderers and the Army songs. The attacks for mages doesn't look like it has any AoE capability whatsoever. But this is tough to see for sure because, like, I mean,
So with the Bard in its evolved mode, as you can see, the rotations aren't like a set, like a static, or like it's not predetermined. You can choose which song you want to sing at which timing, depending on the trial or depending on the battle content or duty that you're tackling. And I feel that it really brings out the characteristic of the Bard, and so it's really interesting to play.
Gives the player a lot of freedom to kind of play the way they want to play rather than following a fixed rotation that we've decided for you.
So this is the reason why that the Bard buff that's there, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that that's a buff that permanently increases damage. I can't be convinced about it. I think it's like a pseudo tether, basically. If you are tethered by the Bard, it lets you basically gain the effects of whatever songs the Bard is using while you're in combat with it. I don't think that's an indicator that you get like a buff up. I don't think it does damage. Like, I don't think so. I think that song just tells you that, like, if you're this Bard or with this Bard, you gain the effects of its songs, and that's it. Because if they're letting you have the freedom to pick and choose the songs as you wish, then there's no reason for them to let you have that freedom but still keep it rigid. So that's what I'm unsure about personally. Thank you for the follow, Ken. I appreciate it. Got split, but thank you for stream chat. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate you for stopping on by. So thank you so much, and definitely take care of yourself and rest well. You bitch, why you throw away cheese, garlic, dill mix of perfectly good food? I didn't throw it away. I gave it to the homies. They stuffed that shit down. I gave it to them. People were like, yo, I'm hungry. And I was like, yo, have some cheese, garlic, dill, whatever. Then they just kind of ate that stuff. Also, I wasn't trying to forage in the middle of the lineup to the situation. So I will say though, it was pretty tasty.
で使わせてもらってるけど、やっぱローテーションの自由度ってさっきの竜騎士もそうだけど、やっぱこだわって作ってるよね。
Yeah, and of course, I have tested it out myself, and again, yeah, with the freedom of the rotations that you can come up with, and similar to the Dragoon, it's really something that Tamaki was very particular about.
はい、これまでは、ジョブのローテーションっていうのが、決まったタイミングで打つものっていうものが固定化しやすかったんですけど、今回のエボルブモードでは、比較的自由に好きなアクションを使えるようになっているので、その中でどううまくやるかっていうところが、こだわるポイントになっています。
Again, the concept of developing this evolve mode is that we wanted to give freedom to players. We didn't want them to feel that they were forced to use a static rotation every single time. We wanted to give them more freedom to decide when they would use certain attacks and adapt those to the changing battles.
まあ改めてになりますが、今日この場で紹介した4つのジョブ、まだまだすいません、開発の途中段階にあるので、アクションそのものが変更になったり、ローテーションが調整されたりする可能性は大いにありますので、その点はご了承ください。
But once again, I did want to reiterate, we are still in development of the system, so you may see some of the actions might be changed, or we may make adjustments to the rotation, so please be advised of that.
ではパワーポイントの方戻っても大丈夫ですか？
はい、大丈夫。
So, okay, I think we are okay to switch back to PowerPoint, please.
Oh man, crazy actually. There's so much opportunity, dude. So much actually. Damn it, Trey.
はい、それ。
これはちょっと僕からも補足をさせてもらいますね。
Allow me to chime in on that part.
今回この決断をするのは正直かなり悩みました。
So, coming to this decision was actually quite hard.
まあ特にやっぱりこうパーティープレイをしていて、ボスエンカウンターと戦うときに、まあお互いのタイミングを合わせてバーストをする、まあシナジー合わせと呼ばれる部分が、まあパーティープレイのいいところじゃないかっていう部分は、僕もそう思う部分はあります。
And especially with playing as a party and you are tackling the boss encounters, there is this element where you kind of strategize to match your timing so that you can maximize that burst and get that synergy buff. And that's kind of what makes party play fun, or like that's one of the good things about the party play.
ただ今玉木くんが説明してくれたように、やっぱりこの大きな2つのデメリット。
Ali! Hi, Ali.
That said,
how are you? Happy Wednesday. Everyone go follow Ali. I met her in person. She's a real-ass celebrity. She's one of the coolest people ever. Her hair is super red. Her Gratia outfit was on point. And she's incredible. You know what I mean? How goes it? We're over here nerding out right now. We've been nerding out for like I don't know, probably like 5 hours at this point. It's been pretty a lot, actually. Yeah. How are you doing though? I hope that you're doing well, and I'm glad you like made it home. I'm a celeb.
With the job action,
I can't believe Sessiion hates cheese now.
That's
not a thing.
Sort of 120-second
I don't hate cheese.
From a design perspective as
I didn't want to eat cheese and then have my stomach be upset in the middle of me sitting in the middle of like the fan. Like imagine I was farting a little bit. It's scary, man. I'm not trying to do that. Cheese is like a lot. Try and call me out for cheese. I love cheese. That being said, though, I haven't had cheese in like 5 days.
Whenever we try to give a little bit more individuality to a job,
but yeah, I hope you're having a
see
fantastic
that
week,
it
Ali.
doesn't align necessarily with the burst timing, so that may cause some
Okay, well, definitely take care of yourself, you know.
But at the same
Rest
time,
well,
if
take
we
it
try
easy.
to match that, then players
I will
start
say
to
that
ask,
I'm also
well,
glad to
see
be
more
home
individuality in the
after
different jobs, and it's been a struggle for
you know,
a very long time.
My journey back home, it was I was just glad I was able to like lay down and like not be moving.
As you can see in the
I
diagram,
want to be lazy.
ボスがこうバトルをスタートすると、最初まずうおーって言いながら、
yeah,
かかしのようにみんなのバストを受け
being
る
just like in a
時間
chair
が
is
あっ
like
て。
really nice. The amount of walking that we did was like so much, you know. It feels so good. My introverted brain. My introverted brain like needs to recharge alone, and not that I didn't like love my time with all the friends and the people, but like there was so many moments in time where it's like I just need to like I need there to not be noise. You know, like I need like just like quiet, and that way my brain can kind of like just like shh. But because we had like all of it the whole time, it I wasn't like I wasn't like away from it. I loved it, but there was moments in time where it's like, okay, I I just want to like sit down and like just mellow out like a little bit. So but the thing is, like, you and I are two of those people that people are like, oh my gosh, like it's the one and only Alinea. I gotta go get a picture or like say hello and like etc. And you've had a lot of more opportunities than I have to take pictures with like famous people. So like, you know what I mean? I've only had the pleasure of like at least meeting them and being like, oh my gosh, hi, but never like an actual like photo scenario. You know what I mean? So, but again, it definitely depends on the situation. But yeah. But no, like I said, I am just glad that I'm home. So it is wonderful. That being said though, like life is lifing, so now I gotta like kind of return like the blah blah blah. So that's that too. I got a question for you in regards to 2 minute gone. Maybe not currently raid tier content at the tier or even through, but do you think that old content eye level sync as jobs stand now can be clear without 2 minute bursts? I was on to take a picture with you. Oh, I love you, Ali. Well, I am just as honored. Let me just kind of preface that for sure too. Uh, but yeah, wait 1 second. I have to like boop. Okay. Um, do you think that old content eye level sync as jobs stand now that can be cleared without 2 minute bursts? Like legit just remove your raid buff button or hotbar and play the job as it would potentially be played Rebus 8.0. So here's the problem with the 2 minute gone, there is a lot of jobs that are going to do significantly more damage solely because of the fact that they're missing their typical buff ups, right? And that's one of the concerns that I have personally, because they did say that not only is the evolved mode going to do more damage naturally than the reborn mode, but they also said that the natural damage output of jobs is also going to go up naturally across the entire board for every single job. And that's simply just because the buttons that you get, uh, you know, are we looking about doing Discord movie? Oh my gosh, enjoy Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Absolutely phenomenal. I hope you enjoy. Definitely get some popcorn, get some like like a nice little cup of orange juice, and please enjoy. So actually I see it inside. Oh my gosh, have so much fun. You can go back, we can go back to 3 minutes. Um Possibly. I don't Well, here's the thing though. The thing is that like as they've mentioned, where is it? As they mention it over somewhere, there's no synergy actions. Like removing synergy actions literally means that there's no buffs. So thank you, Ali. Y'all have to literally go follow Ali. She's like the coolest gal like on the planet, no cap. You know what I'm saying? So, and her back was probably hurting from carrying all of us through this content. You know what I'm saying? So like yes, Wanderer does give shield. You're correct. So the thing is that okay, each of the songs for Bard, not only do they provide like a utility buff, but they also activate buttons for the Bard to use. Armies gives a natural speed, so you have like a sprint, but you also get access to like speed attacks. Your GCD goes fast. Armies is a regen, and it gives you your dots. And then Wanderers gives you your power attacks, and it gives you a shield. So, but the thing is that like they've explained that you using which song is not directly indicative of which attack or order that you can use the attacks in, or that any of them give like a party buff thing. I'm going to retain the idea in my mind that Bard's buffs do not provide offensive capabilities. They're only supportive. Which means in my mind, as a result though, because I think this is very important though. If we can say for now that Bard doesn't apply offensive utility to the party being a Bard, that means that it can turn into technically a selfish DPS, but it has utility defensively, right? If it doesn't have power buffs to the party, that's very, very good, because that means that the other job we'll get later on during with the Fizz range could also become a pure DPS, which means that in turn, Dancer is the only job in its entire category that it does provide a buff, which means that Dancer's necessity as a utility job is going to be dramatically high for providing support to the party at an offensive capability when no other phys range can do that, assuming that's what Bard is changed to. It is still possible that that Dancer doesn't buff anybody, but then that would make no sense because like what the hell is Dancer supposed to do? So for now, let's just say that Dancer still picks a partner and it dances with the partner and it gives power buffs to the partner. If Bard still provides power buffs to the party, but not at a 2-minute interval, but just permanently, then Bard is still extremely powerful and dare I say more than Dancer, but only because the entire party can benefit from the buff. If Dancer still provides the power utility to one job, then Dancer will be incredibly powerful to the job whose sole purpose is to go pumpers. But the problem is that that applies to every single job because no job as a melee should have the capability of providing a party buff, period. So, assuming that all the melees have their own shtick going on, that means that what matters for a Dancer is that it picks certain jobs in the middle of the rotation functionality that will primarily focus on picking the job that's ready to go sicko mode, and it just lets the job go crazy. And it has to actually, the utility for Dancer is that it would have to switch between jobs mid-fight in order to let it give each job like it's blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Will it actively do that though? I think it's possible because like generally it's like a natural functionality. Dancer picks a person as a dance partner when their active partner in the moment like dies. Like if I'm Dancer partnered with like the Dancer and I get killed, it makes perfectly logical sense for the Dancer to pick another partner that's next in line because like they got to compensate for the damage that I had when I died, and then they could do more damage as a result, right? Which is a good thing. But Dancers have never ever needed to do that actively for the rotation. You've never switched partners actively during your rotation. If they make that a functionality flow for Dancer moving forward, that just makes Dancer not only significantly more valuable for knowledge purposes, but also significantly more valuable because that means that like if you know that the job is about to get ready to go pumpers, then you should be a Dancer that's smart enough to know when it's about to do that and give it the prep so that it can have the moment to do the damage. And then your rotation does actually encompass you picking the right people to give the thing to. If it doesn't do that, then that's fine. But it needs to be explained that Dancer does or does not do that like at all. So I'm not under the impression right now that Dancer is like a job that has no buff. I think that Dancer still picks a person to buff. So like, but like again, like we'll see. So, I'm probably expecting. I'm expecting that Dancer retains its buff on a single target, and that Bard doesn't. So hi Nada, thank you for the pat. Hope you're doing well. You know what I mean? So we'll see. I mean, I have no clue, but because here's the thing. Even though removing synergy actions from the jobs is a very, very big deal for a lot of particular reasons, it makes total sense. I think that the actual main problem is that basically every single job, plus or minus 6 jobs out of the 21, don't have buffs, right? Thank you for hanging out. Your brain's fired. So I was like, oh yeah, please do enjoy the lurk. Take care of yourself. Rest well, sweet dreams, and I appreciate you for stopping on by. So thank you, and definitely enjoy the lurk and listen to the sweet sound of my voice as it gets kind of deeper because I'm still getting tired. It's okay though, we're chilling. What was I saying? Oh, right now, right? If we actually go through all the jobs, because like hilariously enough, I'm still here in game. If we go through every single job right now, okay. The 4 tanks, White Mage Sage, that makes 6, right? Samurai, Viper, that makes 8. Machinist is 9, and then Black Mage is 10. Okay. 10 out of 21 jobs don't have buffs to the party, period, right? Their damage is their buff, which is fine. So if realistically that gets swapped, where there is less jobs that have party buffs and more jobs that have their own thing, then that means that the value of buffs by a general functionality increases dramatically higher than it ever has before, because those jobs have the sole purpose of being low DPS but providing high utility for the buffing sake. So it actually helps for a dancer to, like, metaphorically suck in damage if it can pick one person and it gets giga buffed. Right? But if the damage gets compensated as a result with like a bard instead, like let's say for example that like Dragoon, Bard, I'll say Red Mage for now, just to kind of, to play around with it. Dragoon, Bard, Red Mage, and Viper. Let's say that those 4 jobs, along with White Mage and Sage, and 2 tanks, there is zero buffs across all 8 of those jobs. Even though generally speaking, 2 of them do. The value of a Bard, Red Mage, Viper, and a Dragoon having no buffs as a party is very, very welcoming, because that means that like those jobs can focus on their own shtick while also focusing on their own mitigation and not having to worry about being buffed by anybody in particular for the sake of the content. Nobody because like the problem right now that every single job has in the game is unfortunate, but it's true, where every single job sucks at the R DPS level because you specifically don't have access to party buffs. Every single job in the game that has party buffs is better than any job that doesn't have party buffs, unless there's the one job that doesn't have party buffs that gets buffed by the other 3, right? That's why right now, respectfully, White Mage and Sage are useless because they don't buff the party, even though Astro and Scholar do. If you take away Scholar and Astro buff, which is more likely the case scenario than giving White Mage and Sage buffs, then that means that you have the freedom of choice to play any of the 4 healers, and it's not indicative of anybody's necessity of like being put in a party because they don't have buffs. The reason why people much prefer Scholar over Sage and Astro over White Mage, regardless of ease of play, is simply just because they have buffs, right? You're going to see it in the Ultimate when it comes out next month, that most people are going to have a Scholar and a White Mage, Scholar and an Astro comp because they have buffs, period, especially a Scholar. The Scholar is like a requirement to bring into for World First content at any point in time because that buff is just way too stupid powerful. Most likely Dragoon, like same thing. But his range, most people will be playing Dancer or Bard because, again, the utility of its output for DPS buffing is insanely powerful. And then Caster, most of the time, they'll probably go Picto because like it's going to be stupid powerful in the Ultimate. But Black Mage, if Black Mage has a better flow of rotation than a Picto does in the content for the Ultimate, people will eventually gravitate towards Black Mage because it does more damage at like a certain level. But it's not going to naturally outperform a Picto because like there's downtime, most likely, right? So like we'll see about that. But if a lot of jobs that currently provide buffs don't get buffs anymore, that means that the freedom of choice of job of your own performance is not reliant on other jobs to join your party. That's why like right now it sucks to play any fight right now with any job that doesn't buff you outside of your own buffs. Like, respectfully, even though like I don't mean this directly, but having a machinist, a black mage, a viper, and or a samurai is a terrible feel. It does, and same thing with white mage and sage. It doesn't feel good to have those 6 jobs as one party. It doesn't matter what job you play. If you're a viper paired with like a samurai, black mage, machinist, white mage, and sage, you don't feel good. And the same thing occurs across the entire board for all those jobs. That's why it's helpful to get rid of that buff situation, because that way you don't got to focus on the freaking like reliance on like your funny number going up because you need the crit and the direct hit chance. You know what I mean? So now that being said though, can you still hit rank 1 without that situation? Absolutely. Does it require a lot of luck? Yes, but like people, do they want that though? No. So I'm perfectly okay with them deprecating the current functionality of like 2 minutes in the buffing window with the funny number thing, if it means that you can acquire it by yourself if you are a skillful player, versus needing to have people give you like the freaking feed, just so you can kind of look good doing whatever the hell that it is. Especially if the jobs are going to become much more challenging to do because like the way how the thing like operates, you know. Yeah. Anyways, you have 2 minutes. Like I have not a clue. But that's what I would much prefer that, because like I said, like people like having a dragoon in the party simply because like the freaking party likes to go, you know, like everyone loves having like a freaking dragoon, etc. You know what I mean? Bro, that is alive. Can you English? What are you talking about? The game is alive. Of course, we've been here the whole time. I swear, Paddy drinks so much apple juice to forget like how to English sometimes. Too many people? The game is alive? Is that what you mean? Oh, I'm out of space. That makes sense actually. So it can't be that poppin' if like there's like only 106 parties for this for the freaking data center situation. I don't believe it. What's doing now? Go to a town? Can it not be like in... Going to a town and saying that is crazy, actually. Alright, hold on. Oh, okay. And they're kicking non-ether residents? Good riddance, bro. Oh. Oh, dude, I don't have any goddamn space in my shit, dude. Hell no, bring me in, coach. Wait, I still have all this crap, brother. Wait, that's my freaking goat. What? Go do MSQ speaking content? I'm doing it tomorrow during daytime. Like, no bullshit, actually. Like, no bullshit. I'm actually gonna do it tomorrow during the daytime, so that way it's, like, available in the process, actually. Trust. Wait, I gotta do a thing quickly. Hold on. So we're gonna do this situation music, actually. I'm buying it for the queen, Ray. All of my... Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I will do MSQ tomorrow, and then... Okay, so here's something that I do need to talk about, because I feel so bad, and I feel so sad, and I didn't do it, and I'm like so mentally mad at myself. I fucking forgot that we were doing Blind Alliance yesterday with like the homies. So I like completely fucking didn't join. Which made me like real upset basically. So yeah. You sure you hard with the hard at all? I mean, I'm not under the impression that like the content's gonna be like drastically hard, except for like, you know, certain scenarios. So like we shall see. Ain't no way. I miss you, Shinryu. God, what a good fight, brother. Isn't it kind of nice to finally be doing content? We've been like 8+ hours since we're just sitting here yappers. Also, I love that his name is Neo. That's actually so godlike. Godlike name, brother. Wait, what the fuck? Jazzy! Yeah, what the... Yo, the pull! The pull is crazy. I'm just gonna pull was her answer. Yeah. Okay. Oh god. Check this shit out. Nope, never mind. We fucking died. I forgot. It needs to be mitted. That's okay though. Alright. Don't just pull it. Let me get like a countdown real quick. That scared the fuck out of me. Hell yeah. Limit armoire with artifact gear is taking forever. I know. I literally, brother, I kid you not. I literally still have so fucking much actually. Like, look. I kid you not. I still have gear left over from my original attempting of the thing. It's wild, actually. What's up, Hawker? What's good? What's chilling? That's not what's chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're currently in the process of, I don't think that I actually get to live this properly, right? Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, I knew that it was coming, but I couldn't, like, I was trying to pray that it was the other side, actually. I have all Dontra and Worker stuff in it. Everything Shadowbringers. You know what's really annoying about the... I'll tell you this much, though. The one that I'm not looking forward to doing is the Stormblood stuff, because I found out that they're all differentiated in the armoire. So, like, you can do the Antiquated weapon, and then the +1, and the +2, and the Pagos, and then the other one. Yo, they're all individualized. Like... Which is crazy, actually. The Hydatos weapon does not count, though. I know that much. Hydatos does not count, but the other ones all still count. So if you... Clear. Are you still in Eureka? I mean, I still have Eureka, but like, yeah. Man, they broke the crap out of it, actually. I'm actually gonna want to start with the. I want to do Euphrasia Prognosis before the thingy. Shadowbringers? Yeah, I know. I'm still mind blown by that, actually. No bullshit, actually. Because like, it's kind of crazy to think about the fact that they actually incorporate that as like a functionality. I gotta do more. I gotta do mitigation for that, actually. So, damn, bro, I'm struggling with this, actually. Imagine Bosch is alive again. It should. It should. It should go up pretty substantially, all things considered. Also, I'm gonna use one of these, bro. Oh. So. The debuff? Well, no. If, the damage of the suppression goes up, you take more damage, you get the healing thingy, I think it is. And then, like, yeah. It hurts a lot more. Jazzy! Brother. Alright. Brother, yo, the immediate pull of the White Mage no countdown is crazy, and then Boston uses his Living Dead. Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god, that's really funny, actually. Oh god, this is not good, actually. I don't have anything for this, bro. Oh god, I wasn't. I'm too busy trying to res people. I'm not looking behind me. Nah, bro, I ain't gonna hold you. This is about to be a shit show in the best way possible. What the? Wait, but the worm's hard. Did you go into Eureka and help with me? Well, I think people are gonna want to eventually go through the process of doing it. So, I mean, that'll be really cool. We dead as freak, by the way. Yeah, we dead. The Judgment Bolt, about a one-shot everybody. So. I freaking love. You know what? Actually, I won't even hold you. Actually, this fight is actually still just as difficult as it was. I feel like conceptually at the thing. The attacks don't hurt that little. Like these attacks hurt like quite immensely, actually. Actually, kind of fire. That being said, though, I definitely haven't forgotten this fight. Like, it's kind of crazy, actually. But yeah, it hurts. Yeah, this fight is definitely not for the faint. So, thankfully though too, because this trial is hard. That means it hurts like crazy. The thing is that everything hurts like crazy. This was one of the first few fights where like actively needing to use like GCD healing as a shield healer, and also on top of other stuff too, is like such a requirement. Actually, it's kind of hard. That being said, though, like there not being any usage of a mitigation whatsoever is like kind of like a lot actually. Like, I get the feeling. Oh wait, I didn't need to do that. I already used my Zoe. L. Oh shoot, I gotta bring this to the back actually. Well, I did try to something with the nature. Damn, bro. Oh my god, they didn't use Mitt or the thing with the uh-oh. Wait, am I taking autos? Okay. It's okay, they're doing this blind, so it's not like we're actually trying to like content this, but it's just really funny to hear Jazzy in the background freaking out because like we're getting murdered. This is one of the best trials in entire game, bro, unquestionably. I love this fight. Can you imagine this turns into an ultimate? Brother, I would have been kind of shocked by its creation, actually. Okay. Okay. I really hope the tail ends up on the left side, not the right. Uh-oh. The tail didn't even get broken? Oh. no. Oh no. Sure they can live this, right? Oh my god, the auto goes crazy! Nope. Okay. I just love hearing Jazz in the background be like, I have no idea what the heck is going on. And she's over here cracking up. I said, heart is scary, so break its heart and break up with him. Cheating motherfucker. You know, break his heart. Jazzy! Oh. Brother! Yo, it's scary, bro. What's going on, JT? Oh my gosh, holy! How y'all doing? A big hello from the orange cloud. Wait, I had to like scroll up and say hi to every single new person that came in. How y'all doing today? Oh my gosh, wait, there's too many news. I can't keep track actually. Oh my gosh, all the things JT. Thank you so much for the follow and the raid. Oh my gosh, I feel like I don't even deserve the situation. How was you guys' stream today? What'd you guys do? Wait, I have to like, yeah, close. Okay, we're good actually. Uh-oh, there goes my friend. Oh my gosh. Ilsandre, thank you for the follow. They're gonna get super scared when they find out that I put it down here, I'm just saying. Ivor Gundon, Will John TV, thank you guys all for the follow. I appreciate it. Oops. I definitely didn't do it actually. I hope you all had a fantastic stream today. Themis, oh my gosh, great name. Wait, I'm not even like it's not even like a me thing. How was your stream today? What'd you guys do? What'd you guys get into? Uh-oh. I gotta get this one. Bye. Wait, boss is my goat! Let's go! Wait, he's gifted actually. You saw him jump over the platform with the situation? Got tailed. JNT got back from FanFest. Wait, y'all were at FanFest? Wait, did we had a chance to like see y'all? Dude, we were at FanFest. What? I wanted to. Wait, I feel like I missed a celebrity. Did I miss like a potential celebrity in the making? That would have been kind of cool, actually. I mean, I'm not a celebrity, so he was still a great cosplayer. Oh, wait, I feel like I saw that somewhere, actually. Don't perceive me? No, I'm just heart attack when you pull, but I love you. Keep doing your thing. Okay. And it was a blast. I'm so glad to hear. How are we all feeling about EVERCOLD? And how are we all feeling about the job stuff? How are we all feeling about the name of the expansion? What in the world? I'm being over here hit with like the thing. It's awesome. EVERCOLD's totally my vibe. Hell yeah, I love that actually. Brandon, thank you so much. Hi, Jeannie. I'm actually so nervous, but okay, we're good actually. Echo the Raid Mom. Oh, that's such a cute name. How y'all doing today? Welcome on in. As Dark Main Tank, I'm worried. You know what? I kind of understand that because I'm a Gunbreaker main tank and I had like a similar concern. But then we've been actually pretty. So it's funny because like this entire like 9-hour stream almost basically we've been spending the whole time pretty much like theory crafting behind like what exactly the changes will be. And I know that people have been kind of like laughing at people for playing like main tank warrior and then also, and like main tank like other jobs and being like haha, you know what I mean? So here's my thing though, I will say this. I'm not immediately under the impression that you have to be too worried about the like the thing basically, because at least as far as my brain is aware, I would say that like, you know, because like, how are you going to be able to convince how are you going to convince like a community of players that like they have to automatically like adjust to certain other styles of play, you know? Wait, this is bad. Wait, this is bad. Wait, Queen, this is scary actually. Okay. So, Gunbreaker myself on initiative. Yeah, exactly. So the challenge right now is that like we only have information about like the it's okay. They're just kind of like, oh, it's okay. So like I'll say this much, like Paladin is very fascinating, being like the only other main tank next to the new tank. So there's that. Dragoon, okay, like Dragoon is my favorite job in the entire game since the dawn of this game's like entire existence. So what's really baffling to me is that the entire job is getting like a complete rework. Not even like a rework, right? But like it's just changing insanely differently than what we like. I wasn't ready for the Dragoon change to be what it was, and then lo and behold, my amaze when I find out that like the job plays nothing like how it's been playing for 10+ years. You know what I mean? So I think that everyone has reason to be afraid of the fact that it's like unknown certainty of like what we could be expecting. You know what I mean? So I don't entirely know, but I'm at least not under the immediate impression that you know, the job changes are not going to be like anything short of like incredible. But I feel like the adjustment is something that people are like really, you know, you got to kind of keep like a mind about. You know what I mean? So. And the crazy part is too is like I think that I was heavily expecting to showcase like Black Mage, because Black Mage is also kind of like a weird job right now, you know, especially after what changes we went through over the course of like Dawntra and whatnot. So I mean I'm much more curious now that I have like a better idea of the job itself, like functionality wise. I'm really curious behind like how they'll kind of all differ, basically, you know? So, like, I have no idea, but I will be very curious to find out about it myself first. So, hoping your macro job would be evolved or reborn mode. Pick this freely. I can't confirm, you can actually pick and choose freely which ones you want, and you can do it before the poll. So, you actually get to toggle and cycle between which ones you want to play before they actually, like you can poll. So it's actually like a really great change that they kind of incorporated, I would say. But like again, like what exactly does that change entail is I think still a little in the air. So we'll see. But I am grateful at least to know that you know, you can, like if you want to play Reborn one poll, put your polls and go to another job, you can just kind of go do that. Which number one highlight Makina EVERCOLD? Great question, actually. I will say the Evangelion collaboration was mind blowing, but if I had to pick like an immediate answer, I think my answer is gonna probably stem towards it might actually be the fact that the jobs are getting like an insane rework. Like the getting rid of the 2 minute, the 2 minute thing being gone, the fact that because people were kind of like, I mean, look, I understand that the internet is very quick on like hopium about like all these like hopes and doubts and fears and whatever that it is. Like I kind of get it, but for me, like people were like, hey, I'd rather get no jobs and like full reworks than to get like one job and like or two jobs or like whatever that it is. Cookie Kim, thank you for the follow. Come on in. Also, Rain Redmore, I don't know if I saw that message, but thank you as well for the follow. Also, for those who are new, we have channel points you can utilize. They're very meme heavy, so have fun with that. I mean, they're kind of there for your usage, so definitely enjoy. Rhea Bean, thank you for the follow as well. Random Passapiece, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you guys all for the support today. I really appreciate it. I'm very hashtag blessed to be able to have been, selected by the community of the homies for the situation. So, but anyways, yeah. So like for me personally, like I definitely had like my own like wonder. Not even like a fear thing. I just was like, oh, I wonder if they're gonna actually rework one job, two job, whatever. So, because my thought was this: when they made the announcement that we were going to level 110, I was like, oh, that seems kind of like a safer play, right? So the safe play gave me the impression that like we weren't gonna get like a massive change for the job stuff. But then once they explained that Mr. Prime, or aka like Tamaki-san, made the changes for the job stuff going into 8.0, I was like, wait a minute, now. By technicality, he's the Mr. Kristen Conflict guy, kind of a insane shift for like a project situation. So perhaps there's hope. And then like lo and behold, the demonstration for Reborn mode versus Evolve mode was like insane actually. And then of course I was like, oh my gosh, because the instant that the parry was a thing that they showcased for the for Paladin, I was like, I absolutely freaked out in my chair. So I completely botched that actually. So I was just so shocked to find that was like actually like a thing that they're working on. And then they showcased oh my god. Then they showcased like Dragoon, and like me, people are saying that I have like a photographic memory. That's not the case scenario, but I do have a lot of years spent playing this game that I like were able to like remember a lot of the things that I've seen over the life cycle of the game. And like Dragoon is like one of those things where it's like I will remember everything about Dragoon. So then when they showcase like, and also like, as a Gunbreaker player, I saw like the continuation button that Gunbreaker has, and I was like, Paladin has that button, but also Dragoon. So what does that mean? And then like they said that there's different flanks for melee for Dragoon, and I was like, wait, there's a left flank and a right flank? What? And then also my boy Key noticed that the GCD timing for Dragoon and Paladin is faster. They're both the current global cooldown time for all the jobs is 2.5 seconds. For Paladin and Dragoon, it was 2 seconds, and I was like, no, like it's not possible. And then like it was. And then I look at Bard and White Mage like today, although I totally forgot about it last time, but the timing for those buttons, GT timing wise, is 3 seconds. So I was like, wow, like they actually changed like a lot of things. So I wasn't too quick to figure out like that right away, but then I was kind of like mind blown by it. So so like we'll see what it looks like. But yeah, then I just started to really just crack at everything slowly and surely, getting like a better idea as with each timing update, etc., whatever that it was. And then like I said, I couldn't believe my eyes that like for the amount of potential content that we could be expecting, it kind of blew my mind, right? So as like an active and avid enjoyer of just like content that we could be seeing in this game, one of the most like immediate realizations that I had was that like the game, since the Dawn Trail keynotes, they basically explained that hey, Dawn Trail is designed currently to oh no, wait, did you do the thing? Wait, oh, we're so dead. Jazzy, please, we're dead. It's okay. Anywho, so because Dawn Trail's focus was to make the content fun and like kind of chaotic and like engaging and all that fun stuff, I love that. So for EVERCOLD, they already announced it during the Dawn Trail keynote that their plans were to do all the job stuff going into EVERCOLD, and people were like, well, like, we shall see, right? And then wait, what? But yeah, so the fact that the actual like process and flow of that is happening in the moment is actually like what's really like mind-boggling to me, because I did not expect them to make the change be like this drastic. Because when they talked about like reworking Dragoon entirely, I was like, oh, okay, like, you know, that makes sense that they'll eventually crack at that. But they didn't do it for the for Dawn Trail, but instead they kind of reduced the global cooldown usage of, or no, the OGCD like float for Dragoon. So in my mind, I'm like, I wonder what possible changes that they could have acquired. I have no idea. And then I see the change for Dragoon, and I'm like mind blown. So I have, like, it's funny because I actually have so many more questions now than I ever did like prior. So whatever that may entail is completely up in the air for me, like entirely. So like I have no clue, but I'm definitely like so unbelievably excited, especially considering the fact that like, you know, like Dawn Trail's coming to a close, and we're basically getting like a brand new expansion in like less than a year. You know what I mean? So like I'm just kind of shocked to think that like this is actually going to be happening soon. So, but I am very excited about a lot of things. I like people will. I mean, you'll learn kind of quickly that like I am a sucker for this game. Everything that this game does, in my opinion, and in my mindset, like is gold. So, you know, I don't know how quickly that you might, you know, I think it's easy to say that that's like opium, but like that's fine because like I said, I love this game. But yeah, so it's a good thing because no one can claim that things are stagnating anymore. Oh yeah, I mean, I was also really shocked to hear that they were just completely opening freedom of possibility for like all the jobs, and then like 2-minute may no longer become like a thing, and like the list goes on and on and on. But the crazy part is that like it does make me wonder, like what other possible jobs are there that, you know, we could be seeing changes for? Because that's my number one thing too, you know. I couldn't possibly understand like what other jobs are in the works of like design and functionality, because like when I think about it, I'm like, dude, like if the changes we saw with those 4 jobs were allocated, I couldn't even possibly imagine the other like 20 whatever, like the other 20 jobs we're gonna be getting. So like it's really shocking to think about. So I have no idea. Thanks for rating. Oh, listen, I appreciate you, you know, and definitely we'll definitely meet in the future as we kind of mentally prepare ourselves for the future FanFest for sure. So definitely I'll definitely look forward to meeting you in person, and then it'll be a great time, you know what I mean? So, but yes, if you have to go ready to run, take care of yourself too. Definitely do so and take care of yourself, and definitely don't let this old man yap your ears off for an eternity on end, because it absolutely will. Wait, this is not good. Oh, we're good. But yeah, so thank you so much. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out right now. Nothing too insane. We're just kind of, yeah. They're doing this blind. We're doing it like blind with friends. I've done this fight like a bunch of times. Okay. It's crazy actually. So, anywho, yes, I'm an old man that loves like the evolution of my my skill level has gone up with this game the older that I've gotten. As everyone says, I'm aging like wine, which is like wild to say out loud. So alas, here we are. But you know, I think they're calling it though. I think they had their fair share of fun for it. So yeah. But no, yeah, I don't know. I mean, everyone has a reason to be afraid. I mean, I'm equally as afraid, because like the thought of like playing like a gunbreaker, not main tank, seems like a little like concerned, you know. So like I have no clue, but I'm very excited about the possibilities. So yeah. Wait, I need to repair my gear. the thing is, like, 4 jobs out of 21 is just not enough to keep me, like, calm about the changes that are coming. I'm still so, like, I'm so confused. Okay. We went through this entire process with, I feel like I yapped for like 40 minutes earlier today just about Bard alone because, you know, 100 all jobs would be a lot. Well, that's the thing too, right? Like, not only are we going from level 100 to 110, we have to get, the tank job and the phys range jobs from 90 to 110. Every single job has to go from 110 to 110, or 100 to 110, right? And then, like, and not to mention, like, instead of just taking whatever jobs we have now and then just adding like the one button, this list of buttons is going to be like so much shorter. So, like, I find that just so hard to understand as somebody who I feel like has seen, just, you know, they take all the current buttons and then they just add like 1 or 2, you know? Like, every single buff button's basically going away. The way how the tree works for all the buttons just seems to be much shorter, but the impact is still there. Not to mention that, like, the general, like, the patch notes for EVERCOLD is going to be such a long list of notes because I feel that they have to go in particular detail for every single button change, like, down to so like, again, I have not a clue. So, I mean, I also have to, like, that's my one thing too. If there's one thing I'm not mentally ready for, it's the fact that I have to level up all of my characters up to 110 again. Even though I've had it, like, pretty, like, chill for like 2 years, but the fact that I have to bring all these up again is kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot, but I'm looking forward to it though, because, like, the one thing I will say too is that the fact that they're changing how the daily system works is actually really hype, because you can essentially do any level content between level 50 to 100 with, like, your full kit. I love that so much. The rework, or the reborn versus evolve system though, again, I have so many questions, so I'm really curious about how they're going to change Astro. You know what? We haven't really sat there and figured out like each individual job, but we did have, like, some theories. So, with the information we have about White Mage, White Mage doesn't have, at face value, White Mage doesn't have a size or asylum. Benison and Aquaville have been combined. There's no regen, there's no cure 1 or cure 3, no presence of mind. Each Afflatus Lily is tied to either Medica or cure 2. There is Lily and Temperance. Caress is still part of that. There's no thin air. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. There's no more thin air either. It's kind of embedded in the kit somewhere, actually. I didn't think about that. And then there's no Lily, but there's High Sanctuary. So, like, okay, so anyways, taking a lot of that information with you into the situation, when I think about Astro, there being no definition makes sense. No Benefic 1 makes sense. I don't think we'll keep Bubble. I think this button will go away, but this button will be combined with that button, is my thought process. I can see them keeping Essential Dignity because it's kind of similar to Tetra. XP, Exaltation, and then and Intersection will kind of retain, which is cool. I actually don't know if they'll keep Sinistry or if they'll combine it. That's the one thing I don't know about. So that's also kind of what I'm unsure about. No Lucid. I do think Earthly Star is going away. And I do think that the card system will also see a change. But then I still actually don't know. Because the challenge is with with White Mage, if you use the Cure spell, then you can convert it into damage eventually and build it up, and then like actively do more damage. So they kind of like what they basically did is just turn like Blood Lilies into GCDs that you have to use with like Cure instead of like the Lily, which is cool. So you get rewarded for GCD healing, you know. So I love that a lot, and I think that they're doing that with all the healers. So I am very curious to see kind of how that'll play into account, you know. So yeah. But the thing is, like, the 10 levels thing is going to be a little underwhelming by concept, but it's going to be major because like you have literally so many other levels to like look forward to. Like there's so many job changes to keep an eye out for, like going into it though too. So like again, I have no idea. My main question mark is Ninja. It'll have to fundamentally change just about every way. I think so too. The fundamental change for Ninja in my mind is the fact that, well, I actually don't think that Trick Attack will retain, or Dokumori. No Trick and no Dokumori, I actually think is kind of wild actually. You know what I mean? So like, I don't think that the buffs that Ninja has will retain itself. I would like to see them actually give Ninja like a Shirk thing. I think that would be sick. So, like, I don't have a clue, but like that's my thought process at least. So, will Ninja retain Kazematoi? It's possible. But what I kind of want for Ninja though is to spend most of its time just doing like the mudras. I would love for it to have like so many mudras to utilize actually. So I would freaking love that immensely actually. So MP management is going to be confusing, but there's very little season MP now. Oh, true actually. You're not wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Because even Paladin doesn't really have MP usage anymore in the Reborn or in the Evolve mode. Like your Clemency and your Divine Holy Spirit, whatever, is like there's no gauge side to it. So, but this is part of the problem that I'm concerned about, because I kind of sort of need MP to become like a resource that people like actually rely on. So that's actually a good point. I didn't think about the MP usage because the gauge wasn't there at the you know, like on the bottom of the HP, the MP bar wasn't there, even though they had the party listing, but it costs 200 gauge to use Glare. I mean, I don't know. So, with recent changes made to Phoenix down, I'm thinking Summoner Image will be lose res. I kind of hope so, because in my mind right now, I would like it if, Hi, Jazzy. I didn't do anything. Don't. No, I didn't do anything. What's going on, gamers? How y'all doing today? Tell her to go put it on. Pause. Sorry, I'm on somebody else's stream, and then they got the Sphene outfit, so they got me on their stream, and then we better have like a streamception, you know what I'm saying? What, Jazzy? I didn't do anything! Oh my gosh, why is she... yeah, man, I mean, it's about to be like a... Who the f... Oh, I did that. Wait. I didn't do that. I forgot to press the button on my foot pedal. I forgot about that entirely. Alright. Anyways. Someone's confirmed this a long time ago. Wait, what? You say the other changes will be pretty much the same and they might be more homogeneous than last year? Well, no, because like, okay, like think about it though, right? Like, why would they keep Summoner the way that it is right now? There's just, I like can't be, because you know what the crazy thing is? Summoner in PvP mode doesn't even like summon the primals. You only use like the tackle, the little like wind thing, and then the hand clap, right? Oh no, you use like the hand, like the wave. So like, I don't actually know how you'll be able to like bring old summon or the current summoner into EverCold? Like, I have no clue. So, like, it's really, I'm really unsure. Like, I genuinely haven't got like a clue. Actually, the LB's a summon. Oh my god, you're right. Actually, that's actually big brain. If you can use like an LB thing to summon the, oh my god, that would be so, okay. So like, okay. Wait, this actually changes quite a bit because okay. With Dragoon, if you use Dexter or Sinister Drive, it activates your Skogul and Nestron, and then you got to do like the rare, and then you can do the whole whatever that it is. If you get suppressed certain GCDs that do certain things that like empower the Carbuncle to do like an LB thing and then have like a, oh my god, I'm wondering if the summoner will have multiple like LBs to choose from, like it kind of does in PvP. That way you do like a certain like window thing with the job. Actually, wow. I feel like we have to spend a stream and just like conceptually cook each job immensely for the content. I feel like that would be so nuts. Because I didn't actually think about, we have to use the PvP variation of each job as like a concept to figure out how it'll translate going into the into EverCold. Because like I'm not too sure that like the PvP mode is a far off concept to the PvE mode. Because like I think that because you have Titan, Ifrit, Garuda. If you can have more than those three abilities to choose from, and then like activate the power of the Bahamut, and then it has like effects, that's actually not that far off than what I initially theorized conceptually about the job in a rework sense. Because we did talk about like a rework sorta, and that was kind of sort of the idea that I was like leaning towards. Yeah, so I wonder if that'll actually come into place. Dude, if it actually does that, that would be so sick. If for LB single target, Garuda LB line attack, Titan jumps onto AoE. Dude, that would be so cool. Oh my god. But then like, I would actually love that so much. But I feel like what I would want though is more than like those three primals. I would love to see a Leviathan, Garuda, Shiva thing. Maybe there's just like a metric ton of AoE, not AoE, LBs that you can just like kind of pick and choose from, and then it changes depending on like what you get summoned to. Because people were talking about how cool it would be if you can like summon Alexander, or like Shiva, or like, you know what I mean? The Bahamut thing is cool. I'm not opposed if they were to remove Solar Bahamut. Actually, no. You know what they could do? They could modify like what kind of Bahamut you get depending on which summons that you utilize to like transform it into the Bahamut from the Carbuncle thing. So basically, if like right now it's what's called Solar Bahamut. If you can use Garuda, Ifrit, Titan, and then LB summon like either Solar Bahamut or like, for sake of simplicity, Solar Phoenix, and then let's say you use like Shiva, Ifrit, Shiva, Garuda, Shiva, Leviathan, and Ramu, you can summon like Neo Bahamut, like the dark one, or like a Neo Phoenix, and then it's like a Black Phoenix. Yo, that'd be so sick. Yo, that would be so cool. And I feel like the